I Bury Dead People, written and narrated by PJ Vi.
Chapter 1. I considered myself pretty good at making important, life-altering decisions. My systematic lists outlining for and against rarely let me down. Yet here I was, the proud owner of a century-old building in the main street of a town the size of a peanut, and my latest good decision looked ready to bite me. I thrust my shoulder once again into the heavy door as hard as my low pain threshold would allow, and, as expected, it barely moved. I'm 5'1" on a good-heeled day, and the very last person capable of brute force. I arranged my best damsel in distress expression and turned to scour the street, hoping for help. None. Not a single person in sight. So this was country life, was it? Where were all the pesky, friendly townsfolk when you needed them? I heaved against the door again and it scraped heavily, opening just enough for me to squeeze my head, which, like the rest of me, was pint-sized, into the gap. Dusty air tickled my nose and I sneezed twice. I always sneezed in pairs. Never once, never 3 times, twice. I stretched my neck further into the dark room and the rest of my body slid through. It smelled old, like stale rain and dirt, and reminded me of the old town hall I used to watch my cousin's ballet concerts in as a child. Renovation required sat high on the against list, and yet on paper it hadn't seemed so daunting. I made a mental note to reassess my decision-making practices. Still, it was mine. Yep, I owned a funeral home. I know nothing about the funeral industry, but how hard could it be, right? Sure, some hard work was required, but I'd get this place turned around in no time. I'd done my research. I stood to make more money selling the property as a working business than as an empty vacant building. I had a new job waiting for me in Brisbane. I told them I'd start in 6 months, but I expect it would only take 3. I scooped up the newspapers and uncollected mail, shook off the dust and dead insects and sneezed. Twice. I placed them on a small table and went in search of a light switch. It was mid-morning outside, but dark in the front room. A line of light peeked through the crack in the door I'd just wrestled through, and disturbed dust particles floated in the air, giving the entrance an eerie warmth in a gothic theatre kind of way. In another room, keys clanked and a back door closed. My heart stopped a second. A back door? Why hadn't I thought of that? I rubbed my shoulder in apology and followed the direction of the sound along the dark corridor. A light flicked on. Ah! Ah! I shut my eyes against the noise. "What the blazes are you trying to do to me?" a low voice inquired. I opened one eye at a time. A crinkled, round face stared down at me, attached to a woman's body the size of a small mountain. She was so tall she stooped, as if she'd bent her head to get through a door frame and just never bothered to lift it again. Her hands jammed into her hips and her feet stood firmly apart. I did the same. I might be small, but I'm fierce, and first impressions count. "You must be Cheryl Whitehorse, the receptionist. I spoke to you on the phone. I'm Pip Lesses." I held out my hand, up over my head if I must be honest, and the woman shook it, her hand swallowing mine whole. "Really? Well, I'll be," she said. "I see you found your way in. Why didn't you turn the lights on? Trying to scare an old woman, was ya?" She had that funny way of talking where her voice sounded happy, but her face looked angry as hell. "I was just looking for the lights when you came in," I said. "Why didn't you use the front door?" "It's jammed, love." I wanted to smack my forehead into my hand. I didn't. First impressions and all that. "You didn't think to clear away the mail?" I asked. "Might have helped with the whole door jamming thing." Yep, fierce. I had this. The woman needed to know she had a new boss, and sloppy work wouldn't be tolerated. Not by me. Cheryl didn't blink. Not once. Then her eyes narrowed. "We don't want people to think we're open now, do we?" The sneer. She went the sneer. Damn it, why didn't I go the sneer first? I had to step up, be a leader. She turned and I followed her down the hallway. "So if the business isn't running, what do you do?" I asked this as carefully as I could, so that my meaning was clear without sounding snippy. It sounded snippy. Cheryl didn't flinch. I answer the phone, love. I rubbed my stretched neck and considered finding a chair to stand on. What do you tell the people who call for service? That we're not open, love? She spoke slowly as if I didn't understand her. I understood. Count to 10, Pip, count to 10. 1, 2, 10. Is there not a message service? I think the personal touch is always better. I see. I wanted to find a quiet place alone to process this. I had to lower my head to stop the pressure building inside. My legs swayed. I couldn't sit because then I'd look like an ant to her, so I walked around the room and tried to shift my focus. This must be the private office. It was furnished, sparsely, with an antique wooden desk to one side, a phone, and several women's magazines strewn about. On the other side was a small 1950s-style kitchen in a faded yellow pastel, a green table with matching vinyl chairs straight from the set of I Love Lucy, and an old tapestry-style sofa to the side. Cheryl, you've worked at Mandrake Memorials for how many years? 39, come next winter. Cheryl took her handbag from her shoulder and placed it on the bottom drawer of the desk, then sat down heavily in the black curved chair, a dwarf beneath her. It couldn't have been comfortable. Cheryl didn't seem to notice. So just to be clear, Mandrake Memorials hasn't been operating for just on 2 years? Right, 2 years. But you come in every day anyway to answer the phone in case it rings? Correct. So you can tell customers we're not open? Correct. She looked relieved I was finally getting it. I took a breath and worked hard not to release it loudly. I'd read a book before I came, Small Business, Small Towns, a leadership guide. It said to make a connection, find a commonality, be friendly. Friendly. I searched my brain for a new topic of conversation. You must have known my great-uncle well. Like I said, I worked with him for nearly 39 years. I knew him as well as anyone. So you were at his funeral? A stain flushed her cheeks. Well, She broke her eye contact as her voice faded. I didn't see you there, if that's what you're getting at. She had me there. To be honest, I still felt pretty badly about not attending Uncle Jeffrey's funeral. How was I to know, out of all his 17 nieces and nephews, he'd leave his entire estate to me? I wasn't at the funeral, I admitted. Well, yes, then I was there, she quipped. I'm not good at picking up on lies generally. I don't lie much myself, and I don't really see the need for it. My mother always considered it my worst quality. But Cheryl had to be lying. I wandered across the room, floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and pulled open the blinds to let the morning sun in. I ran my hand over the deep brown wood panelling and pulled at a bit of flaky wallpaper that hung from the upper part of the wall. It disintegrated in my hands. Did anyone from Moore and Son Funerals call yesterday? I asked. Someone was supposed to meet me here at 10 today, my new assistant. Have you heard anything? Well, if they called yesterday, I would have missed it, she said. I was sick yesterday, migraine. What about the day before yesterday? If it was the day before yesterday, I was away then too. My sister's daughter needed someone to drive her to the airport, and my sister doesn't drive. My voice rose. I couldn't stop it. Well, please get them on the phone for me now, if you would. Thank you, Cheryl. I stood, waiting, chin high. I don't start for another 10 minutes, so unless you want to wait, it really can't wait. Feel free to use this phone, then. Cheryl pushed it towards me from the corner of her desk, flopped a phone book beside it, turned away and opened a magazine. I stared at the back of her head. I'd never been anyone's boss before, but I always thought it would be pretty easy. Telling people what to do had never been a problem for me in the past. This was a test. I was failing. Come on, Pip. You can do this. Gain her trust. Make her feel valued. Cheryl, what can you tell me about Mandrake Memorials from your perspective? I'm just the receptionist, love. Cheryl didn't raise her head from her Women's Day. I forged on. Can you give me a tour of the place? Tell me what each of the rooms are used for. You know, where the morgue is. After you clock on, obviously. Not really. Got to stay by the phone in case that call comes you've been expecting. Gain her trust. Strangle her with my bare hands. Make her feel valued. The sound of my teeth grinding vibrated in my ears. And your employment contract with Mandrake Memorials runs out when? I stared at the giant woman. One thump with that mighty fist would have me in traction for a year. She didn't lower her reading material, but her answer was slow and measured. I've got another 5 years. Your great uncle knew how to look after his employees. 5 years? Wow. Yes, I think I remember that in the settlement. Right. Of course I'd known. I knew every clause in that contract. I'd hoped Cheryl didn't know. But she did, and I was stuck with her. For 5 years. How do you feel about professional development? Don't think there's much point to it, really. I'm going to be retiring when I'm 65. And that is when? In 5 years, love. You're not listening. A tiny knock at the front door silenced us both. I stared at her to see who'd break first. Another knock, louder. She looked at her watch. I didn't budge. She slammed down her magazine. I'll get it. Cheryl stood, towering. The chair squeaked and spun in its release. Her size matched her personality. Huge. You could afford to be obstinate when you commanded such space in a room. I'd never felt smaller. And to think 10 minutes ago I thought I was fierce. Why did I think I could manage a small business, work with staff, communicate with people? I had to fight the urge to get back in my car and disappear. Cheryl flipped on lights as she made her way towards the front door, mumbling under her breath about things I couldn't quite hear. I stood waiting, trying to decide whether to sit or stand, laugh or cry. I massaged my temples as 2 sets of footsteps approached. I could hear their voices, the deep barreling sounds of Cheryl and the other voice, nasally, high and drawn out. Not quite a woman's voice, but not quite a man's. I'd been expecting a middle-aged man, the son and heir of Mr. Frederick Moore, as in Moore & Son Funeral Corporation. Lennon Moore, a fully qualified embalmer, had come highly recommended by his father, who'd also insisted he'd cover the wages of his son for 3 months to help get me started. It was a free gift in recognition of the friendship the business giant had had with my great-uncle. However, the voice coming towards me sounded more like a 12-year-old child. Perhaps it was a neighbour with a welcome fruit basket. I'd heard people did that kind of thing in small towns. I stood and waited and hoped Mr. Moore hadn't changed his mind about the offer. Cheryl entered first, long, large strides only taking seconds to cross the room. Behind her stood a man, tall, skinny as a stick, his face colour and hair colour the exact same shade of strawberry red. He smiled and his lips pulled back so widely I could see his entire set of gums. His eyes, an unstartling light blue, darted nervously from side to side, as if they couldn't quite decide what to settle on. He looked all of 17. Oh God, please don't let this be Lennon Moore. Chapter 2. Hi, I'm Lennon Moore. I'm so pleased to meet you, Pip. His hand flashed out and I shook it slowly. I wanted to ask him how old he was, but kept the urge in check. Thanks for coming, Lennon. I've just arrived myself. Is your father with you? Now, I hoped maybe, just maybe, he was Lennon Jr., grandson of Frederick Moore, and his father, the intended embalmer, was parking the car. Or some such miracle. He looked confused. No, it's just me. I couldn't hold it in. How old are you? His eyebrows lifted under his flattened hair. How old are you? He returned. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, but it didn't flare into the fully fledged gum-revealing expose like before. Cheryl didn't bother to hide her amusement. She chuckled loudly, fanning herself with her women's magazine. I'm older than I look, I said, standing as tall as my tiny frame would allow. So am I, his voice squeaked. That's a relief, I said. You look 12. I'm 27. When I met your father, he said you had experience. Well, I'm a fully qualified embalmer. So you have experience in the funeral industry? Of a sort. I was hoping for a little more than of a sort. Lennon shrugged like there was no insult he hadn't heard before. Cheryl grinned, and I rubbed the back of my neck trying to take it all in. Less than an hour ago, behind the wheel of my car, I'd felt so optimistic. A new start, a new challenge, a new business. Now my teeth were clenched, my fingernails pressed dense into my palms, and my neck needed bracing. Everything seemed to be spiralling, and I didn't have time for deviations from the plan. Your dad is like 70, I forged on, trying to get it sorted in my own head. Yeah? That was all he said. No explanation. Can you help me or not? I asked. Probably not. My eyes stung. I blinked, then blinked again. He didn't elaborate. I don't know what to say to that, I said. He laughed. A falsetto-like giggle, lips back, gums showing, bubbles forming in his teeth. He couldn't look less threatening, like his laughter was some prehistoric defence mechanism used in caveman days to prevent attack by predators. It worked. I found myself laughing with him. Shall we take a look around? He asked. I guess. I needed a lie down. Lennon and I both turned to Cheryl, who leaned back in her chair, crossed her bread-sized ankles, and returned her attention to her magazine. I glanced back at Lennon, and we both shrugged. Cheryl was a force to reckon with, and I would be that force. Just not today. Lennon and I made our way through the hallway. He tripped on something imaginary, and I found a door labelled the viewing room. Reason told me the place was vacant, but the air was thick with history and past lives, and it took all my nerve to open the door. It creaked, like I expected it would, and I eased in, feeling Lennon close behind me. The room sat completely empty. It contained the same wood panelling on the bottom half of the walls, with peeling wallpaper on the top, all in muted pinks and greens, faded and musty. Our shoes left footprints in the dust on the wooden floorboards. A cold, mute morgue sat behind another sliding door. Cement lined the floors and walls, and a hydraulic device with chains hung from the ceiling, giving a torture chamber vibe. There was a full-length set of cream-coloured body fridges lining the north wall, 2 doors high, 6 doors wide. Some were partly open, their silver tray lifeless and still, others closed and secretive. Lennon found the power source and switched the dial to the on position. A dull, low hum settled into the silence, rattled itself awake and resumed a rhythmic pattern. The morgue fridge is antique. I've only ever seen photos of fridges this old. Lennon looked impressed. I wasn't. Antique usually meant unreliable. Great. At least it works. True. All of the rooms were in a similar condition. The chapel, the display room, the arrangement room, filled with vintage furniture of little practical use. It was a far cry from the sleek stainless steel work areas and luxury furniture of Moore and Son Funerals, Lennon's family business. The chapel, I decided, was my favourite room. Stained glass arched windows, long bench seats, 5 chandeliers spaced down the long ceiling, a skylight above the raised pulpit lighting up the space like a beam from heaven. So what do you think? I asked. Can you afford to renovate? He returned. Not really. Then you're screwed. I could afford it. I had savings. I just didn't want to use them for this place. It just needs a good clean-up. I'll pick up a few bits and pieces second-hand, open for business, show a profit, sell. If you say so, he said, absently, as he sat down on the bench seat, picked up a candlestick and twirled it in his fingers. He mistimed the action and it dropped from his hands and fell loudly onto the seat beside him, leaving a small permanent dent in the wooden bench. He rubbed it with his finger and gave me a sheepish look. Something told me he was well practiced at sheepish looks. So, what I need to know is what are the essentials and where I can get them, I asked. I'm an embalmer, Pip. The day-to-day running of the business. That's my dad. But he said you could help me. My dad just wanted me out of the city for a while. I was almost afraid to ask. Why? Look, I'll do what I can. Help you clean up the place a bit. Take stock. I don't need a cleaner. I need a mentor. If you say so. I'm screwed. I sat down heavily next to Lennon and he patted me on the back awkwardly. Take some time to settle in, he said. I'll do what I can and we'll sort something out. This wasn't going to work at all. I'd been tricked. Frederick Moore didn't want to help me as a favour to my great uncle. This was some kind of family thing. He wanted space from his son and he saw an opportunity. I wanted nothing to do with it. I don't think so, Lennon. You should just head back to the city. Apologise to your father for me. I appreciate the offer, but I need to sort this out on my own. I stood and put out my hand. It was hard to ignore the surprise on his face. Was he not getting it? You're of no use to me, I said. Goodbye, Lennon. Lennon's lips peeled back from his gums as he picked up the candlestick again, twirled it again, dropped it again. You're not the first woman to tell me I'm of no use. He laughed in that falsetto way. I mean, look at me. I watched as he chuckled. Not a trace of resentment on his goofy face. He settled back in the bench, relaxed. Patience to me is like insulin to a diabetic. Some people are born with the means to make an unlimited lifetime supply. Others need to artificially supplement what can't be produced naturally. After my morning with Cheryl, I was all out of patience, and with no time to wait until my body could produce more, and with no scientific breakthrough allowing me to artificially inject patience anytime soon, I found my mouth moving while my care factor kicked back and watched. There's a reason your dad keeps you out the back. You could scare the dead with that face. I need you to leave. His eyes dulled, just a little, as his gums slowly retracted behind his lips. He stared a while, taking me in. I wondered if he was going to slap me. He seemed the type to slap. He didn't, though. His smile returned, gums, teeth, the whole deal. Wow, he said. With a sensitivity meter like yours, putting this funeral business together is going to be a hoot. What? You're blunt, aren't you? He kept staring at me. I said I need you to go now. Small business, small towns, be precise. I can't wait to get started, he said. I'll just get Cheryl to show me to my room. Could I get my money back on that damn book? No, I mean leave. I don't need you here. Look, let's give it a week before we make our decision. He stood and began walking. My dad was so happy to see me go. I can't disappoint him now. He left the room without waiting for my answer. I felt a nasty tug in my chest. Parental rejection. I knew the feeling well. Even at 38 years of age, I still couldn't escape the sting of it. I followed him towards the staff room, deflated, unsure of my next move. Cheryl was making a cup of coffee at the sink and stirred it casually as we entered. Lennon didn't wait for an invitation, although Cheryl probably wouldn't have given it anyway. He gently moved her aside and fixed his own cup, opening cupboards, finding his way around the kitchen. Cheryl, he asked, would you show me the residence? I'm going to be staying a while. Coffee spilled over the bench as he stirred in 2 sugars. Sorry, love, no can do, she replied. My knees have had it. Can't manage the stairs. I stared at my watch. I'd been my own boss less than an hour and my number of recalcitrant employees stood at 2. Employee number 1, plenty of experience, won't work. Employee number 2, no experience, won't leave. I'd never wanted to quit more. Chapter 3. I flicked the flimsy lock on the bathroom door while Lennon stood and watched. It was the only bathroom in the upstairs residence, and we would have to share. "Can you fix this?" I asked him. I'm not sure why I agreed to let him stay. Either it was because his dad didn't want him around, or because he carried my entire carload of belongings up the stairs for me. Either way, Lennon was staying. For an indeterminable amount of time. "Sure, yeah, let me just grab my tool belt." His sarcasm gave away more than just his handyman skills. "Also, you should know I'm gay." I shrugged. "Okay," I said, unsure of the relevance. "So a lock on the bathroom door isn't as urgent as you might think." What a relief. "So now that I've carried all your stuff up these stairs, which room can I have?" "The one furthest from mine." I'd chosen the bedroom that faced the street with an alcove above the window. Through it I could see the roofs of the shops across the road, rows of houses 3 wide and beyond to the vast plains of flat paddocks and straight roads. An iron bed sat in the middle of the room, the mattress lumpy and sunken in the middle, but it would do. I wouldn't be staying long, and I'd slept on worse. Every time I moved jobs, which was often, I rented furnished apartments. That way I could travel light. Everything I owned fit in my Ford territory. "What are you going to do with all your uncle's stuff?" Lennon leaned against the doorframe of my new room. I wanted him to leave me alone. I'd appreciated his help with the carrying, but if this was going to work, he needed to learn when to give me space. There was a lot to think about. "I don't know," I answered vaguely. "I'll have to pack it up, I suppose." "I can give you a hand if you like." His voice was so high and eager, I felt old just listening to him. "No, it's okay, I'll do it. You go unpack." "I've only got the one bag," he continued, "and really, I'd like to help you with your uncle's things." Was there an urgency disguised as kindness hiding behind that squeaky voice? I stopped what I was doing and gave him my full attention. "You want to look through my uncle's things?" He jolted upright as if I'd pulled him up by the hair on the top of his head. His lips pulled back in the usual non-threatening position, an expression I was beginning to expect. "Man, you don't hold back, do you? I'm trying to help. That's why I'm here." "Just as long as you don't make me regret this, Lennon." He scratched his arms, his gums still showing, his eyes distant for a fraction of a minute. "Whatever you need, Pip. No agenda." He tapped the doorframe as he turned and said, "I'll leave you to settle in." I woke up next morning, put on a thick robe with woolly socks and sat on the end of my bed planning the task ahead. I hadn't known my great-uncle well, and it was hard to shake the feeling of intruding on his space. I tried to picture him. There was a distant memory of an anniversary party for my grandparents he attended once. A wedding more recently, perhaps, but we always considered him a bit eccentric, living in the sticks, never marrying, separate from the rest of my mother's relatives. It was my mother who'd called me a year ago with the news he'd left me everything. She'd announced it with the usual large helping of disapproval. "Nobody's very happy about it," she'd snipped. "Why not?" A familiar thickness pressed against the inside of my head. Talking with my mother always hurt, one way or another. "You know very well why not, Pip. Just sell it and be done with it." She'd given me a lawyer's number and hung up. Proving my mother wrong hadn't featured in my decision to reopen Mandrake Memorials in any way. None at all. There was no point delaying it. I would need to clear Great Uncle Jaffrey's belongings to make room for my own. It was unappealing, to say the least, discovering the secrets of an old man, locked away, living alone. I cringed at the idea of what I might find, but it had to be done. I opened the first freestanding closet in a wide, fast flourish, then jumped back in case of skeletons, real or metaphoric. There was none. Was I surprised to find women's clothes? Maybe yes, maybe no. Either Great Uncle Geoffrey had a fetish, or a very stylish lady friend a few decades ago. Either way, it was fine with me. They were all in very good condition and easily donated to a charity shop. I piled them in bundles along with some odd pieces of children's clothing, tied them up with string, and built a mound by the door. I listened to music on my phone as I worked to block out any unwanted thoughts about dead people. This place was spooky, no denying, and I hadn't completely made up my mind on the whole hereafter thing. I scrubbed and vacuumed the floor, dusted the furniture, changed the bed linen, bleached the bathroom, and collected a century's worth of spider webs from the ceiling crevices in the hall. I was sweaty and aching and ready for a shower and a lie down when my phone rang, interrupting the music in my ears with its sharp ringtone. It was Cheryl, her voice raised and annoyed. "I need to speak with you now." "Okay," I said. "Just a minute." But she'd already hung up. I dragged my feet down the stairs, feeling every bit like a teenager who'd been called down for chores. "I tried yelling, but you weren't listening," she said. I indicated the earphones resting around my neck. "What's the problem?" "Dr. Finch called, the local GP. He wants to know if you're taking clients yet. He's got a body if you want one. Do you?" "Oh, shit." "Yeah." The fridge morgue was working when I checked it a few hours ago. I might not have everything set up yet, but I couldn't turn work away. I assumed people didn't die all that regularly in a small town like this one. I had to take this job. "Tell him we'll be there in 30 minutes. Cheryl didn't move a moment, just stared back at the face I was trying hard to make look confident. Then, without a word, she picked up the phone, called the doctor, and wrote down an address. "Where are the keys to the hearse?" I asked as I grabbed a jacket with the Mandrake Memorials logo and pulled it on. The sleeves almost reached my knees, but I zipped it up and turned it under. "The hearse? What do you want that for?" I wanted to stand on a chair and headbutt her. "To pick up the body?" "You don't use a hearse to pick up the body," Cheryl explained. "You use the transfer van. And there are no keys because we don't have one. It went to the scrap heap years ago." "So what am I supposed to do?" "Oh, I'll just use the hearse this time." "It hasn't been used in months. I'm not sure it'll start. You've got a big car. Just lie the back seats down, throw down a plastic sheet and use that." My skin prickled at the thought. Carrying dead bodies in my car? My personal car? "All right. Where's the stretcher?" "There's only the one in the mortuary, and the legs are stuck in the upright position. Won't fit in your car. Take some sheets from the cupboard. You'll have to carry the body out by hand. Make sure you lay one on the bottom, one to wrap, and one to cover, in case it's messy." Messy? I raced up the stairs, 2 at a time, and put my head in Lennon's room. He was sitting on the bed, computer on his lap. "Hey, we got a pickup. You right to go?" Just so you know, I've never done a pickup before. You understand I'm an embalmer, right? All other aspects of the business are as foreign to me as tampons. Just so we're clear." "Oh, God, with any luck there'll be no blood. Let's go." Chapter 5. I got Lennon to drive so I could Google body pickup procedures on the way in the car. I only hoped it would be as easy as it seemed. Put sheet beside body, roll body onto the sheet, carry body to the car. How hard could it be? I might be small, but I'm strong. Stronger than I am fierce, which isn't that fierce, as proven earlier. Cheryl would have given us verbal directions to the location of the body, but it was 5 minutes to 5 o'clock, and she spent those minutes explaining the importance of work-life balance instead. She couldn't possibly stick around to help after work hours. The house was 10 minutes out of town, just off the main Mandrake-Clonstein Road, between an orchard and fruit shed. It may have been the original farmer's house a long time ago, but now it was rusty and leaned into the ground on one side. An iron water tank lay broken to the side, the twisted guttering that had once provided water poking out in a dangerous and unfriendly way. Grass grew high all around, green turning brown, and I tried not to think about snakes as I carried my collection of cotton sheets to the house. Lennon stayed close behind me and knocked into my back when I stopped suddenly. He didn't need to ask why I'd stopped. He could smell it. The whole world could smell it. It was a solid wall of putrid in the shape of transparent air. Oh God, something died. Lennon let his head drop on his neck and gazed at me from under his eyelids, like he'd never stated the obvious before. I mean, it must be a dead animal. That smell couldn't possibly be human, could it? I said this with my hand over my mouth, scared I might be able to taste the horror on my tongue. Lennon didn't speak, too afraid also to open his mouth, I guessed. He covered his entire face with both hands. I took another step towards the house and the smell, if at all possible, intensified. Yep, it was definitely coming from the house. I couldn't believe it. Surely something so vile, a smell that imprints on your brain like a tattoo, couldn't come from a person. Holding the corner of a sheet over my face, I entered. There were two men, a police officer and another man with a clipboard and plastic gloves standing in the corner, speaking quietly behind white face masks. They looked up as we entered and I nodded, not ready to open my mouth. I hoped they had more of those masks. I scanned the room. The lounge area was quite small. Just a 3-seater sofa with overused sunken cushions, a footstool, a dusty lamp, a stack of old newspapers on the floor. A small coffee table sat beside the sofa with a blank sheet of lined paper, an envelope, a biro, and an empty glass. No art on the walls, no photographs, no memorabilia. Everything was brown. Old, dusty and brown. The exact image of a derelict, broken-down, poverty-stricken home with one notable exception. An enormous, brand-new 100-inch curved screen state-of-the-art television. Even more interesting was an unusual round heap on the floor, covered in a flowery flannel sheet. "Thanks for coming," said the older man, his voice muffled behind the mask. He had thin, grey speckled hair and metal-framed glasses. His eyes smiled kindly. It was the exception rather than the rule when I could look another human in the eye without raising my chin. This guy was only an inch or two taller than me. "I'm Dr. Bart Finch. This is Senior Constable Darrell Patterson." The police officer was in uniform and as tall as the doctor was short. "Welcome to Mandrake." I shook hands with both men, and the doctor handed us a white mask. "I'm Pip Lesses, the new owner of Mandrake Memorials, and this is my colleague, Lennon Moore." I snapped on the mask, knowing I would be grateful to the doctor forever, and made a mental note to add disposable masks to the collection kit. "This is a pretty standard transfer, Pip. 79-year-old male, Mr. Lawrence Johnson, died of natural causes. We estimate he deceased close to 2 weeks ago, considering the level of decay." Level of decay? Alarm bells. Decay equaled unsanitary mess. Did I have gloves in the car? Why wouldn't I bring gloves? Rookie mistake, Pip, rookie mistake. I glanced over to Lennon, whose face was as white as mine felt. I didn't want to ask. I hated asking obvious questions, and incompetence wasn't a label I liked to dress in, especially when the doctor was staring straight at the pile on the ground under the sheet, and the answer was as clear as a pile of, well, flesh. Still, I had to be sure. "And the location of the body is—" I moved my neck towards him like a turtle, willing him to finish my sentence. "I think that might be Mr. Johnson there on the floor, Pip." Oh God, no. He must be broken. Was he curled up in a ball when he died? The doctor looked up at the police officer and shared a brief moment. Then they both turned to me. "When someone dies out here and not found for a while, the smell tends to attract the wild animals. Foxes, dogs, feral cats. They have a feed, drag the body around, pull it apart. It's never a pretty sight. There's not a whole lot left, to be honest with you. You bought a body bag, right? I told Cheryl on the phone it would be needed. I didn't want to look unprofessional in front of these guys. I would make this work. But Cheryl definitely did not instruct us to bring a body bag. Not a problem, I nodded confidently. We've got this covered. Dr. Finch looked relieved and scribbled a signature on his clipboard, then handed me a copy of the death certificate. Johnson didn't have any family and wanted to be cremated, so you might get a quick turnaround on this one. Oh, okay, a quick turnaround, sure. Like I knew what that meant. I thanked him for the work and handed the document to Lennon, who folded it and put it in his back pocket. I cringed as the paper slid into place against his bottom. Did I mention pockets are the most unnatural, unhygienic storage contraption in the world? You put your hands in them, your unwashed hands. You put money in them, mints, phones, balls, wallets, purses, receipts, any number of filthy man-handled items. Some people like to hide their hands in their pockets, bulging at their thighs, as if we didn't really know they were there. Some people scratch themselves, thinking they're undercover and no one can see in their pockets. They're a cesspool for contagion and corruption, and I can't stand them. Don't ever ask me to use pockets. I won't buy clothes with pockets. If we were meant to put things in pockets, we would have pouches like the koalas and the kangaroos. I must tell Lennon about my rules on the use of pockets at work. Now wasn't the time. Senior Constable Patterson said, "Just pull the front door shut behind you when you leave. We'll leave you to it." We stared after the doctor and police officer until they'd driven away. Finally, Lennon looked across at me and I at him. He had a smile on his face behind the mask. Not the happy kind, but the fearful, please let this be a dream kind of smile. No point sugarcoating it. I didn't bring any gloves. No! He spun around on one leg and barreled into the kitchen, opening cupboards and drawers, searching. It wasn't much of a kitchen, built in the 1960s and never updated. I didn't like Lennon's chances. Most of the cupboards were empty. Barely a scrap of food anywhere. No fridge, a broken stove, and a microwave that must have been off one of the original assembly lines. Let's just take a look. Maybe it's fine. The body has been ravaged by animals, Pip. It's going to be like a plate of raw barbecue meat in there. You want to touch that with your hands? Calm down. We'll manage. Let's take a look. Then, if it's too bad, we'll drive back into town and pick up what we need. Maybe a couple of sets of tongs and a spatula. I don't like it. You work on dead bodies all the time, Lennon. What's the matter with you? Bodies, yes. Meat scraps. I'm beginning to see Lennon may be a little ill-suited to his chosen career. Was that why his father was so keen to donate his services free of charge for 3 months? I moved the coffee table aside so that I could spread one of the sheets down beside the body. I figured if this was going to happen, then it needed to happen quickly. Lennon, go and open the rear of the car, pull the back seats down, then come back and help me lift. He handed me a set of tongs, shone his faded blue eyes on me like a puppy, and sprinted from the room. I lifted the sheet just a little. A new wave of putrid air struck me, and I had to blink away the sting in my eyes. The flowery sheet would have to stay. I tucked it up and under as best I could and tried to disassociate myself from what I felt on my hands beneath the layer of sheet. I rolled the mass over onto the clean sheet with very little effort, covering as I went with sheet after sheet. Once I had the body and all the bits onto the bottom, I rolled the corners into the sides and waited for Lennon to come back to help me with the lift. That wasn't so bad. I'd studied biomedicine at university for a short time before I dropped out, but the dead bodies I'd worked on were always refrigerated in sterile laboratories. It never smelt like this. Still, it was a relief to know I could handle this part of the new job without puking. Better than my fully trained colleague, anyway. He still hadn't returned. "Lennon, I need your help," Yeah, I'm here. I've just been watching from over there. Nice work. Watching, eh? You did good. Like some help to lift him into the car? The cheek of him. If it's not too much trouble. No, happy to help. We each took 2 corners and lifted easily. Lennon walked backwards out of the house and to my car. The sun had set since we'd arrived and it was almost dark. Lennon had the headlights on so we could see our way through the long grass. The lights shone through the front yard, trees and fences lit in the distance. And with no sound but our footsteps and the odd cricket, I was glad I wasn't alone. The body fit easily into the back of my car. The desire to wash my hands before I touched anything else, including the back door of my car, overpowered all else, and I returned to the house to find a tap that worked. There wasn't any soap, so I wet and shook them dry several times before I was satisfied. I closed Mr. Johnson's front door, closed the rear door of my car, then climbed in where Lennon waited in the passenger seat. The smell had a life of its own in the confines of the car, and we wound down the windows, put our heads at an angle, and like dogs, held our faces to the fresh air as we drove away. We drove in silence for a couple of minutes, me thinking how I'd totally nailed my first test, Lennon probably thinking how close he'd come to getting his hands dirty. The sound of movement in the back, a sliding pressure across a cotton sheet, had me confused. It must be the wind from the window. We both ignored it. Dead bodies, in that kind of condition, didn't move. I wound up the windows and kept an eye in the rear view mirror into the back. A slow ridge of movement rose and fell under the white sheet in the back. No mistake. My foot involuntarily landed on the brake and the car stopped with a jolt. Lennon turned to face me, his eyes wide. Simultaneously, we turned, our necks craning over our shoulders to confirm the impossible. Nothing happened. The sheet didn't move again. Of course it didn't move. Dead people don't move. Especially not Mr. Johnson. He was a jigsaw puzzle of a man. He was dead, I tell you. We couldn't stop staring, though, and nothing happened. Then it happened. The sheet rose, quickly this time, forming a teepee, then flattened. Not an arm, or a leg, or a hand, but something. This was no ordinary body. We watched, stunned into inaction. If Mr. Johnson was coming back to life, which was a completely ludicrous concept, but if Mr. Johnson was rising from the dead, he was going to have a pretty hard time putting the pieces of himself back together. It was dark outside but for a pinch of colour on the horizon, and there was nothing but black road in front and behind us. No other cars, no houses, not even a blasted cow in a paddock. We were alone, me and Lennon, with a pile of moving body parts in the car with us. We reacted simultaneously, scrambling for our seatbelts, and leapt from the car. At least, I leapt. I was 20 metres from the car, standing on the road in the headlights before I turned and realised Lennon wasn't with me. He was letting out a series of horrible squeaks, not a full scream. I assume he didn't want to startle Mr. Johnson. In his panic, he couldn't release his seatbelt. I didn't want to go back. Only a crazy person would go back. It was a textbook case. Zombie Apocalypse Handbook, Paragraph 1. If you have a head start, run. Don't look back. But could I leave a man down? That body was coming to life. There was simply no other explanation my brain could entertain at that moment. And who was I to know if it fed on people? Live people. "Lennon!" I screamed. "Come on! Help me! Help me!" he replied in a squeezed feral sound. Have I ever been so scared in my life? Probably not. I'm a rational person. I pride myself on it. A scientific mind, a scholar of truth and probabilities. But this was outside my realm of possibilities. I could hardly hear Lennon over my own breathing now. He'd given up on the belt and was just throwing himself at the door, backwards and forwards like a nutcase. Okay, so it turns out I'm not a total deserter. I had to save him, but I had a decision to make. Should I run like a madwoman, screaming my most fierce pitch and tearing at the car like I planned to lift and throw it over my head in a show of human strength? Or should I sneak up slowly and catch Mr. Johnson by surprise? I decided on the latter. Lennon had stopped thrashing around now and lay forward, whimpering. If at all possible, he looked even more scared at my approach than he'd been before, trapped in the car with the undead. I reached him, my fingers to my lips in a silent gesture as I unclipped his belt. Easily, I might add, and helped him free the arm he'd managed to tangle in the process. I whispered, "Are you okay, Lennon?" I wasn't sure he would be able to walk. He looked pretty sick in a comatose kind of way. "Lennon!" I had to get him away. A wild, guttural wail began to rise, louder and louder. I had to put my ear to Lennon's mouth to see if it was him. It wasn't. Maybe it was me. Had I totally lost it? I closed my mouth tight. Nope, not me. It must be Mr. Johnson. The white sheet began thrashing about in all directions, and the snarl grew longer and higher, matching the dance of the hidden paranormal beast. Should I put the interior light on? Maybe that'll stop it. Zombies don't like light, right? Saying the word zombie out loud made it all seem a bit real and a bit funny at the same time. But we weren't laughing. Lennon found his voice, shaking his head. "Just vampires." Oh, great. I flicked it on anyway. "Come on, let's go," said Lennon as he grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the door. "It's getting out, Pip. Come on!" It's true. The thrashing was making headway, and pretty soon Mr. Johnson, or some part of him, would be out from under that sheet. Then what? Should we lure him out of the car, then try and get back in and drive away, leave him here to haunt the cow paddocks of Mandrake for centuries to come? Too late. The sheet flipped back. A black, furry, four-legged creature with eyes glowing in the light, and as frightened as Lennon, maybe more, leaped up onto the headrest of the passenger side seat, clawed a foothold, then flung itself out the door and into the night. Just like that. A cat. A feral cat. Either Mr. Johnson had reincarnated himself as a feral cat, or a cat had snuck in when we'd left the back door open, probably attracted by the smell, and got itself caught up in the sheets. I'm not prepared to say either way. I wished the feral cat theory had entered my mind 30 seconds ago. Lennon started laughing first. That infectious, high-pitched giggle I was growing to like. Then it turned to a deep, shoulder-jostling laugh, and I joined him. I hooted. He hooted. I held my aching stomach, and so did he. He fell on his knees hard on the road, then rolled onto his back, his legs in the air. Long waves of hollering. Soon I was fighting for air, unable to make my lungs fill, too busy crying with the deepest relief of laughter I'd ever remembered. I fell across the bonnet of the car, my arms splayed, knocking my head on the cold surface, trying to resume a pattern to my breath. Once we finally managed to settle down to normal, one of us would try to speak, and the words would be so high-pitched we would start collapsing all over again. I'm not sure how long we were there, but we were interrupted by a truck's headlights bearing down on us in the distance, and we eventually peeled ourselves back into the car, fastened our seatbelts, which sent us spitting with laughter again, and headed back to the morgue. Chapter 7. It's not unusual to feel disorientated waking up in a new bed in a new place. But waking up today was like nothing else on earth. If hell had a smell, then this would be it, on a bad day. It was almost a funny thing to discover at such an early hour of the morning that smell could indeed travel through 2 rooms, a corridor, a flight of stairs, another corridor, and into a room without the door closed. Or was the memory of yesterday's pickup so firmly welded to my brain that there was no smell at all and it was just a dream? I put my hand over my nose and filled my lungs, held it, jumped out of bed, and ran down to the morgue without taking another breath. I grabbed a mask and wrapped it around my nose and took another gulp of air. It wasn't much better. There could be only one reason it smelt this bad. I checked the gauge on the mortuary fridge, hit it a few times to be sure, Thought about kicking it, but didn't, given the length of my legs. I hated antiques, truly I did. Without a reliable fridge, we wouldn't be able to accommodate Mr. Johnson. If I could smell it upstairs, it was sure to have made its way down the main street of Mandrake. Senior Constable Darrell Patterson would be here in no time, demanding an explanation. My reputation would be lost before I'd even begun. I turned the dial off, then on again. Sure, the technology was 50 years old, but the off-on method of repair might have worked back then too. Who was I to age discriminate? Don't let me down, old girl. It shuddered itself awake, chugging like a coal train, struggled, slowed, stilled. I watched the gauge, willing it to rise. Tell me it's not true. Lennon had woken and stood beside me wearing checked blue pyjama bottoms and a t-shirt. He still looked half asleep and used his hand instead of a mask. Are you any good at fixing refrigerators? He shook his head. Know any good refrigerator mechanics then? He smiled. I wish. I think we should transfer the corpse into a body bag, I suggested. That will help a bit, right? It's going to be hot today. Hot for spring, anyway. Great. I rubbed my forehead and eyes with my fingers. I needed a solution, and this was no time to be orthodox. What if we buy a heap of ice and fill the bath? Pop the body in that. Maybe. Well, the fridge in the kitchen's quite big. Maybe if we took all the shelves out and... Ugh! This is so messed up. I could call my dad. They could have air-conditioned collection vans here in 3 hours. Take Mr. Johnson to Melbourne. I don't want to lose this job. I need it. What's the procedure here? Dr. Finch said there was no family. If there's no one to discuss the service with and no one to finalise arrangements, can't we just cremate him today and then have the service later once it's organised? I mean, does that ever happen, do you know? Lennon's light blue eyes started darting from side to side. I really have no idea. So should we do it? I don't know, Pip. I guess, given the circumstances, the body's so messed up and all, it's not like there'll be a viewing. Yeah, that's what I think. I have the death certificate. The police agreed he died of natural causes, so no autopsy. If we cremate him today, put his ashes in an urn, we can advertise the service for, say, a day or two. I can't see a problem with that, can you? Actually, I could see some major problems with that. But that smell. The smell messed with my brain and overpowered all rational thought. Want me to call my dad just to check? I should call his father. Sensible idea. Double-check procedures. But the smell. I might die of inhalation before I could finish dialing the number. I'm sure it's fine. You heard the doctor say Mr. Johnson had requested cremation, right? Cheryl's got the paperwork sorted. Let's just do it. Okay. Lennon clapped his hands together, his white lashes wide around his eyes in relief. Let's do it. There's just one thing. What's that? Do you know how to start the crematorium? Cremating a body is easier than you might think. It strikes me as too easy. You'd want to be pretty sure of yourself before you dial that baby up. It's an irreversible action, that's all I'm saying. Turns out, my cremating machine worked a treat. We laid Mr. Johnson on the slab respectfully, in a shape that looked as much like a human as we could possibly manage, cranked up the gas, and lit the furnace. A triumph. Cheryl rolled in a bit before 11 a.m. She didn't get much sleep the night before, apparently, bad back, and seemed surprised we didn't know about the necessity of gloves, masks, and body bags for a collection. She belligerently showed us the cupboard with the elbow-length, heavy-duty gloves and filtered air masks. It took a few hours for Mr. Johnson to complete his, tropical journey. In the meantime, I set about organising a service. An announcement would go out in tomorrow's local newspaper, the Mandrake Press, and the memorial was set for 2 p.m. the day after that. An afternoon event was essential, given I would need Cheryl to assist, and I couldn't guarantee she could make it to work any earlier than noon. I couldn't guarantee she'd make it at all, but there it was. I made a mental note to read another book about working with difficult employees. Maybe leave it lying around. Hell, maybe even show it to her and say, "Check this out, an entire book written about you." I dressed in old shorts and a t-shirt, ready to scrub a decade's worth of grime and neglect from the chapel and reception areas before Mr. Johnson's service. I expected it would be hot and dirty work and needed all the help I could get. "You want to go home and change into old clothes before we start cleaning?" I asked Cheryl in an overly optimistic voice. She glanced down longingly at her office chair and magazines, nodded slowly, then silently stood and walked out the back door. 4 hours and 45 minutes later, she arrived back, still dressed as she was before. "I don't really have any manual labour type clothes. Better that I stay here behind the desk." Now was a good time to set some boundaries. Now was the perfect time. This couldn't go on. I'd been vacuuming, mopping, moving furniture, polishing, dewebbing and scraping back wallpaper for hours. My hair stuck to my face. My legs were brown with dirt and drips of sweat drew lines down my calves. My back ached. My eyes stung. My nose ran. I didn't have an ounce of grit left in me. So I just stared, consciously closing my mouth as it gaped, and gave her the briefest of nods, desperately hoping it was more like a "I'll be back" kind of look than a "You're totally screwing with me and I'm useless to resist" lame-ass look. Lennon spent the day cleaning out the morgue and viewing room, doing a stock take on the equipment and making a list of what I needed to buy. He did a good job of getting rid of the smell. I don't know how, but I don't really care. Cheryl, and I swear it was the only piece of work she did all day, located an urn for us to use for Mr. Johnson. By then it was 5 p.m. and she left for the day. "How many chairs do you think we should put out for the service?" Lennon asked, lying flat on his back on the ground. It was hot and stuffy and this place wasn't air-conditioned. Just like me, Lennon was exhausted from the cleaning and I felt an overwhelming rush of appreciation. "Lennon, I'm so glad you're here." He leaned up on one elbow from his position on the floor. "Pip, you saved my life yesterday." His voice cracked and I laughed. "I mean it." Surely he wasn't serious. "Don't be ridiculous," I said. "A feral cat couldn't kill you." "Okay, sure, it wasn't a zombie apocalypse, but you didn't know that. You came back for me. I might have strangled myself with that seatbelt if you hadn't." I didn't know what to say. I hadn't given it another thought, other than to remember how much we'd laughed. My belly still hurt. "Did you see the look on that cat's face?" I said, changing the tone of the conversation. Talking about feelings made me uncomfortable. "I know, like it was somehow our fault. Stupid cat." "Yeah, stupid cat. Hey, you ever had a strange experience with dead bodies before, Lennon? Any unexplained stuff?" "No, never. Don't really believe in it. I've grown up in the industry and I've seen nothing to make me believe otherwise." "So who is it you talk to when you think no one's listening?" "What?" His face blushed even more orange than usual. "Today, when I came in to see how you were going with the inventory, you were talking to someone." "No, I wasn't," Lennon quickly replied. He scratched at his arm nervously. "Yeah, you were, quietly under your breath." "I was singing, probably." "Really? You sing?" "Huh, yeah, all the time. Love it." I called his bluff. "So I was thinking about a song for Mr. Johnson's service. You Raise Me Up by James Blunt is a popular choice. Maybe you could sing that," I grinned. He sat up and feigned a diva pose. "I'm very private about my singing, actually. It's very personal." "Of course, I understand." "I appreciate that." "Anyway, thanks for your help today," I said again. "I'm really grateful." Well, you can show your appreciation by letting me have first use of the bathroom, said Lennon as he slowly stood. I leapt up and out the door in a millisecond. I might not be fierce, I might not be strong, but by God I'm fast. Lennon's lanky body was still taking the stairs when I slammed the bathroom door shut and yelled, "I'm not that appreciative!" I decided on 10 chairs for the service. It's a tricky thing to estimate. Too many chairs spelt apathy. Not enough chairs gave the impression of poor organisation. Do numbers at a funeral measure a person's influence? I made a quick mental calculation of who might be at my funeral when I die. 10 chairs would be generous, I should think. I didn't expect Cheryl to be there, for one. Dr. Finch arrived early, an hour early. I hadn't even had a chance to change into my one good, sympathetic but serious 2-piece suit. "Nice to see you again, Pip." He shook my hand and gave me a warm smile. "You too," I answered, leading him to a seat in the chapel. "You're a little early. Do you mind if I leave you here for a moment while I get changed?" "Yeah, please, go ahead. I just wanted to ask if you had a time frame for the—" He stopped walking and stared at the urn placed on the small table at the front of the chapel. I'd found a lacy old-fashioned cloth and arranged flowers around the urn. I was really happy with the results. Hopefully the doctor had paused mid-sentence because the sheer beauty of my arrangement had taken his breath away. "Surely that's not Mr. Johnson in that urn," he pointed. "You told me he wanted to be cremated. You said explicitly—" "Lennon was there. I'll go get him. I swear you told me." Oh God, was I not supposed to cremate him? No, he was quick to reassure. "You're quite right. I did leave instructions for cremation. I'm just so surprised you managed to get all the paperwork through PHSAU so quickly." Something in my stomach dropped, heavy as a stone. PHSAU. What the hell is PHSAU? Could it be Pip has seriously asked up? PHSAU? I ask him. Public Health Service Area Unit? I nod and mouth an O shape, but no sound comes out. "It usually takes a couple of weeks to get trustee approval," the doctor continued. "You must know someone in the department. I'm impressed." Holy shit. Trustee approval? Well, that's a relief. I put my hand on my chest in fake consolation. Secretly, bile acid rose in my throat. I swallowed it down. "Well, you said cremate. You also mentioned he had no next of kin, so I got straight on it. The paperwork, that is." Damn Cheryl. She'd been in the job 39 bloody years and she didn't tell me I needed trustee approval to cremate the body. "And you ran the request for next of kin obituary in the Melbourne papers?" "Oh, of course." "What?" "I take my hat off to you, really." "Well, thanks, Doc. I appreciate you calling us with the job." "Would I be able to get a copy of those trustee approvals, just so I can add them to my files? Mr. Johnson was a patient of mine. Normal procedure." "Not a problem. Just let me get changed and I'll get right on it. Would you excuse me a minute?" I walked away and then ran down the corridor into the staff room. "Cheryl, are you here?" When no one answered, I took the stairs 2 at a time, calling out for Lennon as I ripped off my jeans and t-shirt and threw on my skirt and shirt. Lennon appeared at my door as I slipped on my long, periods of standing, sensible height black shoes. He was dressed in a suit that hung off him in all the wrong places. The waist was too big, saggy fabric around his butt, necktie a ghastly green colour. His complete opposition to stereotype made me like him more than I expected, which made this next question hard to ask. "Lennon, can you help me forge some documents?" "Here, let me have a go." Lennon's pen had been hovering over the page for over a minute. I pulled the form from under him and scribbled a nondescript signature across the authorisation line and dated it yesterday. I used another pen to sign my own signature and then turned it over so I wouldn't have to look at it. Lennon hadn't seemed comfortable impersonating a government official, and who could blame him? It wasn't in my nature either. Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, we don't know for sure you'll lose your license. There might just be a fine or an inquiry or a reprimand. This is just to get Dr. Finch off my back. Once this is over, I'll send in the paperwork and they'll never know the difference. There's no autopsy, so as long as the doctor doesn't find out I've stuffed up, there shouldn't be a problem, right? I spun around like a shot rabbit. Dr. Finch? Have you been there long? I heard everything. Right. I waited for him to respond. To tell me he was only joking, he hadn't heard a thing. To tell me he hadn't just learnt the new funeral director was a brazen criminal. But he said nothing. Sorry about that. There wasn't anything else to say. I screwed the counterfeit document into a ball and threw it over my shoulder. Dr. Finch began to rock forward and back from his heels to his toes. The crease around his eyes deepened and I turned to Lennon, who took a step closer beside me for support. Bless him. The way I see it, said the doctor, you have 3 options. 3? I could only think of 2. Beg him not to turn me in or throw myself under the path of an oncoming hearse. 2 options, neither very appealing. You can go ahead with the fake form option, send in your account, and if they notice the discrepancy, hope they don't take your licence away. I nodded, unsure if it was a threat or a casual observation. Or you could admit your mistake and hope they don't hit you with a hefty fine for negligence. I hated fines. I always followed the rules. What had got into me? This wasn't normal behaviour. You mentioned a third option? Yes. He continued with the foot rocking for a while, and a memory of an elderly doctor who treated me as a child flashed into my mind. Dr. Brookman wore waistcoats, had a permanent stethoscope around his neck, and lollipops in a jar. He could always make me feel better when I was sick. I had that same feeling right now with Dr. Finch, a sense that everything would be all right. I waited. And I waited. The feeling passed. Finch kept staring over my head as if the elusive third option was on the far wall. Dr. Finch? Yes? The third option? Yes. The third option. What is it? My hands cramped from clenching. Don't let me down, Dr. Finch. Lennon leaned in. Dr. Finch? Dr. Finch stopped rocking and folded his hands behind his back. Do nothing. Huh? Nothing? I echoed. Nothing. Nothing? Asked Lennon. I won't say anything if you don't. I know you're just starting out and sometimes mistakes happen. I'm not going to punish you for that. I don't understand. Well, the death is registered. Daryl and I already filled out the death certificate. You only need to fill out the Section 738A forms if the deceased has no next of kin and no estate or will. Doesn't Mr. Johnson qualify for both of those things? Yes, but the purpose of the 738A is to appoint a trustee to make decisions on behalf of the deceased, like whether to cremate or bury, where and when to hold the service, that type of thing. And I've already made those decisions? Correct. So what you're saying is if I don't submit the application, you won't tell? Yes. That's very kind. I said it more like a question, like I was waiting for the catch. There was always a catch. There's a catch, he said. Oh boy. Yes? You won't get paid. Oh. You see, the trustee also authorises the PHSAU to pay any costs incurred by the funeral company. If you don't apply for the 738A, you don't get paid. What about assets? Johnson rented his house. He had unpaid gambling debts. There's no estate to speak of. A vision of the 100-inch curved screen television with full cinema surround sound flashed through my head. Maybe I could get the television as payment. Now's not the time, Pip. Be sensitive. Sure, it sounds crazy having to remind myself to be sensitive. I'm a work in progress. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your support. Now let's get this service started, shall we? There are a lot of people here to say goodbye to old Laurie. A lot, you say? Like how many? I'd only ordered enough sandwiches for 10. That's why I came looking for you. We're going to need a lot more chairs. The funeral celebrant had arrived, a man of nondescript religious persuasion found under funeral service speaker in Google search. He'd driven from Clonstone. Now that I was paying for everything, I wondered if I could have managed without him. He was chatting to the crowd of people sitting in makeshift rows. They'd helped themselves to the chairs, unstacking them and arranging them unevenly throughout the room. Not a straight or evenly spaced line to be seen. My first funeral service, and it was already an unorganised mess. Maybe I could offer to pay the celebrant's petrol and send him home now, officiate myself. I could do it. How hard could it be? There was a book of things to say at funeral services. I'd found it in a drawer somewhere. There wasn't going to be nearly enough food for afternoon tea. Cheryl had been vague when I'd asked her how many she thought might come. I don't know, love, she said. Could be 10, could be 150, could be no one at all. If only I'd added the 3 responses together and taken the average. I ran upstairs and grabbed some cash and found her. Please, Cheryl, could you run down to the bakery and ask if they can deliver more sandwiches and cakes within the hour? Just get whatever you can for 200. I wish I could, but I'm attending the service, love. You're kidding me. Old Laurie Johnson, oh yeah, known him all my life. Can't not pay my respects. You'll have to go yourself, love. You worked for my great-uncle for 39 years and you didn't attend his funeral. My sister's husband's father needed a kidney and... I ignored her and ran back to the chapel, realising too late my speed didn't exactly match the sombre mood of the event, and skidded to a stop. I plastered on my most sensitive, serious face and made my way to the front left-hand side of the pulpit to stand beside Lennon. He spoke out of the side of his mouth. Are you putting that face on purpose? Holding a sympathetic face was much harder than I'd supposed. I wished I'd had a hand mirror to check it. Just watch the frown lines on your forehead. You look like you could commit murder with that expression, Lennon warned me. I'm going for sombre and sensitive. Try for serene and unflustered. I arranged my face as best I could. Okay, just look blank. Whatever. It's all gone to shit anyway. I took a long breath in and let it out through my teeth. Why, what's wrong? I'm not going to have enough food. Don't worry. I've taken care of it, he whispered, acknowledging a couple as they walked past us. We can go to the Bluey for the wake. What's a Bluey? The blue pub on the corner, near the roundabout. Lenny indicated the direction with his head, his funeral face unchanged as he continued to nod solemnly to the mourners as they found their chairs. You know, none of this would have happened. The numbers, the forms, the process, if Cheryl had just done her job, I said, leaning into him. Yeah, she's a problem. An elderly lady walked up to Lennon and he took her hand and held it in both of his, offering his condolences with Oscar-worthy serenity. He took her to a seat, then stood beside me again. I can't afford to buy out Cheryl's contract, I continued. Not if you keep having to pay for other people's funerals, he agreed. Although it was good of Dr. Finch, don't you think? Yes, it was good of the doctor. But now I owed him. And I didn't like owing anyone. Chapter 8. The service was short. The celebrant, who had never met the deceased, ran out of condolences after 3 minutes, and when he called on the congregation to speak a word or two about poor old Mr. Johnson, not a single person remembered or was prepared to share any anecdotes or fond character traits. There were long silences, uncomfortable coughs, and frequent wristwatch checking. There was no crying, no tears, no dramatics. This was my first service as an undertaker. It should be special. It should be memorable. It should be reflective. After all, I was paying for the damn thing. My decision to speak came from nowhere. Not a natural-born public speaker, I usually shunned the art. And I say art because that's what I think it is. Not everyone's good at it. Public speakers fall into 3 categories. Those who are born with a natural gift, those who work at it and manage adequately, and those who should never use a microphone or stand in front of any kind of audience under any circumstances. I sure don't need to tell you which category I fell in. I don't know what compelled me to speak. Not enough recent disasters to remind me of my failings. Whatever the reason, it's enough to say I was caught up in a moment of passion, what with a new business, a new challenge ahead, and a room full of people just waiting for inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please have your attention? It was an unnecessary way to begin, as I already had their full attention, simply by approaching the microphone. I was the most interesting thing happening in the room. I didn't personally know Mr. Johnson, but I'm very certain he would be humbled by the number of people here today at his service, and I thank you for coming to pay your respects. A mumble of agreement spread through the room. Success. Maybe, just maybe, I'd found a form of public speaking I could be good at. My name is Pip Lessis, and these are my colleagues Lennon Moore to my left, and of course you know Cheryl Whitehorse. At Mandrake Memorials, our aim is to provide a professional and sensitive service during your most difficult of times. A few encouraging nods, an uncrossed arm or two. I had this. The passing of Mr. Johnson is a timely reminder of the fragility of life and the necessity of thinking about the future and being prepared. For this reason, we'll be putting together a prepaid funeral package, a number of different options for every budget, and you might like to really seriously consider coming and prepaying your funeral. Mr. Johnson didn't have that opportunity, and imagine how much nicer this occasion could have been if he had done so. Of course, with the gambling debts, maybe it really wasn't an option for Mr. Johnson, but for so many of you without addictions, I'm sure it is. So think about us when you think about your next funeral here at Mandrake Memorials. Okay, so I got a little caught up in the moment. I didn't notice the sideway glances and shuffling feet until Lennon began barreling towards me and nudged me away from the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, as Pip mentioned, I'm Lennon Moore, and Kevo has asked me to let you know that there'll be an extended happy hour at the Bluey from now until 6 p.m. tonight in honour of Laurie, and also $10 palmies for those who want to stay for a bite to eat. The announcement settled the congregation like a fire blanket, and many started to rise before Lennon finished speaking. Again, thanks for coming. See you there. Those who hadn't already got to their feet did so now, and there was an organised rush to the door, everyone speaking at once, happy to be released from the confines of their silent display of sorrow. I shouldered Lennon from the microphone and spoke over the din. Open normal business hours 5 days a week. One lady near the front turned and screwed up her nose, as if she could still smell Mr. Johnson. She wasn't looking at the urn, though. She was looking at me. Lennon reached across and covered the microphone with his hand. What are you doing? He whispered loudly. Do you have any sense of subtlety? I'm seizing an opportunity. This is a business, after all. These people are mourning. No, they're not. Look at them. They can't wait to leave. I moved Lennon's hand so I could make one final announcement. Would you mind stacking the chairs back in the corner where you found them? That would be great. No one picked up a chair. A small group of young women turned to give me a nasty scowl. Lennon shook his head and headed out the east door. I followed him, talking to his back as he walked. It made perfect sense. I had a room full of people. I had a product to sell. It seemed like great timing to me. Lennon circled around out the back and to the front door as people spilled out onto the footpath. Cheryl, Dr. Finch and the celebrant were there, greeting people as they left the building. Lennon joined them, shaking people's hands, thanking them for their attendance. I stood beside him in the line, People worked their way down, but no one shook my hand. I waited. I introduced myself. I put my hand out, but people moved away before they reached me. Snubbed. 3 days in this town, and already I was snubbed. Not Lennon. They loved him. His gummy smile, lips drawn right back, bubbles escaping between his teeth. Lennon they shook hands with. Me? Nothing. After a few minutes of being ignored, I shoved my way through the oncoming crowd and began stacking chairs into the corner one by one. No one came to help, even though a few people were still milling around the doorway. So maybe I shouldn't have used Mr. Johnson as an example of what not to do. Was that it? Was that why they hated me? Or had Cheryl been saying I was incompetent and laughing at me behind my back? Why did so many people come to a funeral when they didn't really seem to care anyway? I didn't understand this town. I didn't understand these people. Nothing new in that, I supposed. I didn't understand people in general. I was hot and cranky by the time Lennon joined me. I'd almost finished stacking the chairs. Lennon, tell me this. Mr. Lawrence Johnson had all sorts of gambling debts and no assets to his name. So how did he afford that big screen TV? Cheryl came over and watched as we stacked the last of the chairs. I don't know, Pip, he said. Look, I got to go. Can we talk about this later? He didn't look angry. He didn't even scold me. He spoke like nothing had happened. Where are you going? To the wake at the Bluey? Did you want to come? Cheryl shook her head. I wouldn't. I didn't want to anyway. But I didn't like Cheryl saying I shouldn't. Maybe later. I have a few things to finish up here. You go ahead. Okay, we'll see you later. Lennon and Cheryl left, shutting the front door behind them. The silence wrapped around me like a soft pillow. I needed the quiet, to think, to recover, to ponder the question as it circled around and around in my head. Where did I go wrong? Chapter 10. I tucked my feet under my legs on the couch and surveyed my preparations. Season 2 of Breaking Bad, check. Pyjamas on, check. Wine in an ice bucket, wine glass, both in arm's reach, check. Monster pack of potato chips, check. Unopened box of white and milk chocolates, check. Plate of cheese, salami and crackers, no vegetables, check. Remote control, check. Lights off, check. Phone on silent, check, but probably unnecessary. Since leaving my last job, I could count on one hand the number of calls I'd received. I liked solitude, and now I was getting what I wanted. It was a habit, I supposed, to quieten my mind with television. I loved the peace it gave me. No thinking about my life, other people's lives, the world, the universe, being. Watching television meant absorbing myself in another place, where nothing was demanded of me, where my mind stopped spinning. When things were crazy at work and I couldn't get my head straight, I'd hide away in a season of some television series until I was ready to enter the world again. It was my meditation, my drug of choice, my brain-numbing escape. I was well into episode 3 before I heard the front door. Only 3 days of living with Lennon and I could recognise his steps on the stairs. Light, quick, and more often than not, a small stumble that he either corrected or missed and fell onto a knee or shoulder. I silently hoped he headed straight to his room. Company was the last thing I wanted. He found me in the lounge and sat beside me without a word. We watched the screen together a while. He rattled the chocolate box, searching for a piece to eat. There wasn't any. It made me smile a bit. He waited until the credits rolled on the screen before he spoke. I see you took the rest of the afternoon off, he said. At least I didn't spend it at the pub. You know I was working, don't you? If that's what you want to call it. You messed up. A lot of people felt you disrespected the dead today. Not a great reputation to have in this business. It felt like I was being scolded by a younger brother. I crossed my arms and dropped them on my lap, sorry for myself. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm generally not good with people. Lennon's voice became gentle. You're going to have to learn. Small towns have long, unforgiving memories. Huh? You know, I thought this job would suit me. I thought dead people would be a lot more lenient with their judgment. Working with dead people is such a small part of the job. Most of it is working with the living, and they tend to be pretty vulnerable when a family member dies. The most used tool in an undertaker's toolbox are tact and sensitivity. Did you really just mention tools and a toolbox? Yep, I did. Just because I don't use them doesn't mean I don't know what they are. I smiled at the image of Lennon working with tools. Tact and sensitivity have always eluded me, much like you and handyman skills. You can work on it? I doubt it. I'll help you, said Lennon, as if a lifetime of faux pas could be easily reversed. He refilled my glass and went to the kitchen for more wine. My mother always said I couldn't be helped. She'd tell her friends, her work colleagues, anyone who'd listen, that I was born without the friendly gene. She'd delight in telling the story of how, as a toddler at playgroup, while all the other kids played noisily together, I'd be on my own, building and knocking down blocks just to see how they'd fall. There's no point inviting friends over, she'd say to me when I begged her for a playdate. You'll either ignore or upset them, and I'll be left explaining to the poor kid's mother. I think she was worried she'd be tarred by association. Lennon returned with his own glass of wine, and I tried to make him understand. Lennon, this is who I am. Trust me, if making people like you could be taught, I would have enrolled in the subject by now. Lennon stared at the blank television screen a moment. When he spoke, his voice was small. If you don't try, Pip, fast forward 30 years and, well, you'll be Cheryl. What? I sat up and twisted my body to face him. Lennon went on quickly. She's unfriendly. No one in town likes her either. That could be you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm nothing like Cheryl. She doesn't make an effort to be nice. Well, I make an effort to be nice. I can't help it if it comes out wrong sometimes. I slouched deeper into the cushions. I want you to understand, Lennon continued. Insensitivity gets worse as you get older. But I am who I am. I believe in honesty. There's a difference between honesty and tact. It hurt, really hurt. Not because he was right, because he probably was right. It hurt because I didn't really think I had it in me to change. I've spent a lot of time trying not to care about what people think. Now you're telling me I have to care? And I have to make them like me? If you want to still have a business in a year? I covered my face with my hands and spoke through my fingers. This whole business ownership is not what I thought it would be. It's not rocket science, Pip. I have a science degree. Rocket science would be easier. Lennon continued. The power of a smile, when to speak, when to stay quiet, patience, how to listen. I know you can do it. You've just never been taught how. This is where Lennon had it wrong. You can't learn those qualities. You're either born with them or you weren't. End of story. I'd have to quit the funeral industry. It seemed the only logical solution. I can't be taught. Just promise me you'll try. His pale eyes stopped their usual air hockey and rested on me, still and imploring. I tucked my legs back under and spread my blanket over the pair of us as a peace offering. Lennon, what would you have chosen as a career if you hadn't gone into the family business as an embalmer? Well, dead bodies creep me out and I can't stand the sight of blood, so just about anything else. So what the hell are we doing here? I don't know. I really don't know. He picked up the remote and turned to the next episode, pressed play, and slouched down beside me. Chapter 11. Thump, shriek, thump, shriek. I had a spreadsheet list of expenses so long my finger was chafed from scrolling the length of it. Thump, 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 shriek. Income this month, 0. Thump, 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 shriek. Expenses this month, 6,978. I skipped back to the to be purchased list and tried to allocate them into 2 columns, those that could wait a while and those that could wait a bit longer than that. No matter which way I looked at it, this was going to cost me. Thump, 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 shriek, bang! That was it. I snapped my laptop shut and stomped towards the front door. What was with all the noise? Was someone standing outside hitting sheet metal with a hammer just to mess with my head? Or was it some kind of avant-garde soundtrack to my bleak financial future? I threw open the door, looked left, looked right, then left again. Temporary fencing lined the building next door, blocking pedestrians in both directions, and a metal advertising sign the size of a small truck was being attached to a wooden frame above the window. 2 men in yellow fluorescent shirts worked, alternating between a nail gun and a drill, fixing the sign in place. Thump, thump, shriek. What are you doing? Okay, it was a stupid question. I knew exactly what they were doing. Conspirators in the plot against me, that's what they were doing. The sign read, Whitechapel Funerals. Logically, I knew the men in yellow fluorescent were just doing their job. They weren't my actual problem. But their noise, combined with every financial and emotional worry I was carrying at that moment, meant they would bear the brunt of my wrath. I frowned so hard I could hear it. I threw up my hands and stared hard until they noticed me. They didn't stop, but tapped their protective muffs on their ears and pointed in the direction of a black car parked to the side. I sent a glare that could cut glass as the driver's door opened and a man climbed out. At first, all I could see was his head and shoulders. Black hair, deep brown eyes, round cheekbones, curving into a square chin. I felt my hardcore glare abandon me. Damn my traitorous face. Just when I'd thought there wasn't a single attractive man in this town, there he was, moving in slow motion towards me. His lips curved slightly upward as he approached, and the thump-thump shriek faded away with my anger into the background, replaced by a sweet orchestra that swelled in my ears as he rounded the side of the car. I devoured him with my eyes, his face, his chest, his shirt, his thighs, his... The orchestra ground to a halt. His ankles. I saw his ankles. The tailored, dark navy suit he wore fitted every piece of him. Across the shoulders and waist, no creases, no saggy bits. A masterpiece of suiting excellence. That is, except for the bottom of his pants, where the hem should have been. Instead, it was several inches too high and flapped around his lower calf. I could see the top of his socks and a small amount of skin. I forced myself to look up to those chocolate eyes again and tried to forget what I'd seen, tried to hear the music again. It was gone. Reality hit hard when he held out his hand and introduced himself. I'm Jaimes Everest, owner of Whitechapel Funerals in Clonstone. My handshake changed to a finger point. As of Whitechapel Funerals, the owner of this sign? Yes, that's right. Thump. Shriek! 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 I yelled over the noise. Why are you putting it here? Advertising. Why? Whitechapel Funerals was 40 kilometres away. What was the point of installing an advertisement right next door to me? Oh, shit. He's taking my clients. You can't do that! Look, I understand you're just starting out, but it's nothing personal. This is business. Clonstone has 50 times the population of Mandrake. You must have people dying all the time. Why can't you leave my area alone? Oh, that's not how it works. What about good ethics? Do you know how they work? To think I'd felt sorry for this guy because of his short pants. Now those short pants just added to my outrage. This is a joke. Who gave you permission to do this? The owner of the building is renting me the wall space. This town had it in for me, no question. Look, who do you think has been servicing this town over the last few years while Mandrake Memorials was closed? Let me guess, you? I just want to remind the people of Mandrake they have a choice, that's all. It's only a sign. You're the one here, in town. You've a much better chance of pulling customers than we do, if you do it right. That was it. I couldn't stand it. Lennon had been working so hard to teach me about tact. Take a breath before reacting. Think it through. I could be tactful now, but it sure as hell wasn't my default position. Right now, I was in default. At least I can manage to wear my pants low enough to not show my socks. He opened his thin lips to speak and then closed them. Shriek! 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 The fluorescent waistcoats were on a roll and the noise showed no signs of stopping. Besides, this guy had invested some serious money on this sign and its installation. A few protests from a small woman in proper length pants wasn't going to change his mind. So I snubbed him instead. I turned and walked away, with vague plans in my head to graffiti the sign with a penis and balls at the first opportunity. Lennon met me on the way in. What's going on? See for yourself. I thumbed in the direction of the front door and went back into my spreadsheet to resume my misery over the numbers. Zook! 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 Would I get no peace today? Great Uncle Geoffrey had left me the building and the business and it was mortgage-free. But the cost of modernising the equipment and paying Cheryl's wage was taking all my savings. At the current rate of spending, if I didn't get some clients soon, I would need another job to support this one. In less than 3 months, Lennon would be gone and I'd need to start paying someone for the embalming as well. Things needed to turn around. And I sure didn't need Captain Shortpants stealing the few dead people we had here in Mandrake. With a population of 8,000, I needed someone to die weekly in order to stay afloat. I would need to start poaching clients from other outlying towns. Maybe I could play Shortpants at his own game. Steal clients from Clonstone. Now that would be the bomb. I'd love that. But how? I couldn't even convince the locals to come here, let alone anyone else. A point of difference. That's what I needed. A reason why clients would come to me and not someone else. Yep, that was it. Then I could kick this guy's ass. It was a lovely dream. Voices distracted me, one high-pitched, one low. Surely Lennon wasn't inviting Captain Shortpants in. I think you met James, Pip? I hated Lennon. I gave them both a half-smile. Yes, we met under the mammoth sign advertising his competing funeral business. Lennon walked over to the kitchenette, ignoring my comment, and turned on the kettle. We're having coffee. Would you like one? He asked as he pulled 2 mugs from the cupboard. No thanks. James was telling me about the new collection van he's just purchased. He's selling one of his old ones. Lennon gave me a meaningful look. No way. There's no way I'm buying that man's cast-off. James's phone rang and he moved to the back of the room to answer it. I grabbed Lennon on the arm and whispered, What are you doing? This guy's the enemy. He's trying to ruin me and you're making him coffee. I found an old jar of instant coffee powder, hard and faded, and handed it to him. Here, use this. Lennon ignored me and used the fresh jar. Don't be too quick to dismiss your competitors, Pip. They can be your closest ally. And you need a cheap van that's set up for collection. This is perfect timing. James's voice grew louder on the phone, sounding agitated. He ran his fingers through his hair and turned his back to us. We'll need to talk about this when I get home, James said through gritted teeth into the phone. Put your teacher back on. I couldn't help but feel delighted someone was making James as miserable as he was making me. Lennon must have read the happiness on my face, because he frowned back at me, wanting me to stop it with his eyes. I rolled mine in return. Lennon was 10 years younger than me, so why did I feel like the child half the time? I watched as he loaded sugar onto a teaspoon and knocked the edge of the cup with it, spilling the contents onto the bench. He used a cloth to wipe the sugar into his hand and in the process knocked the cup over, tipping milk onto the floor. Lennon might be able to make friends better than me, but at least I could make coffee without needing a mop and bucket. I headed into the chapel and stripped wallpaper for an hour, hoping Captain Shortpants would be gone by the time I returned. No such luck. He was on the phone again, still agitated. Lennon sat on the sofa alone, James with his back to us, his voice low but tense. I whispered to Lennon, "He's still here." Lennon nodded, like he thought the answer was obvious. "How did you go with the van negotiation?" Lennon's eyes sparkled. "So you think it's a good idea now?" "No. I wondered how much, that's all." "I don't know. He keeps getting interrupted by phone calls." "Problems at work?" I smiled, hoping it was so. "No, I don't think it's work." James ended his call and addressed Lennon. "Listen, mate, I've got to go. My 14-year-old's been giving the math teacher a hard time. My daughter is convinced he's incompetent, which he probably is, but the principal is calling a meeting. Thanks for the coffee." James stopped speaking when he noticed me. "Pip?" "James?" "It's been great meeting you both. I wish you the best of luck with the business. Hope it all goes well. I'll send you that car evaluation when I have it. Bye." His eyes flicked over me dismissively and I wanted to slap him and his short pants. "Thanks, James. I appreciate it," said Lennon, shaking the man's hand. They both waited for me to say something. It was my turn, apparently. But what should I say? James put out his hand and Lennon gestured with his eyes for me to take it. He wanted me to be nice, to shake the man's hand. I ignored his hand and grabbed a blank sheet of paper from my desk, picked up a pencil and began scribbling numbers. I folded it once and handed it to James. "Give this to your daughter." James opened and closed the paper without a word, gave me a strange look and left. "What are you doing?" Lennon's voice rose higher than I'd ever heard. "Can't you just shake hands and say goodbye like a normal person?" "You wanted me to say goodbye? Oh, I didn't pick that up. I thought you wanted me to say something nice." "Oh my God." "What?" "Whatever. I think he's okay, Pip. I liked him. You should give him a chance. It can be handy to have a friend in the business." "That's why I have you. One friend is more than enough." Chapter 12. "You have to come." Lennon followed me around as I tidied the office kitchen. "I'm not coming," I said. "You have to," he said, his hands in the air. "I've got us on a team and it wasn't easy this late in the draw." I poured a large glass of wine and took a long sip. "I don't care. I don't play darts. I've never even picked up a dart." Lennon moved his face close to mine, trying to make eye contact. "This whole town centres around the Friday night darts tournament at the Bluey. It's a great way to meet some of the people here. You have to come." You have to understand the concept of personal space, I thought. "I'm not coming." He threw up his hands again and almost knocked my half-emptied wine glass. "Come on, Pip, I don't want to go without you," he pleaded. Why don't you go alone? Everyone loves you. We've been here less than 4 weeks and you know everyone already. You don't need me. Over his shoulder, I watched Cheryl stuff one of the brand new colour-coded notebooks I'd just purchased for the office into her handbag, along with 6 pens, a corrector, a metal ruler and a stapler, and head to the door. She noticed my stare and said, "What? I'm the official dart scorer. I'll bring this stuff back." How could I argue with that? Except now, instead of having a set of 12 notebooks for each month of the year, I would have 11. I'd have to head back to Clonstone and get another one. It had been tough walking through the stationery store, wishing I had the finances to outfit an entire office space with sleek, clean furniture and new technology. Having a set of colour-coded matching notebooks was my only consolation, and Cheryl was taking that one thing away. I could tell her to put it back. That's it. I'd just tell her to put it back. Cheryl, that notebook is part of a set. Can you take this instead?" I handed her a 99-cent exercise book. Her face hardened. "No. This suits me better. I'll replace it if it's that important to you." She was out the door before I had time to answer. Crap. "Pip, I think you'll like these people. Come on, it'll be fun. What are you going to do? Sit here and watch another entire episode of Breaking Bad? Mess up your secret collection of Rubik's Cubes and solve them? Write endless lists of things you have to do? Come on, Pip." How did he know me so well? "I don't do social groups, Lennon." "Well, you better get used to it. That's our job. Or you're going to go under." That was harsh. This is so unfair. Think of it as part of your training. He dragged me out the door. It took less than a minute to walk there. The blue brick was, for real, painted bright blue. It sat on the corner of the only intersection on the main street, overlooking a roundabout with a dry water fountain. Inside you could see the age of the building, 40s or 50s, still with the original carpet and lace curtains. It smelt like beer, stale cigarettes and fried schnitzel. There was nothing hip or trendy, clean or slick about this place. This was a country pub in every way. There were 2 rooms, the bistro and the main bar. As we made our way past the tables, a hand up the back waved us over. "Hey everyone, this is Pip. How do you feel about her joining the team?" My toes curled up in my shoes. Lennon had tricked me, made me think my spot on the team was assured. I pinched him on the back of his arm discreetly. He squeaked in pain and tried to disguise it as a cough. Does she play netball?" "Oh my God, I hate netball. I'm the girl who always got picked last, always. In gym class, Scylla, the girl with only one arm, used to get picked before me. That's how bad it was. The netball girls were the first of a long line of friendship cliques I never managed to be a part of. "Sorry, netball's not my thing." I swiveled and sped towards the door. A loud chorus of, "You're in, it's okay, come back," turned me around. I was in? Really? Oh, it was a test. And I passed. I sat down in a seat, pulled out by a very large, grizzly man who introduced himself as Griffin Hammerstein. He managed the technical department at Mandrake High School and pointed out to me the table of teachers closer to the front of the room. "We might all work at the same place, but I'm not really one of them. I prefer it over here." Griffin introduced Boyd Royden, tall and skinny like Lennon, but blonde and blue-eyed. Boyd lounged back in his chair, his legs spread wide like he was trying to prove how comfortable he was in his environment. He spoke with a thick Aussie drawl and worked as a bank teller at the local Vic State Bank. Henny Harris sat at the other side of Griffin, looking smaller than she really was due to his sheer mass of weight. Pretty and petite, she had long dark curls and lovely brown skin. After saying hello, she sat quietly and watched the room, checking the time on her wrist at regular intervals and taking tiny sips of her white wine. Lennon went to the bar for drinks and I scanned the room. There were about 15 tables, all packed with locals. "Shall I tell you how the competition works?" asked Griffin. His voice was deep and unrushed. Something about him put me at ease a little. "Sure." "Great. Okay. Well, the team to beat is the council workers, the group under the window. See 'em?" There were a group of men and women dressed in office suits and ties, all except for one guy who wore a high-visibility shirt. "Sure. And the team next to them?" "That's the business owners team. Technically, you should be in that group, you being a business owner. But they're probably full, so they didn't ask you." "Yeah, that's probably it." We both knew the truth. I appreciated the lie, though. "And the team in the Lorna Jane outfits between them and the teachers?" "That's the netball team?" We finished the sentence together and laughed. Lennon returned with the drinks and I held my breath as he put the tray onto the table, slowly removing one drink at a time. Something was up. In the short time I'd known him, he'd not once carried a single drink without a spill, let alone an entire tray. He concentrated on his task so carefully. Who was he trying to impress? So, mate, welcome to the Misfits," said Boyd, who nodded his thanks to Lennon for the drink and poured half of it down his throat in a show of masculinity. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and burped. "The Misfits, huh? Sounds right." I laughed heartily. Finally, a place I belonged. "Nah, that's the name of our team. The Misfits. We're not misfits." "Shit. No, of course, I didn't mean..." I sneaked a look at Lennon. All his work teaching me tact and sensitivity out the window in less than a minute. He would be mad. He wasn't. He was smiling. They were all smiling. "Gotcha. Of course we're misfits. Mate, look at us," said Boyd, pointing as he spoke. "Lennon's a ginger accident on legs. Griffin's fat. Henny's foreign. You're as sensitive as a jet plane engine. And me, well, I'm a stud muffin, actually. Not sure why I'm here. Maybe it's because of your tendency to overcompensate," said Lennon. Boyd looked genuinely confused. Griffin interjected. "Anyway, so we're playing fourth." "Right. So what are the rules?" I asked. "What do I aim for?" "The dartboard. It's that little black disc on the wall over there," said Boyd. "Who's hungry?" asked Griffin, standing. We stood in line at the bar to order our meals. I recognised the owner of the pub from Mr. Johnson's service. Kevin. He looked busy, competent. He made small talk with the others as they ordered their food. He took my order and money in silence. I smiled and thanked him and received a dismissive nod in return. Some of the other teams ate in the bistro, some in the main bar. Some teams mixed with others, some didn't. Our team returned to our regular table. When our meals arrived, everyone stood and left. I didn't follow. I knew where they were heading, and I wanted no part of it. Henny was the only one who noticed. "There's a salad bar in the bistro," she said. "You have to help yourself." "I don't eat salad." She didn't question it. She shook her head in understanding and sat down beside me. Once the others returned, she went for her own salad. Nobody noticed the gesture but me. She didn't want to leave me, new and alone, in a hostile room. "They have vegetables as well, not just salad." "No, I don't eat vegetables either." "Oh." "Or fruit." Griffin, whose plate of chicken parmigiana was mounded high with salad, looked up and said, "That's impossible. You're tiny." "It's true." "So what do you eat?" "Potato, meat, chocolate." "You must exercise." "Nope, I don't exercise." "I hate people like you. I eat vegetables and look at me." I guess your metabolism is really shitty. He stops his fork in mid-air. Why? Because I'm fat? Damn it! I would never make friends in this town with my mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Griffin smiled as he resumed chewing. Gotcha. Wow. A group of people not easily offended. These were my type of people. Hey, I saw Lawrence Johnson's name up on the notice board. Did you see him in here often? Only on pension day. He'd sit here all day and spend every cent on the races. Really? Do you think that's how he won his television? What television? The brand new 100-inch curved screen TV at his house. Lennon pointed a fork at me. Pip, I think that's breaking some kind of client undertaker privilege discussing the contents of his house. Oh, okay, sure. I didn't realise. Henny had to leave by 7 to pick up her 9-year-old, so she played her darts early and left. While the 3 boys chatted loudly about some science fiction movie, I watched the room. Cheryl sat alone by the darts board at her own scoring table. Players gave her their scores and she entered them into the notebook. They didn't stop for small talk. She was mostly ignored. So, Lennon thinks that could be me in 30 years. What had Cheryl been like at my age? Did she have any dreams beyond this town? I had to force myself to look away. A few people were betting on races and AFL games, and Kevin had to juggle serving between the bar and the TAB. I watched him closely, fascinated. There were 2 cash registers and he juggled the 2 like a champion athlete. Pip, time to go. Boyd patted my hand on the back to get my attention. Let's play some darts. I threw my first round. 1 hit the board, 1 hit the windowsill, and 1 passed through the top of Cheryl's hair. If there'd been an apple on her head, I would have nailed it. You'll get the hang of it, don't worry. This is why I don't play netball. I'm not good at sports. I didn't feel so bad after Lennon shot his darts. His first throw hit the 9, his second scraped his shoe, and the third skidded along the ground and hit the wall backwards. I was amazed he hadn't put a dart through his hand or an eye. Our team mostly kept to ourselves, except for Lennon, who spoke to just about everyone. No one talked to me, not even Cheryl when I nearly hit her with the dart. She looked at me like I'd done it on purpose. Maybe, on some level, I had. I was playing my final round when it happened. We'd all had a few wines, and no doubt so had the netball team. They were all younger than me. Some looked fresh out of school. Their voices rose over the din of the room, but it was hard to say if their conversation was just passing or for my benefit. Regardless, I heard it. Shit, she plays darts like she runs funeral services. They all laughed carelessly. She won't make it 6 months. No one will hire her. She should go back to where she came from. I ignored them. Inside my head, I imagined tossing my curls dramatically over my shoulder and snarling, "If you don't shut up, you'll be needing an undertaker sooner than you think." But the real-life me, the scared, hide-in-a-corner version of me, pretended not to hear. Confrontation was never my thing. Lennon watched, concern flooding his eyes, unsure how I might react. We both knew this was a small town and I had to play it smart. The netball team were nasty, but they were probably right. I wouldn't last long. I'd be lucky to last the weekend. I ignored them and walked to our team table, my 3 teammates at my side. Griff patted my hand and Boyd winked his approval. "You did good, Pip," said Lennon. "If you'd argued, you would have lost." I nodded. I could get used to this, being on a team, being supported. I liked it. As the game finished up and the players went home, the noise of the room dulled. Lennon sat tearing up coasters into paper confetti, while Boyd talked about girls at work. "So, what do you think? Would you date a client?" asked Boyd. Lennon's head rose slowly from his drink, a mixed-up expression on his face. "You're kidding me, right?" Boyd's forehead creased. "What?" he asked while the rest of us sneered. Griffin had to explain. "Lennon's clients are dead, Boyd. You idiot." "Oh, yeah." Lennon spoke in a small voice. "I wouldn't date a girl, if that's what you're trying to ask me." Boyd blushed to his knees and hurried his reply. "That's not what I meant. I didn't mean, okay, I get you. Say no more." Lennon tried to smile, but it came out an awkward, lopsided expression, his anguish unmistakable. "Anyone for another drink?" I half slurred, half spoke, standing up shakily. My head spun. "Nah, mate, I gotta go," said Boyd as he lumbered to his feet. Lennon stood as well, too quickly, and his chair tipped over. In his angst to right the chair, he fell over the legs and grabbed the table to steady himself. Boyd's instinct was to catch him, and his hands flung out, holding Lennon's arms. They rested there a moment before he dropped them, then suddenly and deliberately, his eyes darting around the room. "You're a clumsy ass," he spoke loudly, his accent thick with fake masculinity. The tragedy on Lennon's face cut my heart in two. Boyd picked up his wallet from the table, put it in his back pocket and walked out the pub. Griffin silently patted Lennon on the back, nodded goodbye to me and followed Boyd outside. Lennon sat down quietly, swallowed the rest of his drink, put the confetti of coasters into the empty glass and rubbed his leg where he'd hurt it. I didn't know what to say, so I sat silently and waited. "I want to go home now," Lennon said eventually. I stood and looped my arm through his, and we walked outside together and onto the street. The alcohol hit me out in the cool night air, and I struggled to walk in a straight line. Lennon held on, and we staggered in silence together for the short walk back, stopping when we reached the front of the competing Whitechapel Funerals sign. I didn't know how to ask gently, so I just came straight out with it. "Lennon, are you trying to sleep with the straight guy?" Chapter 13. Lennon answered slowly, drawing out each word like a conspiracy. "I'm not sure Boyd is straight." "You're kidding me. But the way he talks about girls." "It's a complicated process, coming to terms with your sexuality. He's just not very far along in the journey. Having me around, well, it's confronting for him." I squeezed Lennon's arm and he squeezed back, giving me a familiar, wide-gummed smile. It was a brave gesture. I wish I had his strength. "Lennon, I'm not sure I can make this work. You heard those girls tonight. I'm not cut out for small-town life." He nodded but said nothing. "If I get out now, I could sell the property, pay out Cheryl's contract and move on." He nodded again, but this time unlocked his arm from mine. "Who's going to buy it, Pip? Every third building along the main street is vacant. It's the only way to get out of Cheryl's contract. Or we could stay." I didn't miss the "we" in that statement. But the risk was mine, not his. I'd need to draw on my savings and take out a loan to buy the equipment we needed. I'd need to sell my car to buy a collector van. I'd need to commit to stay. Just the idea of it made me want to run inside and pack. I've had dozens of temp jobs in the last 18 years. As a lab tech, I've travelled the country, working in high schools, hospitals, research facilities, forensic labs. I like the challenge of a new workplace. I like the anonymity of a new workplace. When you're new, and Pete from forensics doesn't ask you to his housewarming party, it's expected. When you've been working with the same people for a year, and almost everyone gets invited to Chris and Joshua's wedding, and you don't, it's time to update the resume. There was always another job to go to. I was a good worker, a hard worker. My ability to problem solve helped improve efficiencies in dozens of workplaces. It wasn't unusual to be headhunted into my next job. Bosses liked me. Colleagues, not so much. Moving on was always easier than staying. If I invested in Mandrake Memorials financially, then this job would go from being a short-term project to a long-term commitment. I'd have to stay indefinitely. Sure, Lennon was on board now because he's only known me for a few weeks. What happens when he realises he can't change me? Lennon, I like my freedom. Having choice. If I commit financially, I'm stuck. Maybe being stuck in one place is what you need right now, huh? I can't possibly see why. Exactly. Could I do it? All my instincts said to leave. But an unfinished challenge was hard to turn away from. And turning Mandrake Memorials around from this position was a mighty challenge. Tell me what to do, Lennon. He sat on the curb facing the street and brushed the gravel aside in a spot for me to join him. What made you want to try this business in the first place? He asked. Why didn't you just sell it? I wrapped my arms around my knees and considered it a moment. I thought the job would be quieter, less people-orientated. And now? Well, I have to be nice all the time, don't I? It's stifling. Some laughter echoed down the street and 3 men tumbled from the bluey doors. Lennon looked up expectantly and watched them disappear towards the car park, then brought his attention back to me. So you want to quit and go where? Back to your old life? Sure, why not? I said more brightly than I felt. I got another job to go to. Relationship? Friendships? They're hard, Pip, for everyone. They take time. I stared up at more stars than I'd ever remembered seeing before. The sky seemed bigger here, rural living's one redeeming feature. I'll end up hating you and everyone in this town. I won't let that happen, Pip. Like he could stop it. I have no tolerance for people long term. Maybe it's time to learn? I twisted around to stare at him. Why are you fighting this so hard? You're only here for 3 months. You already have your funeral empire. Your future is set. Why do you care about this place? He turned from me and looked up at the white chapel sign. It was a few moments before he spoke. I feel a part of something here, he said. I don't have that at Moore and Son. I didn't know what to say to that. Lennon stood and put his hand out to help me up from the curb. Do you know the real reason he sent me here? He asked. I shook my head. He thought if I spent some time in the country it might knock some of the gay out of me. I looped my arm back through his and felt an overpowering urge to protect him. Well, that's just sad, I said. I'm sorry. I squeezed his arm tighter. Lennon smiled, resolute. Don't worry about this town, Pip. You're the girl who saved me from post-apocalypse zombies. Feral cat. So I know your heart is good. Underneath all this self-doubt, you care. I've seen it. Let me deal with the people of Mandrake, Pip. It won't be long before they see you like I do. You just concentrate on finding a way to make money from this business. I thumped the advertising sign above us. What about Captain Shortpants? What are we going to do about him? He won't be a problem. We just need to make our service better than his. How was I going to do that? Speaking of Jaimes Everest, continued Lennon. Captain Shortpants, yeah. He told me why his pants were so short. Really? Do I care? His suit was brand new, Hugo Boss, wool, expensive. He needed the pants hemmed because they were too long. And what happened? He was going to have them professionally altered, but one of his daughters, his 12-year-old, insisted on doing it for him. Really? Idiot. The needlework was perfect, the hem straight and evenly pressed. and yet they were 4 inches too short. He wore them anyway. Okay, that's kind of sweet. Lunatic. Ruined a $500 pair of pants. Unbelievable. He wasn't angry though, just resigned. Lennon gazed at the sign like he dreamed of having such a father. I think he's okay, Pip. Whatever. All the alcohol in my system told me it was time to go to sleep. I wasn't arguing with alcohol. I didn't want to think any more tonight. I certainly didn't want to be thinking about Jaimes Everest. I'm going to bed, I said, heading inside. Hang on, Pip. So what will it be, quit or stay? I'll have to think about it, I said over my shoulder as I dragged my feet up the stairs. Lennon followed me to my room. When? Tomorrow. I fell onto my bed. It took him a while to answer. Okay, tomorrow. Good night. Or maybe the day after that, I said, face down in my pillow before falling promptly asleep. I woke up convinced someone was outside hammering up another sign, but as I pulled myself up, I realised it was just the pounding of my head. I shuffled into the upstairs kitchen and poured myself a long glass of water. I can't remember the last time I'd drunk so much. The tip of my tongue traced along the edge of my teeth. Did I even clean them last night? I drank the glass, refilled it, and decided more sleep was required. I pattered back to my room just as my phone rang. I threw myself across the bed to answer it. Hello? My voice cracked. What time was it anyway? Pip Blessus, this is Dr. Bartholomew Finch. Dr. Finch, hi. I sat up straight in bed and cleared my throat. Excuse me, hi. Are you available for another collection, or should I call Whitechapel? Damn Whitechapel. I hated to give James the work, but I hadn't made up my mind yet. Or had I? Did I decide last night? I couldn't even remember. Stall. I could do this one pickup and work it out later. Yeah, give me the address. I shuffled down the corridor and knocked on Lennon's room before barging in. I assumed he'd still be asleep, but he was sitting on the floor surrounded in dozens of open notebooks, all old, all handwritten. What are you doing? Lennon's body didn't move, but a flash of guilt crossed his face. I found these, Pip. They're your uncle's journals. I thought I might be able to find something in them, a reason for you to stay. You found his journals? Lennon stared down at the books in his lap. Yes? When? He hesitated like he was thinking up a lie. I found them the day I moved in here. They were in those drawers over there, but I didn't get them out until this morning. It sounded reasonable. So why did he seem so weird? Do you mind if I take them? Of course, I'll pack them up now. Thanks. Hey, the doctor called. We have a collection if we want it. Lennon began scooping up the books and putting them into piles. So you've made a decision? I shook my head and a sharp pain stabbed behind my eyes. I rubbed my temples. My mind refused to make its mind either up or down. No, not yet. I stared long and hard at him. He really wanted me to stay. I couldn't remember the last time anyone wanted anything of me that badly. Until I do, there's no point turning down work. I stood quickly, resolved. Can't let that service fee for the refrigeration mechanic go to waste. I'll go turn on the call room. You get dressed and bring the hearse around. We'd better not keep Dr. Finch waiting. Lennon flicked back his lips, showing his gums, and I returned the smile, which made his lips pull back even further. I met Lennon downstairs 10 minutes later. Jaimes Everest just sent me a text. He's coming over. What? Why? He didn't say. Well, tell him we're busy, I said, my head still thumping despite the painkillers. We've got bigger problems. What, bigger than the morgue fridge still not working this morning? Oh, no, really? Well, the hearse won't start either, said Lennon. But it started yesterday. We bought a new battery. Damn it. Lennon shrugged. Crap, crap, crap. I growled under my breath and headed back to the morgue to wriggle the wire on the fridge thermometer again, like the mechanic had showed me. Lennon followed me. We'll just have to take your car again, Pip. My car still stank from Mr. Johnson. No. Well, how will we get the hearse started? We can push start the hearse. It's manual, right? Have you ever done that before? Sure. It's just a matter of getting enough momentum and putting it in gear. Or so I'd read. Lennon pushed the hearse so hard I thought his eyeballs would pop out, but still it barely moved an inch from the carport. So we both pushed. It moved slowly at first, then very, very fast, picking up its own momentum down the drive, resulting in Lennon clawing at it to stop and me running alongside the car trying to stunt jump inside the driver's door without falling beneath the wheels or splitting my body in two. Metres from a parked car, I stamped down the clutch, threw it into gear, slammed on the brakes and revved the accelerator until I had that baby purring like an old black morbid kitten. I grinned wildly. Lennon came puffing up alongside my window. "What the hell was that?" "Get in," I said in my best action-packed movie voice. "We've got a body to collect." Chapter 15. We drove slowly down the narrow street, as was befitting of a hearse. There were no road gutters this far from town, no footpaths. The houses were on large blocks and a long distance from each other, all timber, all old. Finding the house was easy. Dr. Finch sat on the veranda waiting, his leather bag at his feet, the paperwork in his hands. He stood and greeted us as we parked in the driveway and crossed to the front door. "Thanks for the call, Doctor. We appreciate it. Who do we have?" "This is Neil McKinley, 79 years of age, died in his sleep." He signed the death certificate and handed it to Lennon. I was almost afraid to ask. "Time of death?" Sometime yesterday." Phew. There was a good chance Mr. McKinley would still be in one piece. "His family inside?" "Wife and 4 kids died 40 years ago in a river accident. Never remarried." "Any extended family?" "None that I know of." Not again. "Power of attorney?" "Daryl's performed a search but hasn't found a will yet. He'll check with Grafton and Carrick, but there's a good chance there isn't one. But Neil owned his own home, so there'll be an estate." I stifled the urge to fist pump. "Provided I get the paperwork done right this time, yes?" "Exactly," he smiled. "Well, I'll leave you both to it. Just lock the door on your way out." I thanked him again, another 3 times, before he escaped into his car and drove away. At least there was one person in town who I could count on for work. If I could get the nursing home to recommend me instead of Whitechapel Funerals, I might have a chance. If I decided to stay, that was. We headed inside and found Mr. McKinley in the lounge room, sitting upright on the sofa, a serene curve to his mouth as if he'd enjoyed his final moments. Lennon shook out a bedsheet and placed it on the floor. I stood staring at the room. The man had drawn his last breath here, on an old mustard-coloured sofa with wooden armrests surrounded by a layer of dust. There were uneven floorboards at his feet, a bar heater stuck in the gap of an unused fireplace. A brown oval clock on the mantel stopped on 3:10. The sun shone through the windows, lighting the floor, and I could see the man's movements by the particles of thick dust. A path from the sofa to the kitchen to the heater. Mr. McKinley was a creature of habit. In front of the sofa sat a small table. On it, a half-empty glass of water, a biro, a blank sheet of lined paper, and an upturned envelope. I flipped the envelope to read the address and memorised it. The familiarity to Mr. Johnson's setting intrigued me. I'd studied all the maths and sciences. I understood the rules of chance and probability. Both men lived alone. Both men had no relatives to speak of. Both men died of natural causes. Both men with the exact same items beside them when they died. Easily a coincidence. Silently, I walked through the house, one room at a time, opening and closing doors, making a mental list of the contents, not exactly sure what I was looking for. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. What was I thinking? A small town and a couple of dead bodies, and I was acting all Miss Marple. I returned to Lennon, who waited in the lounge, and gave him a reassuring smile. This whole undertaker thing had maybe messed with my head. "What's going on?" he asked. "Nothing," I answered dismissively. He'd laugh if I told him what I'd been thinking. "Come on, let's do this." I stood at the legs, the lighter end, and Lennon stood at the head, and as we lifted we both moved in opposite directions, almost dropping our load. "Which way are you going?" I asked. "I think we should take him out the back door. More discreet." "Huh? Well, you might have mentioned that before we started lifting." "Sorry." He turned so he didn't need to walk backwards, and after some awkward lifts, rotations, and door holding, we carried him through the back and along the veranda to the side driveway where the hearse was parked. We were close before we realised we hadn't opened the doors. We lowered Mr. McKinley gently to the ground, and while Lennon unlocked the car and opened the back, I looked over the backyard. A shiny reflection from the shed caught my attention, and I walked over, predictably found a key under a pot plant, and opened the padlock to the door. Inside was a brand new, bright metallic red mobility scooter with canopy, aux connectivity, rear-view mirrors, luggage carriers and rear parking sensors. A state-of-the-art, perfect condition, dream-come-true accessory for the elderly person who liked his independence. "Will you tell me what you're doing?" Lennon had edged up behind me, and at the sound of his voice I screamed. He screamed at my scream, and we both grabbed onto each other in panic. When I saw the terror in his eyes, I began to laugh. "It's okay, Lennon, relax." "Don't tell me to relax, you friggin' loony. What are you doing in here?" "This scooter, it's brand new. Must have cost, around $10,000 at least. You're not thinking about stealing it, are you? I know things are tough, but I can't be a part of anything No, of course not. But look, come here." I grabbed his hand and pulled him back inside the house. This place hasn't seen anything new in years. It's like a time warp in here. It was furnished in the 50s, probably by this poor man's wife, and he hasn't bought another piece of furniture since. Everything from the pictures on the wall to the dishes in the kitchen. All original. Even the television is in a wooden cabinet. What's your point? This is a man who doesn't spend money. So why does he have a brand new mobility scooter? Probably because he saved all his money not buying furniture? Maybe. But he doesn't strike me as the type to go for all the optional extras. If he's tight, wouldn't he just get the base model? Or second hand? I think you're missing the point of why we're here. We have to pick up the body, take it to the morgue, not provide a description of the deceased man's quality of life. Do you notice anything similar about the position we found this guy and Mr. Johnson last week? One was half-eaten on the ground, the other was sitting upright. So no. Did you see the coffee table? Both men sat down to a glass of water and the exact same pen and paper and envelope as if they were about to write a letter. Are you saying there's some kind of letter-writing conspiracy here in Mandrake? He clapped his hands together with fake delight. That these men were killed before they got the chance to write and post their mail? You can't dismiss the similarities. Yes, I can. Mr. Johnson had a brand new television. Mr. McKinley has a brand new mobility scooter. So you think someone has given them a gift? They sat down to write a thank you note, but were killed before they got pen to paper? Why not? Why not? Because it's ridiculous, Pip. Someone starts killing old men in town just when you start your new job as an undertaker. I mean, really, what are the chances? I didn't know the exact odds, but they weren't good. I ignored him, stomped back to the shed and locked it. Maybe he was right. It was a long shot. We lifted Mr. McKinley into the hearse as carefully as we could, but dignified it wasn't. Luckily, the side fence hid us from the neighbours. We checked the inside of the car thoroughly for cats and anything else that might move, then climbed in. All in all, it took us over an hour, and I was drained from the experience. Not my brain, though. It was racing. I couldn't stop it. I turned the key and the engine rolled over a few times, then died. I barely noticed. My mind was elsewhere. I sat up in my seat and clapped my hands together as the idea hit me. Lennon, if there's a serial killer in Mandrake, imagine how good that would be for business. Chapter 16. James leaned against his car, staring up at his newly attached advertisement, legs and arms casually crossed, as we passed down the main street in the hearse. He was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, correctly hemmed jeans, and I wound my window down as we crawled past and yelled, "Just picked up another client. How's that sign working out for ya?" "You're not funny," Lennon muttered. "Be nice." I stopped so Lennon could get out and let James through the front door. What did that man want now? Was he snooping? I drove around the back and unlocked the sliding door to the morgue, checked the mortuary fridge, then tiptoed backwards out the room in case it changed its mind and stopped working. While I waited for Lennon to come and help, I rolled the gurney over to the car and contemplated pulling the body out with the sheet onto it myself. If I pulled accurately, it would be an easy manoeuvre. Too much to the left or right, and there'd be a dead body on the ground. I looked around me. The alley that ran behind the building was rarely used, and I didn't expect to be seen. I should just wait for Lennon. That was the logical thing to do. Or I could go get him, remind him he's supposed to be working, but then I'd have to socialise with Short Pants, and I wanted to hold off on that meeting as long as possible. I tapped my fingers on the gurney as I sized it up. Mr. McKinley wasn't very large, and the sheet would slide easily over the wooden floor of the vehicle. That's what it was designed to do, after all. I stood in the doorway and listened one more time. Lennon wasn't coming. Fine. I'd do it without him. I positioned myself at the right angle between the back of the hearse and the long end of the gurney. Getting the body out on a straight angle was essential, and so far I was doing great. Bit by bit, limb by limb, I tugged away until I had more than half the body perfectly lined up. I moved down towards the end now, a better vantage point to continue the transfer. "What are you doing?" The voice was inches from my ear. I hadn't heard Lennon's approach, and the fright of it made me cry out, which made Lennon leap up, knock the gurney upwards and over with his knee and topple the unbalanced Mr. McKinley into my arms. He danced with me a minute, rocking like a pendulum, and I thought I might be okay. I could hold him. But his dead weight finally pummeled me to the ground, and I laid flat on my back, Mr. McKinley's thighs flung dangerously close to my face. I tried to climb out, but it was much harder than I imagined. Lennon cried, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" over and over, and his feet dancing on the spot but doing nothing. It was Short Pants who came to my rescue, lifting Mr. McKinley in one easy movement and holding him until Lennon found the sense to right the gurney. I couldn't move. Everything hurt, and I had a strong urge to cry. Short Pants, okay, let's call him James, put his arms around mine and helped me to my feet, walked me to a seat in the staff office and fetched me a glass of water. I heard Lennon giggle. Then he began to laugh. His shock turned to hysteria, and every high-pitched guffaw sent him off higher again. I stood in the doorway watching as he doubled over, hitting his legs with his hands, crying out in stomach-wrenching agony. "If you could have seen yourself!" I guess it might have looked pretty funny, me dancing with a corpse, but I wasn't laughing. Not at first. Lennon's eyes bulged, his face red, his lips wider than I've ever seen them. He was going to burst with delight. I shook my head with the beginnings of a smile, and Lennon hooted in response, like an actual owl, grabbing my hands and clapping them together. James appeared and handed me a steaming hand towel. I wiped my hands and face, and even this seemed funny to Lennon, and I endured another few seconds of his belly-aching glee. I can count on one hand the number of people I know who can handle a body that way without being so repulsed they'd need a chemical-grade shower, said James. It was a compliment, sort of. Difficult to answer. Thanks, I think. What was your job, before you came to Mandrake? James asked. Lennon spun the gurney in the direction of the morgue and I followed him. James walked close behind me. I'm a scientist, research, lab work, that type of thing. His face didn't register any emotion. What did you study at university? Medicine, for a while. Then I transferred to biochemistry. Lennon straightened up Mr. McKinley's legs and arms, and I covered him in a clean white sheet and stood aside as Lennon wheeled him into the mortuary fridge. James didn't move from his position. Why did he have to stand so close? That math problem you gave my daughter Matilda the other day, he said. She found it in my pocket yesterday and spent half the night solving it. She woke me at 3 a.m. with her whoops and screams and I had to get up and tell her to go to bed. She said the answer was 7/119. Is that right? I gave him a short nod. Was he here to scold me for keeping his daughter up late? He should get over himself. I left them both in the mortuary and walked towards my office. My daughter is gifted, said James, his voice close behind me. I hesitated a second, stifling first a laugh and then an eye roll. Instead, I turned slowly and gave James a half smile, my mouth firmly closed. Her math teacher doesn't challenge her, he went on. Last night, I've not seen her so excited about anything in a long time. You made her come alive with that puzzle. You mean the combinatory problem? So she solved it, eh? Clever kid. If the school isn't challenging her, why not get her some extension work? Actually, that's why I'm here. I'm new in town, James. I can't make any recommendations. His mouth twitched when I said his name. Had I actually called him by his real name before? I'm not here for recommendations, he said and took a step closer. I want you. What? My head snapped up before I fully understood his meaning. To extend her, he rushed. I willed my face not to redden, but still I felt the heat in my cheeks. Damn my involuntary human responses. I turned back towards the office. You can't mean me. He followed me. Yes, you. In case you hadn't noticed, I already have a job. Wow. I said it out loud, so it must be true. I'd made up my mind to stay. Mr. McKinley's scooter had pushed me over the line. Just like James's daughter, I had a problem to solve. Nothing motivated me more. I sat down behind my computer and started to click the mouse at nothing in particular. He silently watched me, one eyebrow risen, so I had to stop pretending and actually do some work. I went in search of the 738A form I needed to fill in for Mr. McKinley and found it in a folder Cheryl had labelled Dead No Will. I pressed print. In the meantime, I took the death certificate Dr. Finch had supplied and spread it out, ready to copy in the details. I did my best to ignore James as he hovered. I stood with my back to him as I waited for the form to print, sat down and hunched over my work, covering my forehead with one hand, casually hiding him from my vision. But he wouldn't take a hint. Mr. McKinley has no assets then? He asked. No, he has assets. It's just unlikely he has a last will and testament, so the PHSAU will need to allocate a trustee. I used an acronym like an expert. Not a single stutter. Go me. Then you need Form 409B. The 738A form is only for the destitute. Oh, yes, that's right, I remember now. I rolled through Cheryl's unexplainable filing system again to find the 409B form, printed it, and picked up a pen to begin. James pulled up a seat and sat down opposite the desk. What's it going to take? Name your price. There was absolutely no way I was tutoring his daughter. I huffed my best huff and flopped my arms down onto the desk. Subtlety was lost on this man. There are organisations that handle this kind of thing. Google it. It's no good. She wants you. You're obviously more than qualified. I ignored that. Damn me and my big mouth. You open up, let someone know a little bit about you, and wham, they use it against you. I gave my full attention to the form and began filling it out. I added the death certificate registration number, his name, the date of birth, date of death, address. I stopped. There were so many boxes I didn't understand. In a final act of self-preservation, I covered the sheet with my arms and looked up at him. Enough of the defensive play. So, was there anything else, James? I'm busy. His lips twitched again. I can help you with the paperwork. What makes you think I need your help? Well, for a start, the number of the death certificate goes there and not there, he pointed. You haven't supplied that. My secretary is across all of this. Even as the words came out my mouth, I knew Cheryl wasn't across it. She wasn't over it, under it, or anywhere near it. You know you have to advertise for relatives first. Yeah? My voice squeaked. I coughed to get it under control before continuing. I know that. Here's a tip for nothing. Pick up the phone right now, call the Melbourne papers and get it in tomorrow's classifieds. It needs to be in a week before the PHSAU will do anything. The sooner you get appointed a trustee, the sooner you get paid. The rest of the paperwork can wait until you have the rest of the details. Besides that, a police officer is supposed to fill out the 738A form. You can do it to save time, but you'll need to get Paddo to sign it. Right. Police officer must sign 738A. I wondered why Paddo hadn't mentioned it with Mr. Johnson's paperwork. Now there were 2 town officials who knew about my inadequacies. Thanks. Good to know. So, tutoring my daughter. When can you start? I'm not interested. Sorry. I didn't use his name. I didn't need his mouth twitching all over the place, making me notice his lips. I'm thinking weekly. It would be best for me if you could come to the house. He's not getting it, and he's out of his mind if he thinks I'm doing a 70-minute round trip to Clonstein every week just because it's convenient for him. Look, if you don't want to set a price, why don't we do a trade, he said. I could give you weekly mentoring lessons, teach you the business. I'm guessing you need a coordinator to sign off on your certificate of compliance? No need, I answered calmly. Lennon's got that covered. Certificate of compliance? Holy shit, what was that? Lennon's an embalmer, said James. He can't teach you what I know. I wanted to disagree, desperately, but I didn't have all the information. Getting into an argument would only prove my ignorance. But the idea of tutoring a teenager, someone else's kid, frightened me to death. His daughter might be smart, but she was already giving her teacher a hard time. Imagine what she'd do to me if I didn't give her exactly what she wanted. Probably just like her father, pushy, manipulative, and a pain in the ass. I didn't need James's help. I could manage my learning independently, like I had all my life. But how did I miss the bit about needing to be certified? I did need help. How did we go with that collection van evaluation? I asked. He held my gaze, understanding my meaning. He unfolded a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of me. An online evaluation given the kilometres, age and condition. This is what the van is worth, he said. It was a fair price, but I had leverage now. Or... He stared me down, but I didn't break the contact. 2 could play the manipulation game. He broke first. Or I could give it to you for what I'd get as a trade-in, $4,000. Lennon appeared as James made his offer. You're what? Said Lennon. $4,000? Sold? Hang on, why would you do that? Lennon looked from me to James and back again. A slow smile creased his lips. I sense some pretty hardcore negotiating at play. I'll just stay out of it, When do my mentoring sessions start? I asked. Let's set up a time for next week. Okay, I have a hypothetical question. Shoot. If you're a serial killer and don't want anyone to know you're killing people, who would be your perfect victim? James initially started to smile, but his expression changed to confusion as he turned to Lennon for help. He shook his head. Huh? I went on. It's standard practice to not autopsy people who die of natural causes, right? Correct. He looked relieved I'd asked him a question he could answer. And those without next of kin or a will usually get cremated? Depends on the state. In this state, cremation is standard. And once a body is cremated, it destroys all forensic evidence. It was a statement, not a question, but he answered it anyway. Correct. So you see my point? Which one of us is the serial killer in this scenario? He asked, looking from me to Lennon and back again. I shook my head in disappointment. How could he not find this fascinating? Lennon stepped in to explain. Pip's found a few similarities with the last two collections, and she's convinced there's a connection. James seemed to relax. Is that all? When you've been in this business long enough, you'll find connections all over the place. See things you'll wish you could unsee. Know things you wish you could unknow. You have to admit, it would be the perfect crime, I said. Okay, tell me why you think these two collections are connected. He leaned forward, his eyes focused. I hesitated. Was he making fun of me? Or was his intense attention about something else? Never mind. I sat and searched online for a phone number for the Melbourne newspapers, picked up the phone to dial, my finger hovering over the numbers as I gave James a final dismissive look. Was that all? I heard Lennon exhale a breathy whistle and James's smile widened. I guess so. I'll call you later in the week, he said, straightening. Great. I tried, sort of, but couldn't keep the sarcasm from my reply. I wanted him to leave. I had no patience for men who didn't take me seriously. Or for men who took me too seriously, for that matter. In fact, I had no patience with men. Full stop. Lennon escorted James to the door, and I hurried on to make my call. He returned after a time, his hands on his waist, his lips pulled back over his gums, not in a pleasant way. What? I asked. Lennon kept on with his searching expression, but said nothing. What? He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it, then opened it again. I take it you decided to stay, huh? Why was his face all droopy? Yes, I said. I thought you'd be happy. I am. Only I wondered why you'd tell James before you told me, yeah? His eyes narrowed like he already knew the answer. Sorry, it just sort of happened. What helped you make up your mind, exactly? A brand new flat-screen TV and a mobile scooter, but I couldn't tell him that. I'm not sure, I answered, my head tilted, forehead wrinkled as if carefully trying to analyse my decision. Lennon smiled, his eyes brightening. Does the reason have anything to do with your new mentor? Huh. Let him think James was the reason. He's married, you know. He's wearing a ring. Lennon tried for a dramatic head twist as he walked towards the door, only his feet hadn't anticipated the sudden movement and he tangled himself in his own legs. Stumbling back to full height, he stood straight, his back to me, speaking over his shoulder. Yeah, but I know something you don't. Drama queen. What? I yelled after him. You'll find out. Chapter 17. Thank you so much for coming, she said. James's 14-year-old daughter, Matilda, looked exactly like I expected. Small, delicate girl with long, dark, shiny hair, petite face with narrow jawline, large round brown eyes and flawless skin. She was James in a miniature girl form. She seemed genuinely grateful to see me and didn't carry the air of superiority I'd expected. Still, it was early days. I'd only just walked in the door. His Edwardian home was set back on a double block from the road, with a long drive that curled around a very large, very old oak tree. I'd nearly driven the entire loop back onto the street, afraid to stop. The house, with its wide porch, swing seat, and cherry blossom drifts in the air, felt too regular, too perfect, too permanent. A family lived here. Nothing makes you feel more like an outsider than a family home. Inside was worse. The beautifully decorated wide open rooms reflected light and warmth, a perfect balance of style and comfort. A family home, but still a showpiece. If this house was any indication, Jaimes Everest was doing all right in the funeral business, and his wife had excellent taste. With all the pleasantries over, James kissed Matilda on the cheek, reminded her to help her sister with the dinner, then left to return to work. Matilda led me past the kitchen, past her younger sibling who sat in front of the television, and into a dining area where she had prepared a work area. Pencils and pens were lined up in order of length like knives and forks around a plate. A blank set of notebooks fanned out in perfect calibration in the centre. A scientific calculator and iPad sat side by side at right angles to the table, and 2 chairs were evenly drawn. Matilda was a girl after my own obsessive-compulsive heart. Lennon had instructed how to break the ice with the girl. Find some common ground to chat about. Boys, friends, school. What I really wanted to say was, I like how you've phonetically aligned all your stationery. But a voice inside my head, and I swear it sounded squeaky and male, told me it wasn't a good idea. Instead I said, "So, Matilda, tell me a bit about yourself." I'm in the 8th grade at school. When I ask the teacher for extension work, they just give me more of the same mindless tasks. Nothing that really challenges me. I go online and look for work, but I can't always be sure I have the right processes to come to the right answer. Then I found that piece of paper in my dad's pocket you gave him, and I knew I had to meet you. That's the kind of problem solving I'm mad about. Everything I needed to know about Matilda, I learnt from that reply. She didn't need to chat about boys or parties, or who did what when. She didn't care about that stuff. I knew exactly how she felt. It was the problem-solving she loved, the challenge of finding an answer that may or may not even be there. She loved the chase. I didn't check my watch once. Time disappeared as I took her through some general rudiments to assess her level, find her strengths and weaknesses. I was halfway setting her some weekly tasks when her sister appeared in the door. The short pants seamstress sewing sister. "Dad will be home in 10 minutes and we haven't even made the dinner yet." The girl looked rueful, like she expected to be in trouble for it. Matilda checked the time on her phone and jumped out of her seat. "Whoops! I'm so sorry, Pip. We've gone an hour overtime. I'll make sure my father pays you for the—" "No, it's my fault. I didn't notice the time. You pack up here and I'll help your sister get dinner started. He'll never know." Matilda began packing up her things. "There's no need. Molly can manage." But Molly had already shuffled me out of the room and into the kitchen, handing me a potato peeler and some carrots while she pulled out vegetables from the fridge. Now, I don't eat vegetables, except potato. I hadn't peeled a carrot since I was a child myself. I had 2 left hands as I slowly dragged the carrot past the implement, knowing my efforts screamed inexperience. When Molly eventually looked up, she'd already peeled 3 potatoes, chopped a head of broccoli, and a pile of beans in the time it took me to peel half the carrot. She watched me as I went for the second. Her mouth fell open as she gaped. Conscious of her silent judgment, I tried to go faster, only scraping my finger against the blade, causing a piece of my skin to be shaved off, a mass of blood quickly covering the hand. I dropped everything and covered the wound. Molly picked up the carrot and peeler, washed them both, finished the job, cut the carrots into slices, and placed the vegetables into the top of a steamer on the stove. She found a Band-Aid from the cupboard above the fridge and handed it to me. "Oh my God, what did you do?" Matilda's accusing eyes landed on Molly as she saw me wash the blood from my fingers and dry it on paper towel before fixing the bandage. "I'm fine. Just had a bit of an argument with the peeler." Matilda looked horrified. "And she just stood there? Probably just watched the blood, did you, Molly?" Matilda turned to me. "She's a little bit morbid, our Molly. We're almost certain she'll be the one following Dad in the family business. It won't be me." I nodded my understanding. Molly didn't look creepy or morbid to me, just practical. In fact, both these girls were practical. Someone had taught them well. "Where's your mum?" I asked. There were photographs on the wall opposite the kitchen. James and a beautiful young blonde woman on their wedding day. Baby photos of the girls, a family photo, them all dressed in jeans and black t-shirts. It seemed like an obvious question to ask. Both girls got busy setting the table. "Would you like to stay for dinner, Pip?" Dinner. The single most complicated social experience ever. Trying to explain to people why I didn't eat the things that most people took for granted. It never ended well. People think you're demented. Thanks, but no, I've got to go." "I'll see you next week then?" "Yeah, of course. Call me if you have any questions. What time will your mum get home? I'd like to meet her sometime." I really didn't. The woman in those pictures, the matriarch of this house, who had the hot husband, the smart children, the perfect home, I really didn't want to meet her. But I wanted to know where she was. Something didn't add up. Maybe because James never mentioned her, not even in passing, even though he wore his wedding band and spent a lot of time twisting it when he spoke. Maybe because the girls seemed unusually responsible for the house, like they ran it. Not the cleaning. I'd seen a housekeeper timetable on the fridge showing she came 3 times a week. So what role did the mother play here? Did she work full-time? Maybe travelling for work? I couldn't put it together, only that it wasn't conventional. "Our mum doesn't live here," said Molly as she shook out a cloth and placed it on the table. "Oh, okay." "Because she died," finished Molly. Damn it. Lennon probably already knew that. Why didn't he give me the heads up? I could kill him. I had no idea what to say to children with a dead mother. In hindsight, maybe something like, "I'm sorry for your loss," or "I bet you miss her a lot," something like that. Instead, I went with, "How did she die?" Matilda's face didn't register much. "She had a brain injury." "She fell off the roof," Molly offered, as she loudly gathered knives and forks from the drawer and laid them on the table. Matilda followed behind her, rearranging them into neat right angles. "It was an accident, of course. Slipped over and fell, hit her head." Matilda spoke with precision and without emotion, which made it easier to ask. What was she doing on the roof? "Cleaning the gutters." Matilda sounded too grown up for her age, like she was the adult, disapproving of her mother's choices. "So you guys prepare the meals every night?" "We do 2. Mary, our housekeeper, does 4. Dad does 1. It's usually takeout. He's not much of a cook." "Well, we have that in common," I said, as I grabbed my bag and said my goodbyes. I wanted to be gone before James got home. I wasn't sure why. I just did. Chapter 19. Knock, knock, knock. "Pip, I need the bathroom. You've been in there over an hour already. I gotta go." Tough thing about old turn-of-the-century buildings. Only 1 bathroom, including the toilet. Luckily for me, Lennon wasn't much of a metro male. He could shower and shave in under 5 minutes, which suited me and my recalcitrant hair just fine. I needed more time. Once again, my nemesis wouldn't cooperate. I should have washed it. Why didn't I wash it? "Go to the bathroom downstairs, will you?" I pleaded with Lennon. "You know I can't use it," he replied. "Just hurry up, will you?" The outside toilet downstairs had a black seat and a pull chain flush that went against Lennon's belief of what a toilet should be. He wouldn't use it. "I won't be much longer. Can you hold on?" I grabbed the anti-frizz and tried again, scrunching as I went. "This is becoming a bit of a habit, Pip. I don't understand what all the fuss is about. You never care how you look when you're working here all day. What's in Clonstone that gets you so riled up each week? Shut up, Lennon. I know what you're doing. Just admit it. I'm right, aren't I? How many times do I have to say it? I'm not interested in short pants. I take this long to do my hair when I go there because leaving it untamed would scare a small child to death, and nobody wants that. So why are you staying for dinner? Because they keep asking me. I had serious reservations about staying for dinner. Very serious. But Matilda and Molly's constant pressure over the last few weeks after each tutoring session had finally worn me down. Have dinner with us, Pip. Watch a movie with us, Pip. Come to my school concert, Pip. Lennon and I finished renovating the downstairs room yesterday, and I'd agreed to the dinner to celebrate, provided they didn't go to any trouble and we could order takeout. That way I wouldn't have to stay long, I wouldn't need to eat anything I didn't like, and they wouldn't need to know how neurotic I was about food. Just admit it. You like playing house with James, said Lennon. No, I don't. I really didn't. The idea of a sit-down family meal made me want to hide in a cupboard. It was over a sit-down family dinner my mother evicted me from my own home. Over a plate of grey vegetables and boiled meat, she'd glared at me with a schoolmarm-like authority and told me to take a job with her as a janitor at the local hospital or find somewhere else to live. In her defence, she really didn't believe I could ever get a job on my own, given my lack of interview likability. I couldn't tell her I planned to work in a hospital one day as a doctor, not a cleaner. She didn't see potential like most mothers, only deficiency. She didn't threaten like most mothers either. She acted, without reservation. I moved out. I was only 15. I hadn't sat down to a family dinner since. So this was a big step for me. Seriously, Lennon, it's just work. James is going to give me some ideas to help with Cheryl. Really? Like what? Like how to make her life so miserable she quits? Her life already is miserable. That's why she stays. To spread her misery around. I checked myself one final time. I lined the lotion bottles back on the shelf and threw open the door. Lennon's back had been resting against it and he crashed down onto the tiles, all arms and legs. As he pulled himself up, he knocked his head on the towel rail with a loud thump. He didn't cry out in pain. That wasn't Lennon's style. He quietly rubbed his head as he spoke. Just let me know, won't you, if you're planning a mountain climb? Huh? What mountain? I don't understand. The smile in his voice was unmistakable. You know, mountain climb? Mount Everest? Huh? James's last name? Everest? Huh? Oh, never mind. He shook his head and shut the door. I got it. I just didn't want to give him the satisfaction. As soon as I arrived, I knew it was a mistake. The smell of home cooking, the warmth of a fire, a neatly set table, chilled acoustic music floating through the rooms, the kids singing along to a random favourite line. It felt too much like family time, and I didn't do family time. While I tutored Matilda, I planned excuses in my head. I'd tell them I felt sick, which was true, or pretend to get a phone call from a client. But then there'd be too many questions. As we closed the books after an hour, James, who came home earlier than usual, handed me a wide, stemless glass of Chardonnay and smiled, his skin creasing around his eyes in a way that derailed my train of thought. The girls have been preparing this menu all week. They're so excited. Really? All week? Wow. What happened to ordering takeout? I really didn't want you to go to any trouble. Matilda is so grateful to you for all the tutoring. She really wanted to do something special. Great. I consciously lifted the sides of my mouth and showed my teeth in what I hoped looked something like a smile. They've been shopping, not just the supermarket, but the grocer, the butcher, the baker. All so everything is super fresh and delicious, just for you. Wow, that's amazing. I kept the smile going, even though my head was screaming, no, no, no. The grocer? Really? This was going to be a disaster. Why hadn't I just told them the truth? I was ashamed, that's why. Ashamed to tell a 10 and a 14-year-old I didn't eat fruit and vegetables like regular people. Now someone would have to suffer. If I spoke up, then Matilda would be embarrassed. If I said nothing, I might just vomit all over the table. Tough choice. James kept talking. I'm looking forward to it, actually. They've never gone to so much trouble before. Is that right? I answered, convinced my face was turning green in anticipation. Matilda and Molly arrived with matching red and white striped aprons and placed a menu in my hands. I was too afraid to look. They smiled widely and I returned it, fixing my eyes on them and not at the card in my hand. They were so excited. How could I spoil their fun? Entree will be served in 2 minutes. Enjoy! Thank you. My head ached. For the first time in 10 years, I was going to eat something to be polite. I never thought the day would come. Yet here I was, for the sake of 2 small, sweet-hearted girls. I was prepared to do the unthinkable just to save their feelings. What had come over me? Having made up my mind to endure, I looked down in the card in my hand. Entree. Asparagus straws with hollandaise sauce. Main. Vegetable lasagna with green salad and orange pepper dressing. Dessert. Carrot cake with fruit compote and lemon butter. I felt the gag reflex. I took a sip of water instead. It's okay, Pip. I can see you're worried. Lennon called to tell us you're vegetarian. He said you'd be too embarrassed to mention it. Lennon. I was going to kill him. Why would he do that? Why? He called to tell you I didn't eat meat. The one thing I do eat. Yes, I'm glad he did. Can you imagine if the girls went to all that trouble to prepare a meal you wouldn't eat? Imagine. The girls re-entered, each with oven mitts carrying a casserole dish. They placed the dishes on the table and took a seat. The 4 of us around the dinner table. Like a family. I couldn't seem to let any air out of my lungs. They kept filling higher and higher until I might explode with air pressure. How is the menu, Pip? You like it? Matilda asked, smiling. Molly began to giggle and Matilda frowned at her. Please pass me your plate. I'll serve you first. I hope you're hungry. We weren't sure if you liked cheese, so the lasagna is really just layers of vegetables on top of vegetables. No cheese? Oh, holy hell. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I gazed into Matilda's eyes and handed her my plate. Just a small amount for me, please. Don't be silly. There's plenty here. She took the lid off the dish, took a spoon and dug a huge scoop. I closed my eyes, not daring to look. Pip, are you okay? It was James's voice. I couldn't open my eyes. The smell of meat and roast potatoes made its way into my nose and I thought maybe I'd passed out in fear and was dreaming. I opened my eyes and on the plate before me was sliced roast lamb, gravy, and 3 perfectly browned roast potatoes. I blinked. It was real. The smell and the image matched each other. The sound of laughter snapped in my ears and I looked up to see them all standing together, smiling at me like I was a circus act. Gotcha! What? It was a trick! What? A trick! The worst trick in the world. I can't believe you! The girls high-fived each other and returned to the kitchen. James tapped my hand and said, You were prepared to eat it, weren't you? Lennon said there was no way you would. He doesn't know you as well as he thought he did. Yes, he did. Lennon just didn't realise how far I'd go to avoid disappointing this family. I didn't quite believe it myself. I waited for the usual barrage of questions. Did you have a bad experience with vegetables? Were you held hostage at a grocery store? Did you choke on an artichoke? But they didn't come. They all accepted it and moved on. The air finally emptied from my chest and I ate heartily. Sometime later the girls headed to their bedrooms and James and I drank coffee on the back veranda. The moon reflected shadows through the garden, the thick smell of spring flowers in the air. I wondered how often James had sat there with his wife staring at the same stars. I forced the thought from my mind. We were side by side, our voices low to not disturb the girls. Lennon mentioned you've been doing a bit more investigating on the side. Is this a special interest of yours? Not usually, no. I sensed a reprimand coming, so I wrapped my hands around my coffee mug and leaned further back in my seat. What's Lennon told you? Everything. I drew circles on the mug rim with my finger, cautious. And? What do you think? You have to stop with the snooping, Pip. You're getting a reputation. I wasn't surprised he'd sided with Lennon. Everyone sided with Lennon. I don't understand the people of Mandrake, I said. Don't you think it's unusual? Not especially, no. I asked Gary at Beta Electrical if he'd sold the television and electric scooter to the deceased men. Yes, I heard. Then I asked Mr. McKinley's neighbours if they'd noticed any strangers hanging around. And, did you get any answers? Not exactly. Something you should know about small towns, Pip. Nothing brings town folks closer together than an outsider trying to tear them apart. That's not what I'm doing. James tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair. I took a short sip of my coffee. Senior Constable Patterson called me asking about you. He wants to set up a meeting. Good. I can ask him where he thinks the television and mobile scooter came from. I'm sure Paddo will be excited to hear your theories. James's amused tone and raised eyebrows irked me. Well, how do you explain the expensive items? What makes you so sure they didn't save up and buy them? Buy them? From where? They didn't buy them locally, and they didn't own a computer to purchase them online. Maybe they took a taxi to Comstone. Maybe they had it couriered. So you think they were gifts from someone? Or a bribe? Either way, Pip, you have to be careful. People are saying you're disrespecting the dead. My back stiffened and I shifted in my chair. Well, that's just ridiculous. I'm the only one who seems to actually care about the dead. James leaned forward and picked at some invisible dust on his leg. Just care a little, how do I say this, more carefully. He looked up, his lips twisted awkwardly in an odd-shaped smile. I felt my pulse spin into attack speed. What's it to you? It's my business that suffers, not yours. In fact, you stand to gain from my failure. He stared at me a moment, mouth slightly open. You know I don't want your business to fail. And why is that? His eyes locked on mine and I couldn't look away. A car passed in the street, the low hum the only sound in the night. I owe you for Matilda. She's flourishing and I'm grateful. He dropped his eyes and I flicked my attention back to the rim of my mug. I don't want you to mess things up and be forced to leave. That's all. Matilda needs you. How long since I'd heard those words before? The need word. I couldn't remember. A swirl of unease wound in my stomach. I gotta go. I put the mug on the table heavily and hurried through the house to collect my bag. James followed behind and headed me off at the front door. What? Wait! What did I say? What did I say? I reached for the door handle, but he beat me to it and held it firm. You have to stop, I said. Stop? Stop what? Stop inviting me to family dinners or coffee on the veranda. Stop the long looks. Stop telling me your daughter needs me. You already have a family, James. Stop trying to add me to it. Pip, please, lower your voice. His words were like a slap in the face. I'd forgotten the girls were in the next room. I whispered heavily, This whole family thing you've got going on here, it's not me. He leaned in closer, speaking small but clear, his breath on my face. That's not what I'm doing. Well, what are you doing? His chest rose and fell as he stared at me, a twisted, fearful look of indecision on his face. Then he stood straight and shrugged. Nothing. He took his hand off the door handle. I opened it and walked through, without a word. Chapter 20. Melbourne Cup Day in Mandrake was a pretty big deal, apparently. Lennon forced me to put on a dress, a hat and high heels and attend a fancy charity lunch at the Bluey. He insisted I mix with people at the community event so they could see my generous spirit and philanthropic nature, of which I had no more than the next person. So there I was, my face sore from all the fake smiling and my attention focused on how I might snatch one of the limited seats from an old person to rest my aching feet. I waved on the waiter balancing a tray of patronising vegetable-ridden hors d'oeuvres for the zillionth time, not bothering with eye contact. Bring out a tray of party pies and cocktail frankfurts and we'll talk. Lennon returned regularly, introducing me to another group of polite circles. People would offer a half smile and then turn their attention away. I'd nod my head and pretend to be keenly interested for a while, but it wasn't long before they found an excuse to leave, or sometimes just wander off without a word. I got busy trying to look interested in the posters on the walls. Griffin arrived and found me by the notice board reading an old list of raffle winners. Both Mr. McKinley and Mr. Johnson had won the meat tray and a free bistro meal last month. "Having a good time?" Griffin asked. "A blast. Can I get you a drink?" "Yeah, another glass of this delicious house wine, please." I drained the dregs of my glass and winced at the bitter assault on my throat before handing it to him. "Henny and Boyd have wrestled a free table. Come and sit." There was no hesitation in his voice. He didn't seem disturbed that nobody in this town liked me. "Are you sure you don't mind being seen with me? I'm not all that popular, in case you hadn't noticed." "Don't be ridiculous. Where else you going to sit?" he replied as I reached the table. Henny indicated a seat beside her. "Here!" She pulled out the chair and smiled. My feet and heart thanked her. Sitting on her other side was her 9-year-old son, Oliver. He had a large picture book of classic cars open on the table alongside an iPad. He alternated between the two, turning a page, researching on the screen, turning another page. I'd met him once before at darts. Kids were allowed in the front bar at the Bluey, as long as they didn't sit at the actual bar. Henny was a single mum and they did everything together. Oliver was mad about classic cars and I rarely saw him without a model in his hands. He liked to build them from a kit and he was good at it. Tenacious and meticulous. It kept him quiet for hours. He didn't talk much. I liked that about him. "Hey, you a betting woman, Pip?" asked Boyd. "Not usually, no, but I'm in one of the sweeps." "Which one?" The big one?" "Yeah, me too. Who'd you get?" "Bronte horses. You?" "Oh, you got the favourite, Pip. I drew Mystic Miner." Boyd threw the stub on the table in disgust. 150 to 1. Good luck." I'd memorised the odds on the notice board earlier, to pass the time. Boyd and Griffin began a discussion about a video game. Henny spoke quietly to Oliver, their heads tucked close together, so I turned to watch the room. Lennon stood near the window, his arm around a 50-something woman who appeared to be crying. One of the group gave him a tissue and he passed it to her, consoling gently. Man, he was good. Cheryl sat alone on a stool at the bar, her feet still touching the ground despite its height, nursing a red wine. A white-haired man I recognised as a member of the council darts team approached and bought a glass of beer. He was tall and lanky, although not quite her match in height. He spoke and she listened intently, her eyes never leaving his face. Once he and his beer moved away, she returned her attention to the racing broadcast on the television, her back just a little bit straighter. If I had to guess, I'd say Cheryl had been flirting with the man. But I was usually wrong about this type of thing. It made no sense that Cheryl liked him. Cheryl didn't like anyone. To the left of the bar was the TAB, undoubtedly the busiest day of the year for Keith. He'd employed others at the bar today so he could service the bets. He worked fast. This wasn't his first Melbourne Cup day. A customer would hand him a slip, he'd slide it through the machine, make the payment and return the receipt. Almost everyone understood the process. Those that didn't, the once-a-year gamblers, were shown by the other customers, or Keith if it didn't scan properly. The process was efficient and effective. The rhythm didn't change. Until it did. An inconsistency. I'd noticed the same thing another day at darts. Almost impossible to detect. It occurred so smoothly. A blink and it would have gone unnoticed. Keith missed a step. An elderly man, 80 at least, my kind of potential client, handed his slip and cash payment. The slip went straight to the used pile and Keith put the money in the cash register, not the TAB cash register, the one beside it normally used for bar purchases. He extracted a receipt much the same size as the legitimate ones and handed it over. The elderly man didn't even bother to check. Chances are he couldn't read the small print even if he wanted to. I watched for 10 minutes more, but Keith didn't repeat the procedure. Was he stealing from the older clients? The odd skim off the top? Taking a chance when the bet was unlikely to win? My heart skipped. Both my deceased clients had been regulars here, especially on pension day. What if they'd somehow discovered Keith was stealing from them, and he tried to buy them off with expensive gifts to keep their mouths shut? I couldn't let the idea go. I made my way to the slip table, made out a bet for race number 12, 50 to 1 odds on Grey Shadow to place first, then stood by the counter to wait my turn. Keith didn't speak to me as I handed him my money and slip. He processed my bet normally and returned my receipt. When I didn't move away to allow the lady behind me access to the counter, he was forced to look up. "Was there something else?" "Yes, I was wondering why my receipt was printed from this machine while that gentleman over there," I indicated the elderly man by the bench, "had his receipt taken from a different register." Nothing on Keith's face changed. Not a twitch, not a blink, not a single micro-expression of anything. He looked bored, not a man hiding something. "That man has a syndicate arrangement. Further than that, it's none of your business." I could hear the tut-tutting from the woman behind me, and she commented loudly to the man behind her how rude and insensitive I was or something similar. The droning taunt stung a bit, but I forged ahead. "Look, I know Mr. McKinley and Mr. Johnson were regular clients of yours. Did they have any windfalls recently? Enough winnings to purchase a major item like a television or mobile scooter?" The lady's complaining voice behind me grew difficult to ignore. "What are you hoping to achieve here?" asked Kevin, loud enough to be heard over the woman. "Just let them poor men rest in peace. No point dragging up details that make no difference to no one anyway. You understand me?" Friendly advice or threat? Definitely threat. There was nothing friendly about Keith. There was nothing friendly about anyone in this town. I lowered my voice, hoping he would do the same. "Where were you the night these men died?" "Oh, you've got to be kidding me!" Keith took a step back, raised his head, and yelled over the din of the entire room. "Can someone come and get this moron away from my counter?" The room silenced at his roar, and every head turned to me. I shrugged and half smiled in agonized embarrassment. Lennon was at my side in an instant and led me back to the others, pushed me into my seat and sat beside me. "What did you do?" he whispered. The room still hadn't recovered its volume, everyone curious to hear what had sparked the barman's fury. I glanced up as Keith resumed his service, shaking his head at the lady next in line, who threw her hands around in solidarity. "Merely getting to know the people of Mandrake," I said. "Asking Keith a few questions." "And Keith, it would appear, doesn't like me very much." "And why doesn't he like you, Pip?" "I don't understand, really. I mean, what's not to like?" I was attentive, asked him about his day, his job, his customers, general chit-chat. Lennon glanced at Boyd, his eyebrows raised. Griffin stared above my head at the people behind me and laughed. "Man, they sure do have it in for you. Can you feel the daggers in your back?" "You know, I'd understand if you wanted me to leave. I don't want them to hate you through association. I can sit somewhere else, or better still, go home." I gave Lennon a hopeful look, but he ignored it. "Are you crazy?" said Boyd. "You're living the small-town dream, Pip. This backstabbing, throat-cutting drama is what we live for." The chatter in the room resumed to its regular level, and I felt myself breathe again. I leaned towards Boyd, gesturing him closer so he wouldn't be overheard. "What's your ethical stance on snooping into a client's bank details?" Boyd's eyes narrowed, intrigued. "What are you planning? Revenge? Retribution? A heist?" Nothing like that, I quickly reassured, a little surprised. Does Keith have his accounts at the bank you work at? Boyd nodded, checking over his shoulder. I want to know if Keith's made any large purchases lately, like several $1,000 transactions. Do you have access to this? Boyd's eyes widened and he moved his head closer to mine. Why? What's going on? I kept my voice low. I'm a bit suspicious about Mr. McKinley and Mr. Johnson's death. No way! His voice went high in surprise and he quickly cleared his throat to a lower tone before going on. You thinking foul play? I wanted to laugh. He was such fun. It must be tiring pretending to be a straight man all the time. Something's not right about it. Owning brand new state-of-the-art televisions and mobile scooters doesn't fit in with what I know about these men. It's not something they would spend their money on. Can you check it out? What does it have to do with Keith? He's skimming money from the TAB bets. If they found out, maybe he bribed them to stay quiet. And when that didn't work, he killed them. Holy crap, Keith! I've known him all my life. Sour old bastard. He never liked me. So you'll do it? You realise what you're asking me, right? It's completely unethical. I could lose my job. Boyd put his hand up to stop my reply. I'm not saying I won't do it. Lennon interrupted. Forget it, Boyd. Then to me he said, Pip, don't get him involved. You've got to let it go. If anyone found out what you're planning, you'd both be run out of town. I hadn't realised Lennon had been listening. I had to admit he was right. I'd just taken out a personal loan to purchase $10,000 worth of equipment for Mandrake Memorials. I was invested now and couldn't afford to lose business. Things were bad enough as it was. I had to stop. I should stop. Oh, damn it, why couldn't I stop? You're right, Lennon, I agreed. Boyd, I'm sorry for asking. It's not fair to ask. Don't get involved. Lennon seemed satisfied. Good. I'm glad that's sorted. Come on, the race is about to start. I'm going to find a good spot by the screen. Coming? He stood and left. I leaned over and whispered to Boyd. You're still doing it, right? Totally. Chapter 21. I loved unpacking all the shiny new stainless steel instruments and lining them up according to size on the new stainless steel benches. There was something about shiny things that made everything seem clean and fresh. Bottles of chemicals and solutions, all with matching labels, stood proudly aligned on the shelf. The formaldehyde and disinfectant took pride of place. James and Lennon carried boxes in from the collector van, and I found homes for each item, knowing Lennon would probably move everything again, based on his bias towards practicality over what looked nice. I took a photo of the mortuary in all its shiny splendour, posted it on the Mandrake Memorial's Facebook page with the caption, Ready for business. Bring out your dead. There were only 3 people following the page, Lennon, James, and my cousin in Melbourne, so it wasn't too much of a disaster when Lennon insisted it was in bad taste and made me take it down. Even when I explained the Monty Python reference, he still failed to see its humour. Lennon had an invitation for lunch from a local family he'd met while at the supermarket. The man could make friends in a salad bowl. So once the unpacking had been done, he left me with James to flatten the empty boxes and tidy up. I'd been successfully avoiding James for 2 weeks now, so I wasn't all that happy with Lennon for choosing a free home-cooked meal over my need to not be left alone with James. Lennon winked suggestively on his way out. Thanks for your help, James, but you should go. I can finish up here. I tore at the boxes, stomping on the corners that needed extra force. I focused my attention on the task, very aware of him beside me. Pip? Suddenly there wasn't enough air in the room. I stomped louder on the boxes. Can you stop for a second? I need to say something. I didn't stop. Not at first. But eventually I forced myself to look up, even though I didn't want to. James reached for the cardboard box in my hands and added it to the pile. I didn't know what to do with my arms, so they just hung there, all useless and conspicuous. His voice was low. I'm sorry if we made you feel uncomfortable the other night. It's fine. I don't want to talk about it. It's just, we owe you. Please, James, really, Matilda's doing so well. I'm grateful. That's all. His eyes locked onto mine and my heart stopped beating a second. I know it stopped because when it resumed again, it thumped loudly in my ears, making my head spin. Did I have a heart murmur? I had to be clear. Look, you help me with my business. I extend Matilda with her maths. Let's just keep it simple, James. No more family dinners, okay? If that's what you want, he said. I stared at the crease between his eyebrows and found myself stuck there. My heart murmured again and I made a mental note to get it checked by a doctor. He turned away and started on another box across the room. Sally is grateful, too, by the way. I was still staring in the space he'd left, distracted by the dizzy pulse in my chest. In my vagueness, I thought I'd heard wrong. Sally? I asked. I thought Sally was the name of your fish. Yes, and my wife. I hid my surprise with a cough. His face didn't move. No glint in his eye, no slight tilt in his cheek. I racked my brain for something subtle to say. You named your fish after your dead wife? Subtle, damn it. No, my fish is Sally. Oh, dear God. Sorry, James, I'm confused. It's not as unlikely as you might think, reincarnation. You think your wife came back as a fish? Oh, God, where are all the cameras? There have to be cameras. Yes, I do. I kept a straight face, but someone like me was almost certain to trip over all the baggage he had lying around. Why? How? Did the fish tell you? Not in actual words, Pip. I'm not an idiot. I beg to differ. I see. He scowled deeply, serious as ever. When Sally was alive, we had dozens of fish in that tank, but after the accident, the other fish slowly disappeared, one by one. You see, she had to get rid of the others so we would know it was her. I stared at him a minute, waiting for the punchline. He stared back as the seconds ticked by. Eventually I took the plunge. She ate the other fish? Yes. So you'd know it was her? Yes. I thought you had to be born into reincarnation. Can anyone really know for sure? But a fish? The realisation James might be a certifiable lunatic felt like a cold shower. I'd noticed that freestanding fish tank in the dining room. I remembered thinking it was too big for one yellowish-coloured goldfish. Why hadn't he mentioned this before? Who else knows about your Sally theory? Does Lennon know? Of course. It's not the kind of thing you'd keep to yourself, is it? Yes, it is, James. Yes, it is. I picked up a cardboard box and tore it at randomly. Okay, I said, unsure of where else to go with the conversation. Lunacy was a delicate subject and Lennon hadn't trained me on the social etiquette of it yet. It's been hard for them, he said, as he flattened another box and added it to the pile. The girls, they're starting to forget little things about their mother. I bet they were. It must be hard to stare at a goldfish and still remember the good old days. He looked at me as if I might have the answer, and something twisted inside. A foreign, unwelcome idea ferreted its way from my chest to my head. Could it be true? James, not despite of, but because of his mental instability, had become unbearably attractive to me. As I scrambled to make my face unreadable, a loud knock gave me the diversion I needed. I sprinted for the back door. "Come in!" I cried as I slammed the door into my foot in my eagerness to invite my saviour in. Boyd Royden stood outside looking more formal than I'd seen. His black shirt and pants, yellow tie with embroidered logo were a reminder He had an actual day job. I couldn't have been happier to see him. James, fish, dead wives, and feelings were all too much to process right now. "Hey, Boyd, do you know James?" I asked too loudly. The two men shook hands. "I've heard of you," said Boyd. "You're the fish guy." So really, everyone knew? Lennon was a dead man. "Yep, that's me," said James, a friendly smile across his face. Certifiable. Stupendously gorgeous and downright certifiable. Pip, can I speak with you for a minute?" Boyd looked from me to James and back again. "Is now a good time, or—" He rocked on his feet and thrust his hands deep into his pockets. I tried to look anywhere but at the bulging front of his pants where his hands filled the two cavities of despair. I tried not to think about the cesspool of germs squirming through his fingers. "Of course, fire away." "Yeah, look, it's sort of private." Boyd bent his head at an angle with a "I've got information" stare. "I'll be out the back." James excused himself and lifted the cardboard boxes on his way outside to the bins. I turned to Boyd. "What did you find out?" "Yeah, not much. No major purchases in any of the accounts, not Keith's, and not the two dead guys." "Really? Nothing at all?" "Nothing." Bugger. "Well, thanks for checking it out, Boyd. I appreciate it." "Yeah, look, there's just one thing." "Oh, yeah?" I focused my eyes on his face and tried to ignore his hands in his pockets. "Both Mr. Johnson and Mr. McKinley withdrew their full pension in cash every fortnight, right? They'd spend all day at the TAB on pension day. Everyone knew this. Both men had gambling addictions since I can remember, right? Most of that cash would have gone to the races, so maybe Keith saw an opportunity and took it. I think your theory is quite possible, since I've thought about it." I knew I liked Boyd. I should probably find out where those gifts were purchased before I go accusing Keith of anything else. Boyd nodded. "Yeah, probably a good idea. Let me know if I can do anything, eh?" I smiled and thanked him, but he didn't leave. He just stood there, gazing around the room. Did he want coffee? A medal? Damn it all, what was I missing? I smiled broadly first, so it didn't sound dismissive, just as Lennon had taught me. "Was there anything else, Boyd?" His hands thrust deeper inside his pockets, and I wanted to ask him to take them out and wash them immediately. His feet started rocking again, and I knew I was out of my depth. "Boyd?" "Yeah, is Lennon here?" Air gushed out his mouth, as if it had been stuck inside. "Sorry, Boyd, he's having lunch with Mr. and Mrs. something or other. Can I tell him you dropped in? Give him a message?" Oh, I'd be telling Lennon, all right. Lennon would be so happy. Boyd's face turned red and he hustled out the door. "Nah, thanks, Pip. Nah, she's cool. Bye." "Bye," I said, but he'd already gone. Poor Boyd. What a struggle love is. Out of a habit, I walked into the mortuary and checked the fridge temperature. "Boyd left already?" James had finished with the boxes and must have seen Boyd sprint from the building. "Yep." I turned fast and sidestepped him in a rush to lead him away from the morgue. If James found out what I was storing in the fridge... "Everything okay?" he asked, not following me. "I hope you don't think I'm some kind of freak because of the fish thing. It's not that big a deal." "No, it's fine. Everything's fine." I used my best sing-song voice. To my intense relief, James followed me from the room, only to stop when, in what could only be described as a deliberate act of appliance treason, the thermostat on the fridge decided at that moment to sputter loudly into action. "Why is your fridge on?" asked James. "I didn't think you'd had any clients since Mr. McKinley." I chewed on the side of my lip and walked out the door. He didn't follow. "Pip?" I heard the fridge handle open and a drawer slide out. He was on to me. Why was it so hard for me to read other people's expressions, but they could read mine like a status update, complete with emojis? I must add a book on body language to my reading list. "Why is Mr. McKinley still here?" James called. I did my best not to sound defensive. "We've been waiting to see if any family came forward." "But it's been 4 weeks, Pip. You've got the paperwork to cremate. Why haven't you done it?" I tried so hard to keep my face impassive, but he guessed it. Again. "You're still hanging on to this theory he's been killed, aren't you?" he asked. "Once Mr. McKinley's been cremated, all the DNA evidence will be gone. I just need a couple more pieces of the puzzle and I'll have enough to take it to the authorities." "So what's stopping you?" "Well, the locals aren't being all that cooperative with my inquiries." "With your inquiries? Oh, I can imagine." He shook his head like he was disappointed. How dare he judge me? The fish guy, judging me. "You can't run a business this way, Pip." "What do you care? Your Whitechapel funeral sign is still outside, screaming to all the people of Mandrake that your funeral home is the #1 choice in the region. Don't pretend you want me to succeed here. We both know my success is your loss." "I don't see it that way, actually." "There are only a finite number of bodies available to bury, James. There's no unplanned purchases here. A family either has a person to bury or they don't. So don't tell me it's not a competitive business and you're not my enemy, because it is and you are." He stared me down a minute. Not the puppy dog eyes, grieving over his dead wife-turned-fish from before. Harder, tormented. I held my position and waited for a reaction. I wanted screaming. I wanted shouting. I wanted emotion I could read. Instead, he spoke quietly, controlled. "I'll take the sign down, then." I threw my arms in the air. "It's not just the sign, James." He took a step closer. "Then what?" My voice got louder to compensate for my frustration. "I've told you. I've told everyone. There's a pattern and no one takes me seriously. Not even you. Not even the guy who thinks his wife is a friggin' fish believes me. I think there's a chance you're a frustrated academic looking for a problem to solve, whether there is one or not. Don't be ridiculous." He took another step closer and lifted his hands as if to touch me, but changed course and ran them through his hair instead. "Pip, I've seen this kind of thing before. It's a byproduct of the job. You're surrounded by death and you start to question things. Your mortality, for one." Oh boy. Talk about the fish calling the kettle black. "That's not it. Death's a normal progression of life," he went on. "You'll get used to it." "Well, like you have." I shouted and stuck out my chin. "I'm keeping Mr. McKinley." I waited for the yelling. It still didn't come. He silently shook his head. "What's the harm?" I continued quickly. "He has no family and not a single person has asked about his service or burial. It's like they've all just forgotten him. There's a dignity in finding out the truth. You need to put your energy into the business, Pip." "I think you should go." "Pip?" "Go!" All right, he said, throwing his hands up. "I'll go, but I drove here to deliver your new van. You'll have to drive me home." Oh yeah, the van was mine now. The super uncool white Toyota collector van with dark windows and velour seat covers that smelt of formaldehyde had a stretcher in the back for the dead people. All mine. Lucky, lucky me. "Well, okay, I'll drive you home," I said as he placed the keys in my hand, "but only if you ride in the back." Chapter 22. Stupid fish-loving freak. Lacking purpose? Me? Lacking purpose? That's what he thought of me. I'd driven him home, a 35-minute ride without a single word spoken, and when we'd arrived I'd left the engine running, hoping he'd get out without another word. But he couldn't help himself. It's hard to separate yourself from this job sometimes, I get that. I just think you're trying to distract yourself from the real issue by chasing something that doesn't exist. And what's the real issue, James? You lack purpose. It kept rolling around my head over and over for the entire drive home. I couldn't stop it. I tried counting down from 5, then thinking about something else. Buy toothpaste, call plumber, file nails. Lack purpose, damn it! I had purpose. I had a couple of murders to solve, even if I had to break some rules. I drove straight to Mr. McKinley's street, did a drive-by, then parked several houses away. It was Sunday afternoon and there were a lot of cars in driveways. Probably not the best time to sneak into a dead man's house unnoticed. So I walked up the front path as if I had permission, along the veranda and around the side, through the gate and into the backyard. I knew the front door was locked. I'd locked it myself the day I collected him with Lennon. The property was under the jurisdiction of the trustee now, so it was unlikely the house had been visited since. It would take the PHUSA months to sell the assets. My first thought was an unlocked back door. Locked. I checked the windows. Locked. I stood and imagined I was an 80-year-old man. Where would I leave the key? He'd lived in this house most of his life. It was a small country town and he knew his neighbours. He'd hidden the shed key under a pot plant. I lifted the doormat and unsurprisingly found the key and unlocked the back door. It stuck and I had to yank it with force, resulting in a loud scrape and a little squeal from me when the full force of the door hit my toe. I covered my hand with my mouth and moaned quietly as I hopped inside. It was dark and smelled like mice and rotten vegetables. I didn't want to risk a light switch, so I used my phone light to look around. "All right, Mr. McKinley," I said out loud. "Help me out here." I stood in the lounge, remembering the scene 3 weeks before. Nothing had changed. The empty glass, the pen, the notebook, all still sat on the table beside where he'd been on the couch. I pattered around quietly, seeing the photographs for the first time. What had someone said? He'd lost his wife and kids in a drowning accident? There were 3 bedrooms. The first had 2 single beds, covered by a faded green bedspread, with a layer of dust that had been there so long it had become a permanent stain. The second bedroom had a set of metal galvanised bunks and a small desk with a lift-top lid. The third bedroom was the only one that looked lived in. The bed had been made, the drawers and wardrobe doors were closed, and a 7-day plastic pill container sat on the bedside dresser. Only Saturday and Sunday were empty. I put it aside. There was no mess, no litter, no scattered clothes, no clutter. Mr. McKinley was a tidy man, so there was a very good chance he'd filed a delivery receipt for his scooter in an obvious place. I went to work. The kitchen and lounge area revealed nothing. No bills under a magnet on the fridge, not even a to-be-filed pile. I went through all the cupboards, kitchen drawers, linen press, bathroom cabinet, bookshelves. I returned to his bedroom, opened his wardrobe and took out his trousers and a jacket. Pockets. I would need to look through the pockets. I stood at the bed and gave myself a pep talk. It was just a phobia. I could do this. I donned the plastic gloves I'd brought with me from the collection van, held the pants upside down and shook them with all my might. Something jangled, but nothing fell. A used handkerchief wedged everything inside. I'd have to go in. I swapped hands. I swapped again. I closed my eyes, took a breath and... Nope. Couldn't do it. I dropped the pants and went in search of assistance. Armed with a pair of kitchen tongs, I pulled the pocket inside out and its contents fell conveniently onto the bed. 7 pockets later, I found in total 3 used handkerchiefs. Need I say more? A pack of stomach lozenges, a bunch of sugar sachets, a supermarket receipt, a few coins and a small amount of lint. Come on, Mr. McKinley, you must have put your important documents somewhere. You're an organiser. I sat on the bed and it squeaked loudly. The mattress. What was it with old people and mattresses? Sure enough, under the bed were a series of shoeboxes, all labelled, all ordered by year. I fished out the newest looking box and sat it on the bed. Inside were bill receipts, old bank passports, and dozens of lottery tickets. It was almost dark by the time I went through them all, and I used my phone flashlight to read the final few. I found the receipt I was looking for taped under the top of a box lid, an A4 sheet folded twice. Red Train Courier delivered the mobile scooter on the 15th of September, just 2 weeks before his death. I scoured the receipt for a remittance address when I heard the car pull into the driveway and the short blip of a police siren. Shit! In panic, I hid Mr. McKinley's pills and the delivery receipt in my bra, giving my boobs a squarish look. I don't use pockets, okay? I formed a story in my head. I was preparing for Mr. McKinley's service and needed inspiration from his home. It was a legitimate story and I was confident I could talk my way out of it. That's not to say my heart wasn't beating so hard it felt like I'd swallowed a mechanical chest-beating Tarzan doll. Car lights lit up the legs of Senior Constable Darrell Paddo Patterson as he sauntered, thumbs loosely resting on his gun belt, to the front door. He'd practiced that walk, I was sure of it. I imagined him standing in front of the television, remote in hand, copying Bruce Willis in Die Hard, getting the swagger just right. It wouldn't be impossible for me to sneak out the back door, hide amongst the overgrown brush in the long backyard until he left, and then sneak back to my van. He didn't know for sure there was someone in here. He might be doing a routine drive-by, although that didn't explain the siren. I made my decision quickly, turned off my phone and tiptoed to the back door. My fingers walked across the wall next to the door as I focused my memory of the power source I'd seen earlier. These old houses often had them inside. I felt it and flicked the main switch slowly off, careful to be silent. Tiptoeing again, I made my way towards the front door. I needed the element of surprise. The locked door rattled and a large voice called out, "Please, come!" In one quick movement, I turned the lock and threw open the door so that his voice faded in shock and he jumped backwards, his hand fumbling in the region of his gun. I spoke quickly before he could unclip it and shoot. "Hello, Senior Constable! What brings you here?" Chapter 23. The police station interview room was also the kitchen. Darrell made coffee while I sat in the orange plastic chair at the old wooden table. The building was vintage and quirky, but not in a good way. The old white-framed windows were pushed inwards to let the breeze in, and a fan whirred overhead, clicking quietly. The other side of the corridor, I could see a small office. One desk, the floor covered with files, a locked metal cabinet, probably for his weapon. There would be a holding cell somewhere, but I couldn't see it from my position. I hoped I wouldn't need to. I knew Mandrake was one of the last stations in the state to be manned by only one police officer. When Senior Constable Darrell Patterson wasn't on duty, the phones went directly to Clonstone, who dispatched a car if there was any trouble, which was rare. Very rare. Darrell took care of most things, the usual mundane duties, probably an escaped cow in the main street or barking dogs, random breath testing, school talks. He poured the hot water into the coffee, picked a dirty spoon out of the sink and put it in the sugar, heaped in several scoops and stirred. Once the milk went in, he licked the spoon and dropped it back in the sink. The milk stayed on the bench as he carried the drinks over and sat opposite. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Why not put the milk away? It had been a warm day. There was no air conditioning in here, just the click, click, clicking of the fan. The milk would last a couple of hours at best. This guy was lazy and sloppy. And don't start me on the spoon routine. Should I trust him with my theory? If his beverage routine was anything to go by? So, Pip Blessus, this is an informal interview, so I want you to relax. Why don't you tell me why you were in Mr. McKinley's house tonight? As you know, Mandrake Memorials is holding a service for Mr. McKinley in the near future, and I wanted to get a sense of the man so I could add some personal touches to the service. In the dark? No, of course not. I hadn't planned to do it in the dark, but it took longer than I expected and the lights didn't work, so rather than come back another time, I just used a flashlight. How did you get in? The house was locked. There was a key under the mat? And you saw that as an invitation? The mat said, "Welcome." Senior Constable Patterson stared as if trying to decide if this was indeed a legal loophole. Were you looking for anything in particular? Photos, personal interests, that kind of thing. He nodded, and took a long, loud slurp from his drink. "Anything else?" "No, that's it." "Did you take anything?" "No, of course not. That would be stealing. I understand I would need permission to remove anything from the house before the service." He looked straight at my boobs. My rectangular-shaped boobs. I crossed my arms over them and his eyes met mine. "You're right. Taking anything from the house would be theft, and I take that kind of thing very seriously." "As you should, officer." "Please call me Daryl, or Paddo." The plastic pill container itched against my skin. I was desperate to scratch it. Instead, I took my coffee and lifted it to my lips, then remembering, returned it to the table. I couldn't sip it, not even in an attempt to look casual. "Was there anything else, Daryl?" The name felt odd to say it out loud. "Actually, I've been meaning to chat to you about some complaints I've had." "Oh?" I squirmed in my seat as I tried to adjust the package subtly with the side of my arm. It moved enough to stop the itch, but now it sat at a funny angle. "Neighbours of Mr. McKinley say you've been asking them about his property, visitors, that type of thing. You can understand from my perspective it might look a bit suspicious. And then I find you in his house, in the dark." "I explained why I was there, Daryl, and the power was off so I couldn't use the lights. Don't you believe me?" My skin prickled in my bra, demanding immediate attention. He leaned in. "It doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is the truth." He timed his hand to hit the desk with truth. If I wasn't so itchy, I'd have laughed. Luckily, I managed to tone it down to a smile. I'm certain laughter wasn't the response he was hoping for. "Of course," I stood, and walked to the sink and gave my bra another quick jiggle, the relief fabulous. I tipped my coffee down the sink and turned back to face the police officer, a winning smile still on my face. "Will that be all, Daryl? It's getting late and—" I felt it before I heard it. The trickle of little round beads falling from my bra, through my dress and onto the floor. Plop, plop, plop. Mr. McKinley's pills fell onto the polished wood, spun, then lay still, glaring at me like recalcitrant toddler M&Ms. Daryl's eyes went from the floor back to me several times before he spoke. Tell me what I'm looking at here, Pip." I could talk my way out of it if I wanted to. I was certain of that. I always carry pills in my bra so that I remember to take them. Or I find push-up bras inadequate and prefer the rectangular shape. Or I'm participating in a study on the durability of the pill case. Daryl would rather believe me than do the paperwork on such a petty crime, I'm sure. Then again, why should he be allowed to spend his cushy days drinking coffee and cruising the streets while I stuck my neck out and did his job for him? Maybe I should get him involved, report the whole thing and get back to doing my job. Trouble was, if I was brutally honest, I didn't want anyone else involved. This was my puzzle. I wanted to solve it without any interference from Daryl Paddo Patterson. Cooperate or lie? I tossed a coin in my head. The decision made, I put my hand down the front of my dress and retrieved the pills. Daryl's head shot up, his eyes large. For a second, I'm sure he thought I was about to flash him. Relief flooded his face when I placed the package on the table between us. These were Mr. McKinley's. I was planning to test them. For what? I don't know. What exactly do you think is going on here? I think Mr. Johnson and Mr. McKinley's death were suspicious. On what grounds? They both received gifts beyond their means just weeks before they died. Someone was paying them off. Who? And why? I think they might have found out something they shouldn't have and were bribed to stay quiet, but when that didn't work they were killed. Daryl shook his head adamantly. Mr. Johnston and Mr. McKinley have both lived here ever since I was born. They don't know anyone like that. Hell, they never leave this town, so what secret could they possibly have discovered to put them in danger? Indeed. Did I just say indeed? This type of thing doesn't happen here. Ever. And I mean ever, ever. There was a despondency in his voice that made me think he secretly wished this type of thing did happen here. Did Senior Constable Patterson dream of greater things? More drama, more excitement? I have a suspect, I said. Really? Part of me wished I'd gone with the push-up bra story, but I forged ahead. Keith, at the Bluey. He's stealing money from his clients. I've seen it. Keith Bowman? No, it's not Keith. Why? Because you've known him all your life? I hated how quickly he dismissed me and my words tumbled out in a mad rush. I'm telling you, Darryl, he's embezzling from the TAB. He targets the older men like Mr. Johnson and Mr. McKinley and pretends to make bets and then keeps the money for himself. He has a pile of bogus receipts at that bar. It's absolutely true. Keith did not kill Mr. Johnson or Mr. McKinley, said the senior constable firmly. That's just small-town bias. You should go and see for yourself. I don't need to investigate. Well, I did. Yes, that's what I heard. When I asked Keith what he was doing, he ignored me like I was some kind of idiot. But I know what I saw, and you need to do your job and bring him in for questioning. Darryl smiled and sat back in his chair, crossing his ankles. Let me get this straight. You think Keith purchased a brand new television for Mr. Johnson and a mobile scooter for Mr. McKinley to keep them quiet about his embezzling, and when they refused to stay quiet, he killed them. It's a possibility. How do you think he killed them, Pip? With your pills in your bra? Maybe. They both had a glass of water beside them when they died. How would a bloke like Keith, who has been a bartender his entire life, know what pills would cause a man to die so it looked like natural causes? The internet? The same place we all go to find out stuff like that. You could subpoena his computer, check his searches. There's no conspiracy here, Pip. You're way off. It's too much of a coincidence, I argued. No, it's not. You're new at this undertaking business, right? This is just the kind of thing that happens. People die all the time. Sometimes their deaths happen in the same way, sometimes it's different. You need to focus your attention on your job and let me do mine. Understood? That's not good enough, Senior Constable. If you don't act on this, I'll call the Clonstone police. Don't do that, Pip, he said, leaning forward, serious. There it was again. Steel in his voice. Did he have a problem with the police department in Clonstone? Or maybe I'll call Crime Stoppers, I continued. He opened and closed his hands a few times, shook them and put them neatly in front of him. Pip, why can't you just believe me when I say Keith did not kill those men? The only way you could know for sure would be if you knew who did kill those men. Darryl stood up and closed the door. What I'm about to tell you stays in this room, you understand? Why? You want to know the truth? Then I need your word it won't go any further. Can I trust you? I nodded. I would promise anything for answers. My brain just worked that way. Darryl moved from his chair and sat on the edge of the table. A few men, older men, who frequent the Bluey TAB, are addicts. Gambling addicts. They draw out their pension once a fortnight, head to the Bluey and bet on races until every cent is gone. Mr. Johnson and Mr. McKinley both struggled with gambling addictions. Not surprising, considering the state of their houses. Keith would pretend to make bets, collect the money instead and pay Mr. Johnson's rent and utilities. He even had his bills redirected to his pub so that he could keep on top of them. Mr. McKinley owned his home and managed his bills, but often wouldn't eat. Keith rigged the meat raffles and the grocery raffles every week. We all knew about it. Everyone felt sorry for them, especially Mr. McKinley. After he lost his wife and kids, he never recovered. Keith's a hero, Pip. He kept those men alive much longer than they would have if he hadn't made those bogus bets. I went back through the scenes in my head. I knew it must be most likely true as I collaborated this new information into order. Keith had only been using the alternate TAB method for one of his clients on Melbourne Cup Day. I remembered him, elderly, nursing the same glass of warm beer for most of the afternoon, staring at the monitor in the corner or the guide in his hand, unemotional, alone. Keith had been protecting him from himself. The list of raffle winners, the same names repeating endlessly down the list. Meat packs, food hampers, vouchers for meals at the pub. Keith was a hero, and the whole town knew it but me. I was the bad guy. I was the woman who accused Keith of cheating and killing 2 men when the opposite was true. He'd been keeping them alive. Why didn't he just tell me the truth? Everyone else seems to know but me, I said sulkily. Everyone else seems to know but me. Not everyone. It's important it stays quiet. Keith could lose his licence. Or worse, lose the trust of the people who he helps. You're new in town. People are wary. I won't say anything. I promise. You have my word. I appreciate that. So are we done with the Sherlock Holmes routine? It's not Keith, I get that. But nothing else has changed. There are still too many coincidences between those deaths. What do you suggest I do? Order an autopsy on Mr. McKinley's body. Didn't you cremate him already? No, I was waiting to see if any next of kin came forward. Darryl scratched his bottom lip nervously, stood and wiped his face with his hand. I'm not calling the coroner, Pip. Not based on an empty glass and a new scooter. They'd dismiss it immediately, and probably get a good laugh. Darryl's eyes looked hurt, like it was something he could imagine very easily. I needed to try another way. What if more people die? They won't. He rested his hand on his gun with a worried look, like I might go kill someone just to prove my point. You know everyone in this town. Is there anyone else, an elderly person who lives alone maybe, who might have received an unexplained gift recently? You want me to go check up on all the old people in this town? I don't have the resources for that. I didn't think it would be helpful to suggest he had more time than most in his profession. I'd be happy to help, I said. Now, that's not a good idea. He scratched his bottom lip. You know, my job is to keep law and order. Your job is to bury people. Let's not get the two confused. If I catch you breaking and entering again, I will charge you. Is that clear? So you won't be calling the coroner? I'll give you a ride to your car. If you gave me the number, I'd be happy to call the coroner myself. Or you could walk. I could text, send an email. He was walking out the door. I'm leaving. I grabbed the pill case from the table and stuffed it up my sleeve. Senior Constable, thanks for telling me about Keith. I appreciate it. You'll love this town, Pip. Just give it some time. The people here are loyal. Fiercely loyal. If you earn their trust, they'll show you that loyalty in return. It's a sure thing. I nodded my understanding. Trouble was, earning their trust was going to be a lot harder than Senior Constable Patterson imagined, because now I had to find me a new suspect. Chapter 25. If you'd asked me 3 months ago, would I be sitting in the back of a chapel watching a funeral service for a complete stranger and finding the experience captivating, I would have prescribed 2 aspirin and a lie down. Yet here I was, watching James at work, his staff attending quietly around the room as the mourners listened to deeply felt eulogies from the grieving family. The deceased man was relatively young, early 30s, a tormented artist whose depression had settled around his heart and wouldn't let go. The pain and despair hung heavily in the room, and I watched, fascinated. It was a wide room, more than 500 people filled it, some standing along the back. A photograph of a fair-haired man with sparkling blue eyes projected on the screen, a haunting reminder of their loss. Grief was everywhere. In the stoop of the mother's back, the shadows on the father's face, The young children quiet and still, the unity of shared love. The words, the stories, the people, the memories. Not just any memories, the good ones, the funny ones, the happy ones. My eyes met James's across the room as the people slowly filed past the open coffin, first the close family, then the rest of the congregation. A slow, steady stream of sadness, of grasping hands and runny noses. A recording played, a Leonard Cohen song. Did the deceased really like this song, or was it chosen because a family member liked it? Suddenly I wanted to know. I wanted to see some evidence of this man's life. They said he was an artist. Where was his art? Where was his life's work? Shouldn't he be in a room surrounded by all the things he created, not the confines of a wooden box on a cushion of white silk? Had the man even liked silk? I moved quietly to the exit and was taking notes when James joined me. So what do you think? It's beautifully done, James. I'm sure the family were, I wanted to say happy, but happy was all wrong. Appreciative. Lennon would have been so proud. Has it helped at all? James asked. You mean, did it serve any purpose other than show off your exceptional facilities and professional staff? His funeral home was beautiful. A sleek modern building set on a corner block, tasteful clean lines, sparkling white interior, giving a sense of heaven in a building. Wide corridors, crystal chandeliers and calm Celtic music piped through every room. There was a cappuccino machine, bar and lounge area for clients. Over 50 coffins on display, and a state-of-the-art mortuary that was so spotless it could double as a restaurant kitchen on weekends. Whitechapel Funerals had everything. Even I wanted to be buried there. What could I possibly offer a customer they couldn't get here? Mandrake Memorials was old, musty, dark and small. Who wanted that? Do you have a crematorium? No, we outsource. Your crematorium is one of the last to run independently. But I think you knew that. I did, I smiled. We headed outside and the heat of the late afternoon slowed our steps. He walked me to my car and we stood under the shade of a plane tree as I searched my bag for my car keys. I'm thinking of adding a tagline to my business name. Mandrake Memorials sounds so morbid. What do you think of Mandrake Memorials, I bury dead people? He grinned, causing one tiny dimple to form on the side of his mouth. Or, Mandrake Memorials, putting the fun back into FUN funeral. His lopsided grin persevered as he shook his head in pretend disgust, his eyes shining against his will. What? You don't like it? What about this old favourite? Mandrake Memorials, you stab 'em, we slab 'em. James threw his finger up. Wait, what about Mandrake Memorials, you kill 'em, we'll chill 'em? Now you're getting the idea, I said. He went on. Mandrake Memorials, you snuff 'em, we'll stuff 'em. Ooh, really? Too far. Mandrake Memorials, 10 out of 10 people are doing it. Enough already, stop. He went to speak again, but I covered his mouth with my hand. He mumbled into it. Mandrake Memorials. Stop, stop, stop. He grabbed my fingers and held them away from his mouth. Something pinged inside me from my chest to the top of my head. He dropped my hand suddenly, like he'd felt it too. I needed a change of subject. How many staff do you have? He was quick with an answer. 7, full-time, another 5 part-time casual. And when you interview staff, what's the most important quality you look for? The most important quality? Let me think. The one personal quality anyone in this industry can't do without. He looked at his toes for a while, and I impatiently jangled my keys in my hand. Too hard? I pressured. Well, you've asked for just one, so give me a minute. He looked at his toes some more, but now I think he was taking his time just to tease me. James! I thumped him on the arm, carefully so there wouldn't be another chest ping. He grinned. You think it's an easy answer, don't you? You think I'm going to say empathy, compassion. Well, I don't think it is. He stopped speaking, staring at his toes. I rattled my keys some more, crossed my arms, uncrossed my arms, gave a loud groan and opened the door to my car. Whatever, I'm leaving. I'm going to tell you, but I need to phrase it just right. Why? You think it might upset me because I don't have that quality? Is that what you're having trouble saying? You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you don't. Oh, for God's sake, just tell me, will you? He stood there, staring at the sky. Fed up, I got in the van and slammed the door. He walked over to my window, indicating I should wind it down. I took my time, put my phone in its cradle, started the engine, adjusted the mirrors, checked my lipstick. He stood still, waiting, silent. When I was happy with how long I'd kept him, I wound down the window. Yes? What is it? I revved the engine. The one quality essential for anyone working in the funeral industry? Yes. Is? Yes. Patience. Oh, what a load of shit, I said. I slammed on the accelerator too fast and stalled the engine. Chapter 26. I got through a 90-minute tutoring session with Matilda without moaning about her father once. I call that patience. Even when she complained he wouldn't let her attend a school friend's party, I listened quietly and passed no judgment. Though I'm itching to grumble and gossip, I don't. I understand boundaries. I'm patient like that. Patient. I have plenty and plenty of patience. Why does a funeral director need patience anyway? Griffin texted me earlier to say he had news about the Red Train courier's delivery receipt I'd found at Mr. McKinley's home. I'd called the courier's head office earlier in the week, explaining I'd received an unexpected parcel and wanted to return it directly to the purchaser. The couriers traced the purchased order number to Newton's Mobility Aids, who'd been paid online by an organisation called Frankful Products and Service. That was as far as I got. Griffin, with his considerable tech skills, had agreed to see what he could do. And now he had news. Did I call him and demand to be told that instant? No. Was it churning me up inside, not knowing? Of course. But did I wait? Yes, I did. Why? Because I'm patient. I spent an entire afternoon trying not to think about it. By the time I arrived at the Bluey, my curiosity could have killed several cats, a dog, and maybe taken down a lion or two. I was the first to arrive, so I headed to the bar and ordered a round of drinks. I didn't want Griffin to have any excuse to delay his news, and I knew him well enough to know nothing would come between him and his first beer on a Friday. 5 pots of heavy, please? I asked Keith as nicely as I could manage. I'd avoided the bar at Dart's last week, but I had to face him eventually. He nodded and wordlessly prepared the drinks, put them on a tray and took my money without eye contact. Thank you. I lifted the tray off the bar as I prepared to speak the apology I'd worked on earlier. But he turned his back and began serving another customer. Oh well, it could wait. I spun around and walked straight into a uniformed chest, the beers clattering loudly and spilling over the tray. Senior Constable Darrell Patterson placed his narrow eyes on me. Not angry, not warmly, neutral. Whoops, sorry. He wiped a splash or two from his shirt. Pip, glad I bumped into you. A few of us were wondering when you're planning to hold the McKinley service. My face burnt. Was I in trouble? I kept my voice light. I'm all ready to go. I've just been waiting for someone to come forward to make the arrangements. Perfect. How does Monday sound? First thing, no fuss. Just say a few words, stay a bit for the cremation, then head off. Should take less than an hour. How does 10 o'clock sound? There's no rush. My voice spoke as my mind scrambled for a way to prevent the loss of my only piece of evidence. Poor old Neil's waited long enough, don't you think? I scanned his face for guile, but he looked nothing but agreeable. Why don't we leave it another week? I suggested, so we can make sure everyone knows it's on. Keith and I have that covered. Monday at 10. I sighed inwardly. Of course. See you then. He nodded and moved on as I stared at the spilt tray of drinks in my hands. Someone had finally noticed Mr. McKinley hadn't been given a service, and I had 2 days to decide what to do. I hoped Griffin's news would be useful. I sat at our table with my 5 half glasses of beer and waited as the room filled with dart teams. Henny arrived first, her eyes tired. Big week, Henny? She took a slow sip from her drink. Yeah. Working at the pharmacy tomorrow? Just till noon. How's Oliver? Good. That's good. Such was small talk with Henny. I tapped my fingers on the table and stared at the door. The others are late this week, I said. Henny looked at her watch. No, we're early. Oh, she was right. We were early. And I would be patient, damn it. Lennon, Boyd and Griffin all sauntered in together after a short time and made their way to the table. They helped themselves each to a drink, and I waited for Griffin to have his first mouthful. See? Patient. His first mouthful turned out to be the entire glass, and when he lowered it to breathe, I jumped in before he had time to head back to the bar for another. What did you find out, Griff? He dragged a longing gaze away from his empty glass, looked over his shoulder and stretched his neck out towards me. There's definitely something strange going on with Mr. McKinley's scooter. I felt my eyes widen. Tell me. I hacked into Newton's mobility aids account system and found the transaction. Wow, he really did it. Had I doubted him? He must be smarter than he looked. I managed to stop myself from saying this out loud and asked instead, So who paid for it? The invoice was made out to Mr. McKinley and paid with a MasterCard. So he did pay for it himself? According to the invoice, he did, but I traced the MasterCard and it wasn't in McKinley's name. So whose name was it? Griffin pulled a slip of paper from his back pocket and slid it across the table. I leaned over to read the pocket-warmed document without touching it. There were 16 numbers. That's the credit card number, but it's a burner. It can't be traced. The address leads to Abine, an offshore masker service used to hide the purchaser, he said. So we can't find out who bought the mobile scooter through this invoice? I asked. Exactly. I scratched an invisible itch on my temple. So the purchaser doesn't want to be identified? Otherwise, why use a burner credit card, right? Right. I leaned forward and lowered my voice. So that sounds suspicious, right? Someone is covering their tracks. No question, confirmed Griffin. A current of electricity surged through to my fingers and toes. I'd been right. I loved it when that happened. Don't look so happy about it, Pip, said Lennon. You look ready to break out in song. This is not a good thing. I gave him my best whatever look and turned back to Griffin. How did you go with the post office address on the envelopes? As you said, it's been listed as private. Yes. Could you find anything else? Unfortunately, I couldn't break into their system. The Australian Post Office have better online security than a small business like Newton's Mobility Aids. So no, sorry. Bugger. Hey, said Henny, interrupting softly. I have to leave early tonight. Why? I asked. Lennon sent me a discouraging frown and then turned his attention back to Henny. We can ask Cheryl to let us play the first round, if that helps. Henny nodded quickly and looked down at her drink. Are you okay, Henny? Asked Lennon. Now seemed like a bad time to ask, but Griffin's news had my adrenaline pumping, so I jumped right in. Henny, was Lawrence Johnson on any medication when he died? Henny's face went white as she stared at the glass in her hands. I can't. Pip, said Lennon, his voice shocked to the height of a soprano. She's not allowed to discuss the customer's medication. She'd lose her job. But the guy's dead, I argued. Even so, said Lennon. Henny's eyes flitted between us, then settled back down on her glass. She didn't speak. I put my back to Lennon to cut his eye contact with her. It'd be for us. I wouldn't say anything, I pleaded. You can't ask her that, Lennon interjected again. Why did he have to scare her off? Cheryl arrived at our table, stressed and frowning. Misfits are playing fourth. Here's your scorecard. She tossed it down from her great height and moved on to the next table. Henny was on her feet, her bag over her shoulder. I can't wait until fourth. I have to go. Sorry. She didn't wait for our goodbyes. Is she okay? Now I felt bad. Was it something I said? Probably, said Lennon. Who knows, said Griffin, staring after her. What's with the pharmacy questions? Asked Boyd. Well, both of the victims sat beside a glass of water, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. You think euthanasia gone wrong? Suggested Griffin. Yes, or maybe it was set up to look like euthanasia, eh? Said Boyd, his eyes wide. The euthanasia theory doesn't explain the gifts, I said. We all went quiet a moment. A loud cheer from the direction of the dartboard reminded us of the game we soon had to play, and we all took a long drink of our beers to help find the courage. 6 rounds of competition, and we hadn't moved from the bottom of the ladder. So where do we go from here? Asked Boyd. They looked at me like I was their team leader. I needed a plan. Griff, can you break into the pharmacy database, find out what they were prescribed? Griff moved awkwardly in his seat. I don't know, Pip. I'm not sure it's cool to access that kind of stuff when it's local information. It's private, personal. Come on, Griff, I pleaded. You don't have to read it. Just download it and I'll analyse it myself. He shook his head. Sorry. Sure, no, I understand. I didn't. Lennon tried to hide his approval at Griffin's response, but I could see the edges of his half-smile and glowing, self-satisfied eyes. He didn't like me investigating because it was bad for the business. But if someone was killing people, wasn't I ethically obliged to do something? Surely he could see that. Griffin went to the bar for more drinks, and Lennon and Boyd began a boring conversation about the use of drones in agriculture, so I zoned out and watched the room. Tonight the Bluey was full and loud, the Friday buzz of a weekend in the air. The fluorescent safety shirts were having a heated debate in one corner, while the business shirts drank wine by the bottle in the other. The netball and football teams nursed glasses of Coke before the big game tomorrow. The teachers, the hospital workers, the farmers, the shopkeepers all stood around in small circles, their conversations growing louder and louder. There were more friendship cliques here in this room than at my old high school. The Friday night darts thing was supposed to get me out into the community, but all it seemed to be doing was showing me how segregated I actually was. With the exception of the people at my table, and Cheryl, sometimes, when it suited her, no one else spoke to me. If the Bluey was the schoolyard, then this darts team, Boyd, Lennon, Griffin and Henny, were my people. My chess team, my school band, my science club. They were my safety net, and it felt good to have one. The last time I'd felt a part of something like this was at university with Kerry Ann. Oh my God, Kerry Ann. Maybe she could help. She wouldn't be able to resist doing me a favour, especially if I say an entire town of people were counting on her. It would be close to 8 years since we'd made contact. Well, she'd made contact. Kerry Ann was organising the 10-year Melbourne University reunion, and she wasn't all that happy with me when I said I wouldn't be attending. I hadn't heard from her since. The clink of glasses and tired laughter in the room took me back to late nights hanging out in university bars with Kerry Ann. We'd met 20 years ago on the first day of medical school. She was everything I wasn't. Confident, friendly, and adored. If there was a party to organise or a schedule to coordinate, she was your girl. Maybe I was her project, or a challenge she needed to rise to, but she decided we would be friends, and so it was. Through association, I felt included, a part of something I'd never known before. She celebrated my knack for saying the wrong thing, encouraged it even, treated me like it was a gift, to say the things I thought out loud without a filter. She'd drag me out to the bar or a club when all I wanted to do was stay home. In return, I helped her pass her first 3 years of medical school when the last thing she wanted to do was study. She introduced me to Carl, my first boyfriend. She nursed me back to life when we broke up. She was the only person I told when I transferred out of medicine. She's still the only person who knows why. Carrie Ann went on to study forensic pathology, and the last time we spoke, she was working at the VIFM in Melbourne. She would have access to the equipment I needed to test Mr. McKinley's blood sample. Carrie Ann loved to be the hero. She would help me, I was certain of it. Did I still have her number? How much should I tell her? She might make me call the coroner. Maybe I should just call the coroner. Senior Constable Darrell Patterson waved uncertainly in my direction from across the room, and I realised I'd been staring at him. I raised my chin, half smiled and half waved, then tried to look interested in Boyd's conversation with Lennon, like my attention had been there all along. That's why I couldn't call the coroner, because I'd sound like a lunatic. 2 men were given valuable gifts beyond their means before they died. The gifts were untraceable. That was it. Yep, I'm totally bonkers. The coroner would call Darrell and he'd confirm it. Was I a lunatic? My instincts never served me well in the past, so why was I so sure of them now? Just because someone was handing out expensive gifts doesn't mean they'd killed those men. Maybe there was some kind of modern-day Santa Claus out there who liked to make people's life better by giving random gifts and hid the evidence so they could stay anonymous. It was possible. I scrolled through my phone and found Carrie Ann's number. What if I just took Mr. McKinley's blood samples and tested them in Carrie Ann's lab? If the tests turned out normal, then I could drop the whole thing and focus on my actual job. If the tests turned out positive, then I would have something concrete to go to the coroner with. I dialed and walked outside so I could hear the phone ring. Lennon's voice scolded in my head. You can't call someone after 8 years and ask them a favour. Well, maybe Lennon couldn't, but I could. Hello? Hey, Carrie Ann, it's Pip. Should I make small talk? Nah. I need a favour. Chapter 27. I balanced the cold pack containing Mr. McKinley's blood samples and my wallet in one hand, a hot thermos, a wine gift bag, on Lennon's insistence, and my van keys in the other. As I unlocked the driver's side door, the phone I'd been carrying between my teeth rang. My phone rarely rang, and my stomach turned in fear that it might be Carrie Ann to say she'd changed her mind about letting me use her laboratory. I'd been so grateful to her last night. She hadn't hesitated to help, and we'd chatted like old friends, which of course we were, but this time I hadn't minded the catch-up so much. We talked for over an hour and made plans to meet up today to process the samples. I was excited for this road trip to Melbourne, a chance to remind myself of the wonderful anonymity of the big city, to walk through a supermarket and not know a single person, to not have to smile or make eye contact with anyone as you pass them on the street. I'd be back in Mandrake tonight. Apparently a 6-hour round trip to Melbourne was not an unrealistic thing to do in one day. Country people did it all the time. I bought a thermos. It seemed appropriate. I took the phone from my teeth and my heart leapt when I recognised Dr. Finch's number. It's not an easy thing to admit, but death is good news in my business. Hello, Mandrake Memorials. How can I help you? Pip, I have a pickup. You available? Oh boy, was I available. Mandrake Memorials needed the work. Lots more work. Truthfully, we needed more people to die. It was no wonder Great Uncle Geoffrey had let things slide. Mandrake had become too small to support its own funeral business, and I knew the only way for me to survive was to poach clients from elsewhere. I certainly couldn't turn down local work. I hung up the phone from Dr. Finch and left a message I would be delayed on Kerry Ann's phone. Lennon and I arrived at the deceased's house 15 minutes later, the collection van loaded and ready to work. The sparkling new trolley slid out of the back, wheels flipping perfectly to the ground with a reassuring click as they locked into place. Oh my, this was going to be so much easier. I smiled widely at my new equipment, and Lennon had to remind me to drop my mouth into a more serious, consoling position. Once I'd rearranged my face, we headed inside, not bothering to knock on the open front door. It was pretty clear who we were and why we were there. The wheels of the trolley glided over the single step and rolled easily over the corridor's wooden floor. We followed the sound of voices to the back of the house that opened out to a kitchen and lounge area. A wide sliding glass door covered the back wall, looking out over a yard deep in tall grass and neglected fruit trees. My eyes adjusted to the light, and I turned to Dr. Finch, who had his head close to Henny. "Darts team, Henny." They both looked up as we approached. "Hey, Henny, what are you doing here?" Lennon jumped in before she could answer. "We're so sorry for your loss, Henny." Henny shook her head slightly and walked away. "Is she related to the deceased?" I asked, confused. "Not that I know of," said the doctor. "Henny's the one who found her." "Really? Who is it?" "Sherry Nicholson. Henny dropped by with some soup. She did it regularly, apparently." "Oh." I watched Henny leave the room. "I hope she's okay." The doctor shrugged and indicated a chair in a small alcove of the room. There sat an elderly lady, very small, a walking stick across her lap, and a slight smile on her lips. Her eyes were closed. She looked serene, sleeping, except for her colour, a slight green tinge. I didn't want to notice the coffee table beside her holding 2 glasses. I put it out of my mind, focusing on the job. There was no paper, no pencil, just 2 glasses, one empty, one with a set of dentures. "How did she die, doctor?" I asked. "Chronic heart failure. I've been treating her for some time, but she was stubborn and wasn't all that regular with her medication. Tough as old boots she was. I've been expecting it." "So she would have been in pain?" "Oh yes, considerable pain, I'd expect." "Yet she seems so happy, relaxed." "The release of death, Pip. No more suffering." "Can you guess a time of death?" He gave me a crooked look. "Why?" "Just curious." "I know what you're doing," he smiled kindly. "Darrell's mentioned you've been putting together a few theories. All I can tell you is Mrs. Nicholson died sometime between yesterday afternoon and midday today, when Henny found her." I nodded. "Family?" "Not that I know of. She wasn't a very nice lady, confidentially. She wielded that walking stick of hers like a weapon most days. There's many a local who've been on the receiving end of it." "Actually, I think Boyd's mentioned her," I said. "Stinger Nicholson, he called her. She came into the bank where he works a while ago, not happy. She smashed her stick on the counter demanding attention and set off all the alarms. They've banned her from bringing her stick inside the bank." "Sounds like her." "So is this going to be another long wait for payment? What are you trying to do to me, Doc?" "I'm not sure there's much I can do. Would you rather I call Whitechapel?" No. I understand and I appreciate the call. Better luck next time, eh?" Finch's mouth dropped open a little, but he said nothing as he signed and handed me the death certificate, turned and left the room. Rigor mortis had set in, leaving Mrs. Nicholson's body in a permanent sitting position on the trolley. Lennon had to massage her knees and legs to straighten them enough to lie flat. I watched him work one side and copied him on the opposite leg. I spoke quietly to Lennon. If this woman is so mean and unfriendly, why was Henny bringing her soup? I don't know, Pip. Maybe she felt sorry for her? Wouldn't she be worried she'd get hit over the head with the stick? Why don't you ask her? I just think it's strange. Oh, come on, he said as we lifted Sherry Nicholson onto the trolley. You don't think Henny's got anything to do with this? Can you finish up? I just want to take a quick look around. I know what you're doing. What am I doing? Looking for gifts. Unexplained, expensive gifts. What if I am? Well, good luck to you. Oh, shut up. I wandered around the house, conscious of the muted voices of Darryl, Dr. Finch and Henny outside on the front porch. It had to be discreet, opening and closing doors to rooms as quietly as I could, looking like a thief, tiptoeing my way around. The unit was brick, 70s style, small windows, dark rooms. Mrs. Nicholson didn't care much for housekeeping. It was difficult to see a service that wasn't covered with stuff. Catalogues, dirty dishes, stacks of papers, towels, old newspapers. No photographs on the wall, no mug saying, "Best mum ever." No gifts or cards or letters, or any evidence of a life outside this house. I found Lennon finishing up, zipping up the trolley bag, leaving only the head visible. He started to wheel the trolley towards me, stopped, turned, and picked up the glass containing the dentures and handed them to me. We'll be needing these, he said, and continued on. I followed, my hand touching the dirty glass and wishing I still had on my gloves. The water smelt like out-of-date mustard. Darryl followed Lennon to the collection van and I joined Henny and the doctor on the veranda. Did you know she was sick, Henny? Henny looked sick herself. Her bottom lip quivered and she bit into it. She's been asking for soup instead of the meals I normally bring. I should have known. Henny averted her eyes. Was that deceit, guilt, or plain grief on her face? I wished I could read people better. Is there anyone we should contact? Any family you know of? Henny shook her head and bit her lip some more. Were you close? I asked as compassionately as I could. It sounded sing-song, like a children's television presenter. I hated myself. I made a mental note to practice it later. Dr. Finch fidgeted with a pen and began scratching something on his clipboard. I didn't know her at all, really, answered Henny. She wasn't very nice. Yet she was smiling at the end. I never saw her smile. Ever. I'd not heard of a smiling reflex when you die, but you can be sure I was going to look it up. She let you cook for her? Yes, usually, sometimes. There was so much more to say, to ask, but I let it go. I would chat with Henny another time, when Darryl and Finch weren't taking in every word. Can we give you a lift home, Henny? I have my car. She still held the plastic container of soup in her hands. Would you like me to get rid of this? I reached for the soup, but she stepped away from me, her fingers rigid around the container. It's fine. I've got to get back. Oliver's in the car. Sure, okay. I'll see you Friday. Henny nodded, opened her mouth to speak again, but then closed it, turned and scooted away. I gazed up at the doctor and he stared straight at me, like he was trying to decide something. His hands folded the sheet of paper on his clipboard and he passed it to me without breaking eye contact. He leaned in and whispered, Here's the coroner's number. You can call it directly. Just don't say I gave it to you. Finch looked over his shoulder and straightened, pushed his clipboard into his bag and walked away. Darryl joined me in a few short strides as I headed to the van, the slip of paper hidden in my hand. Are we all good here, Pip? No conspiracy? He looked down at the denture-filled glass in my other hand and screwed up his nose. Fine, thanks, Senior Constable. Let me know how you go with any next of kin. Of course. But you've had a good look around, have you? Anything suspicious? Should we call NCIS on this one?" He rocked back and forth, his mouth wide, his eyes narrow with self-amusement. "I'll see you Monday, Daryl," I said, swinging into the passenger seat and closing the door. I didn't bother winding down the window, just waved as we pulled out of the drive. "Finally, a normal collection, eh, Pip?" said Lennon beside me. "It's a relief, right?" "Here, hold this." I handed him the glass of dentures and he steered with the other hand. I put Finch's slip of paper on the dashboard, clicked my seatbelt off and jumped into the back, pulled down the zip from Mrs. Nicholson's body, opened her mouth and felt her gums with my fingers. Pus-filled blisters bubbled along the ridge where her teeth should be. "Pip, what the hell are you doing?" "Lennon, if two's a coincidence, then three's a pattern." "Huh? The gift killer." "What gift? There's no gift. You said yourself there was nothing there." "But there was. It's right here." Lennon tried to turn his head while driving one-handed. "Where?" "You're holding it." "What?" "The dentures. The gift is the dentures. It's why Mrs. Nicholson had been asking for soup. It's why there are blisters on her gums. She's got new dentures. The gift is the dentures." Lennon dropped the glass, spilling denture water over his pants and onto the seat, the fake teeth clattering together on his lap. He screamed and stamped on the brakes, which caused me to fall against the trolley in the back, head first into Mrs. Nicholson's chest. I screamed. Lennon screamed again, and then we screamed together. Ah! Chapter 29. I shouldn't have told Kerry Ann I'd be late. Why? She got a better offer for the weekend and she's blowing me off until Monday. Water skiing with a Scottish doctor or something. I tipped hot thermos water over a tea bag and poured the rest down the sink, setting the thermos on the rack to dry. I added milk to my mug and when I couldn't find a clean spoon, I pinched the tea bag with my fingers. Lennon and Boyd made room for me on the sofa while Griffin slouched in a kitchen chair. Lennon had been expecting me to be away for most of the day and so had invited Boyd over. Griffin had tagged along, probably at Boyd's insistence. "Aren't we cremating Mr. McKinley on Monday?" asked Lennon as he ate a bowl of cereal with a fork. "Yes. I'll go to Melbourne after that." "But what's the point of testing the blood sample if he's already been cremated?" asked Boyd. "Well, we have Mrs. Nicholson now." Lennon stopped his fork midway to his mouth and said, "Can you try not to look so delighted?" I lowered the corners of my mouth, but they snapped straight back up into a smiley position. "I'm sad for Mrs. Nicholson, really I am, but 3 dead people with unexplained gifts is more than a coincidence." Lennon rolled his eyes. His head rolled as well for good measure. "Nicholson's in the morgue now?" asked Boyd. "Yes." "And you had a good look at her?" "Yes. No bruising, no marks, no broken skin or bones, nothing." "So how do you think she was killed, eh?" Boyd leaned closer towards me, causing Lennon, who was between us, to tip a forkload of cereal down his shirt. "Poison?" said Lennon shakily as he scooped up the wheat flakes and put them into his mouth. "Maybe," I grimaced and hoped Lennon's meal would soon be finished. "But poison tends to be a fairly vicious way to die. You certainly wouldn't be sitting comfortably in a chair with a knee rug perfectly tucked in and a calm, serene expression on your face." "What else could it be?" asked Boyd. "I'm not exactly sure." "You're the friggin' biochemist," said Lennon. "You must have some theories." "Without a lab, I'd just be guessing." "So, guess." I chewed on the side of my mouth a minute and then shook my head. No. "Don't worry," said Lennon. "You're not the only scientist in town." "Yeah, you're right," said Boyd, his eyes brightening. "We'll ask Henny." I went to laugh thinking it was a joke, but stopped myself just as Griffin raised his head from his chin and gave Boyd a warning glare. Why would they ask Henny? Sure, she worked at the pharmacy as a sales assistant. She wasn't a pharmacist. She told me once she'd dropped out of school at 15 to work in a supermarket. What could she possibly know about poisons and chemical reactions? You mean Henny? Darts Henny? Boyd nodded. Who do you think fills out all the prescriptions at the pharmacy? Boyd, will you shut up? Griffin sat up straight now, his eyes centred on me. Boyd threw out his hands defensively. What? It's not like it's a secret. Everyone knows Gavin Cleese hasn't been sober since his wife left 2 years ago. Who's Gavin Cleese? I jumped in. Griffin answered in a booming voice that silenced Boyd. He's the owner and pharmacist at Mandrake Chemist and Giftware. Boyd stared at Griffin a moment as a cheeky grin stretched across his face. He raised one eyebrow to challenge Griffin to stop him before he turned to me and answered, Yeah, but Henny fills out most of the prescriptions because Cleese is usually too pissed to stuff packets of pills inside a shoebox, let alone a properly labelled pill packet. But Henny's not qualified, is she? I asked, my head pivoting between them. They answered simultaneously. No, but stop it, Boyd! Why? I asked, intrigued. Why can't you tell me? Griffin sighed. This could be bad for Henny. He was right. This looked bad. If she'd made a mistake on a prescription, she could go to jail. Even if she hadn't made a mistake, what she was doing was illegal. Boyd sat forward and clapped his hands together. Yeah, but what if it was Henny? What if she did it on purpose? What if she's our killer? He turned and looked at each of us to see if he had any support for his theory. I stared at him blankly. Lennon stopped eating. Griffin looked like he might thump Boyd in the face. Now you're being ridiculous, he said. Well, how well do you know her, really? Boyd tilted his head and smiled at Griffin, taunting. Lennon leaned closer to Boyd in a protective way, although Boyd looked ready to dodge a fist should it come flying. Veins stuck out of Griffin's neck, but his voice stayed measured. A little thing called motive, Boyd. She doesn't have one. Ah, but Griffin, she might have a perfectly good motive. Just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean there isn't one. Boyd was on a roll, prodding and poking the bear, trying to get a rise. What do you think, Pip? Asked Griffin, turning to me. Do you think it could be an accident? I wasn't exactly sure what was going on between the boys, but I knew I didn't want to take sides and get in the middle of it. I thought about my answer carefully. Accidental overdose, euthanasia, or wrong medication, none of it explains the gifts. Boyd leaned back into the couch, his smile still bright, like he had a secret of his own. It was becoming clear that an attack on Henny was an attack on Griffin. I heard Griffin let out a long sigh. So what's the plan? Asked Lennon. We wait. We cremate Mr. McKinley on Monday. I test his blood and Nicholson's blood, and after that, if they come back positive, I'll contact the coroner, who'll arrange to pick up Mrs. Nicholson for an autopsy. You're still sure you want to bypass the local police on this? Asked Lennon. Senior Constable Darrell Patterson would not be happy when he found out. Yes, I am. You think he's involved? Asked Griffin. I sipped my tea, slowly remembering how Dr. Finch had quietly passed the coroner's name while Darrell was in another room. I don't know. I don't trust him. And you're basing this on your incredible instinct for reading people? Asked Lennon. He knew me well. That's right, I said defensively. Someone tapped on the back door, a gentle, unrushed knock. You expecting someone? I looked at Lennon. He looked at Boyd, who looked at Griffin. Well, I can't go, said Lennon, pointing to his feet. He was wearing my fluffy pink slippers. I got up and went to the door. A short, wide man with wheezy breath stood there, a can of Coke in one hand, a drink straw hanging from his mouth. The other hand held the straps of an empty body bag. Can I help you? I asked. He took a sip as he handed me a sheet of paper. It was an email addressed to Senior Constable Darrell Patterson. I scanned it quickly. "Where did you get this?" I flapped the paper in his face. "Darrell Patterson called Ivanhoe Services and they called me. I'm a freelance collector. It's normal procedure, miss." He took another sip of his Coke and waited, his eyelids half closed. I held the screen door open. "Please, come in. I'll just be a minute." I left him in the back and headed to the office kitchen where I tapped absently on the doorframe until the three boys stopped their conversation on Marvel Comics and looked up at me. "We've got a problem." "Eh?" asked Boyd. "There's someone here to collect Sherry Nicholson." "You're kidding?" Lennon stood and the fork on his lap rattled to the floor. "Not kidding. This guy's got an email from Nicholson's great-nephew requesting she be transferred to Ivanhoe Funeral Services in Footscray." Boyd sprung onto his knees, backwards on the couch like a dog being shown a ball. "What are we going to do?" I met Lennon's eyes as he joined me in the doorframe. "You got the blood samples, right?" I gave him a small nod. "I've got an idea," said Boyd, bouncing on his knees. "We could put something else in the body bag." His eyes lit up as another idea came to him. "Griffin! We'll put him in the body bag. By the time they discover it ain't Cheryl Nicholson, it'll be too late." "Good plan, Boyd, except it's highly likely Griffin would fall asleep and start snoring before the courier had even got out of the driveway." "What about Cheryl?" "Let's put her in." Boyd tried a second time. Personally, I liked the Cheryl idea, but it was the weekend and there'd be no sign of Cheryl at the office until Monday. Although more realistically, late Monday, Tuesday at the earliest. "Boyd, we don't really have a choice. We can't refuse this guy without a proper reason," said Lennon. "Really? Why don't we tell him it's a case for the coroner?" I asked Lennon, who seemed to understand the protocol. "This guy will just call Patterson to confirm. And then Patterson would be back here, and I'll be in more trouble." "Shit." "Look, does it really matter where she's stored?" asked Lennon. "The coroner can collect her from here or from Ivanhoe, as long as she's somewhere, right?" "I guess. But I don't think we can wait until I've done the testing to contact the coroner. I'll need to do it today." "10 minutes later, we roll out Mrs. Nicholson on our trolley, the body bag loaded and ready to travel. Wheezy collection man took a few bursts of medication from a reliever, slid it back into his pocket, and lifted the back hood of his old white Ford station wagon. I let out a little squeal in shock. A holy crap kind of squeal. Wrappers, cans, cartons, fruit cores, water bottles, part of a surfboard, a stuffed bear, and bags of clothes filled the car. The smell made my eyes water. Lennon and I watched as he swept the rubbish to the sides, making a path for the body bag. When there still wasn't enough room, he squashed the mess down into the gap between the folded back seat and the floor. I saw half-eaten hamburgers and rotten banana skins squelch onto his hands. He half-wiped them on his pants, and then, while he waited for us to load Mrs. Nicholson, he put his hands in his pockets. I rest my case. Wheezy Man slammed the rear door closed, either unaware or unconcerned of our quiet revulsion. Lennon had him sign a confirmation of collection form, and then the man climbed back into the driver's seat, kicked a few milk cartons and chip packets beneath his feet to get access to the pedals, and drove away. Griffin joined us outside as the car disappeared. "Is she gone?" Lennon and I looked at each other. "Yep." "Who was the courier? Are you sure he wasn't the killer, stealing back evidence?" "Oh, shit." "Nah," said Lennon, shaking his head. "That's Bob Dunstall. He's a legit body collector, works freelance for lots of funeral homes. Notorious for being a sloth. Never actually seen it before with my own eyes, though. I feel like I need a shower." I felt the same. Do you think this great-nephew is for real? Asked Griffin. I don't know. We'd better go call the coroner, said Lennon, heading inside. Are you coming? I hadn't moved. Lennon was right. We needed to make that call, but there was something I needed to do first. Can you give me, an hour? Chapter 30. Henny lived one road back from the main street. Walking distance to work, the Bluey, the supermarket. Her rental was weatherboard, old but clean. The front room had a small two-seater sofa with a cream-textured throwover neatly tucked into the cushions. When I sat, the ends pulled away from the armrests, revealing a dated, flowery pattern. Oliver, her 9-year-old boy, sat on the floor building a model classic Buick from the 1950s. He glued the pieces together with precision and great concentration, his gaze moving from the directions to the model and back again, completely focused on his task. He wore earphones connected to a tiny iPod, and I could hear the high-pitched rattle of an old Shakin' Stevens song leaking through. I was glad he wouldn't be able to hear the conversation I was about to have with his mother. Henny handed me a coffee and sat on an upright chair closer to the boy than me. I tried to put on my least threatening face, which involved a smile that probably looked fake. Still, I did my best. I needed her to trust me. Henny, I don't think Mrs. Nicholson requested soup because she was ill. Henny nodded, as if she agreed. I continued. I think she'd received new dentures and her mouth was sore. Her eyes flicked up at me, then down again to the mug in her hands. Did you know she had new dentures? I watched her swallow. When she spoke, her voice was small. No. She didn't tell me. I lowered my voice to match hers. Why do you think she didn't tell you? We didn't talk much. No surprise there. You know I have this theory about the gift killer. She nodded. I don't think Mrs. Nicholson died naturally. Henny nodded again. I heard a tiny snap as Oliver broke another part from his model stencil and aligned it in place. How well did you know the other victims? I asked. She shrugged vaguely, but I suspected her thoughts were anything but vague. Did they come into the pharmacy? I prompted. She nodded, then followed through with an actual answer. Yes. So they were all on regular medication? Yes. Do you think any of them had a reason to die? She scrunched up her forehead and made eye contact. I elaborated. Henny, did they want to die? How would I know that? She said quietly. I have blood samples from Mrs. Nicholson and Mr. McKinley. If I tested them, what would I find, Henny? Her face flushed red. Not a slow spread, but an instant red tinge from her neck to her forehead. Henny, I don't know. Are you sure? I don't. Pip, I don't. If an elderly person came to you and told you they wanted to be free from the pain of living, what would you say? No, of course. You wouldn't give them medication to euthanize themselves? No, I wouldn't know how. I'm just the salesperson. Gavin Cleese, he's the pharmacist. You think it was him? No. Henny's answer leapt back at me, her mousy eyes wide and scared. She didn't look like she had it in her. She looked like she wouldn't hurt a crippled fly to suicide. Cleese has a reputation, I said, for making mistakes. I'm guessing you're the only reason he hasn't lost his license yet. Henny put down her mug and clamped her hands and mouth shut. What are the chances Gavin Cleese made a mistake with his prescriptions? Sold them the wrong medication? Henny didn't answer. Henny, you've got to help me help you. I'm about to contact the coroner, and if they find something, the police will be investigating, and it won't just be Daryl Patterson bumbling about asking a few questions. I want to be sure you're not going to go down for something that isn't your fault. She rubbed the back of her neck with her hands and looked at her son. You don't think I had anything to do with those deaths, do you? Her voice stayed low so her boy wouldn't hear. I gave her a quick, reassuring smile. No, actually I don't. Because an accidental overdose or euthanasia don't fit the gift theory, she said. Exactly. So why are you here? To warn you, I guess. The police will want to question you because you work in the pharmacy. Everyone knows Cleese is a drunk, and you're the one filling out the prescriptions. You could get in trouble. Henny's eyes shot up to mine. Wow. How do you know I fill out prescriptions? Everyone knows, Henny. Cleese is in no state to run a business, so someone must be doing the work. She rubbed her neck some more, sighed, and leaned back in her chair. Mrs. Nicholson wasn't a nice lady, Pip. She never thanked me for the meals, or for reading or writing her mail. She couldn't read, you know. But she helped me once, and I've always felt indebted to her. I didn't pressure her to continue. She was like a shy kitten in a new home, and I was happy to wait. The song playing in Oliver's earphones ended, and the next one began. Henny continued. I moved here 5 years ago. Sort of ran away from Oliver's father. He was the mean, violent type, you know. She looked up at me, and I nodded my understanding. He followed us here, found and attacked me out the front of the house, pulled my hair and slapped my face while Oliver watched. He was only 4 then. Henny sighed and brushed the hair from her eyes. Mrs. Nicholson was walking by. I didn't know her at all. She walked up to Oliver's father with her stick and smacked him across the head. I still remember the sound of it, like wood on stone. Crack. He went down, crumbled on the ground, but she didn't stop. She just kept belting him with it over and over. His face, his chest, his crutch, his knees, until he stopped yelling. She told him to never come back or she'd kill him. Henny's big brown eyes stared into mine. And he never came back. I didn't know what to say. She sat there and stared, her eyes glazing over. Should I give her a hug? Pat her hand? I was lousy at this stuff. So you looked out for her? I offered. I felt indebted. That's all. I took Mr. McKinley's pills from my bag and placed them on the coffee table between us. If I had these tested, what would I find, Henny? Her eyes focused on the pills like a store owner watches a shoplifter. Can I see them? Sure. I passed the pills over and watched as she opened each day of the week and inspected them individually, turning them over in her hands. Finally, she answered, These look fine. Are you sure? How do you know? I've been working behind the counter for 5 years. When your boss is sober, you learn fast. When he's drunk, you learn even faster. I nodded. When Mr. Cleese is working, I check all the medication before I sell it, just to be sure. When he doesn't show up, I fill the scripts myself. It's not difficult. It's not ideal, Henny. I know you know that. What would I do, Pip? If he closed the pharmacy, where would I get another job in this town? I can't see how you can keep going, not once they start the investigation. Henny looked at her son, and he looked up at her in the same moment. They shared a smile, both giving and receiving, affection in its purest form. My heart broke for them. I guess I'll have to wait and see. I'm sorry, Henny, if there's anything I can do. I gave her my best sympathetic look. I really meant it. She frowned at me. Yes, there is something you can do. Don't call the coroner. Leave things as they are. I looked at her small frame and sad eyes and hated myself for what I had to say. I can't do that, Henny. I'm sorry. She stood and I felt my welcome run out. I waved my hand in front of Oliver to get his attention. Hey, Oliver, your car building is amazing. I'm impressed. He pulled the headphones from his ears and I repeated my comment. It's a 1955 Buick, Roadmaster Series Model 76C, convertible coupe, he replied. Only a total of 4,739 built. Boy, he knew his classic cars. What colour are you going to paint it when it's finished? Light blue. Nice. He gave me a smile then, open and genuine, much like he'd shared with his mother earlier, and I felt protective of that smile. At the front door I spoke quickly. I'm so sorry, Henny. She shut the door without saying goodbye. Chapter 31. So what did the coroner say? Boyd, Griffin, Lennon and I were eating pizzas I'd picked up on my way home from the Clonstone police station. I chomped down on a half-cold slice of meat lovers, and they had to wait until I'd finished before answering. Finch was right. The coroner's office agreed to do a post-mortem based on my suspicions. So what's the problem? Asked Griffin. I spoke lightly, like the news hadn't just sent me into orbit when I'd heard. Mrs. Nicholson arrived at Ivanhoe Services mid-afternoon today and was cremated on arrival in a private ceremony as per the wishes of the next of kin. What? Said Boyd. You're kidding me, said Griffin. Not kidding. The person who claimed to be Mrs. Nicholson's great-nephew insisted she was a lapsed Hindu, and the sooner the body was cremated, the sooner her soul would be reincarnated, I answered. They ordered an immediate cremation. Griffin dropped his hands face down on the table. I didn't think she had any next of kin. She didn't, I answered. So who is this mystery family member? The killer? Asked Boyd. So we find out who ordered the cremation and we find the killer, said Griffin. They've sent a detective to Ivanhoe, but the killer is pretty good at covering tracks, I said. So we're nowhere, said Boyd. Worse than nowhere, I said. The coroner contacted the detectives in Clonstone who called me in for an interview. And? I spoke to a Detective O'Connor. He told me the samples we have are inadmissible because they were taken without authorization. He also didn't think there was any motive. He saw no connection between the deaths, and the doctor and officer in charge had certified the deaths were by natural causes, so end of story. Boyd reached for more pizza as he spoke. Let's face it, with no body, no suspects, and no one who really cares about the deceased, there's not a lot of incentive to get involved. At least nobody will be snooping around the pharmacy. Henny's job will be safe, said Griffin. He took a long swig of beer to celebrate his point. The problem is there's no motive. Why would anyone want to kill 3 old people? I asked out loud. The question had circled inside my head for days. A psycho killer who likes to watch people die just for kicks, suggested Boyd. Maybe, but it's a stretch. What made this person start killing now? Are they new to the area? Did the perversion just start? And if so, why? Do you have another explanation? Asked Lennon. It's the crime scene that has me stumped, I continued. All 3 of the deceased were sitting when they died. Okay, except for Mr. Johnson, but he'd been pulled onto the floor by feral animals. Each sat beside a glass of water, like they'd taken something of their own free will. And finally, the pen and paper, an envelope beside them. Well, you can't count the pen and paper. It wasn't common to all 3, said Lennon. Yes, which made me wonder. But Henny said something earlier today. What did Henny say? All 3 men leaned forward and stopped chewing. Mrs. Nicholson was illiterate. She couldn't write. So no pen and paper. And Henny knew this? Asked Griffin. Henny helped her with her mail, her correspondence. She got no thanks for it either. So what does this mean? Asked Lennon. I think we can say for sure that none of the victims thought they were going to die. They had plans to write something or communicate something. They just never got the opportunity to do it. What are you going to do now, Pip? If the Clonstone police won't help, maybe you could go back to Darryl? Suggested Boyd. No way, I implored. Please don't say anything to Darryl. Okay, all right, replied Boyd and put his hands up defensively. But he's a good guy. He might be a bit of a deal cracker, but I've known him all my life. His moral compass points straight up. Lennon turned and stared Boyd straight in the face. What? Asked Boyd, confused. Just when I think you're one thing, said Lennon, you go and turn out to be something else entirely. Boyd raised one eyebrow in response before closing his eye in a wink. Lennon's face turned red, and I swear his eyelashes sighed. At least it means Henny's got some time to sort out what she's going to do at the pharmacy, I said to Griffin. Sometimes I want to go slap some sense into Cleese. He's been worse since the divorce, said Griffin. Some days he doesn't go into the pharmacy at all. If it wasn't for Henny, he wouldn't have a business. What's your plan, Pip? Asked Lennon as he folded up the pizza boxes, kicking over a can of soda and a chair in one easy movement. To find the gift killer. And how do you plan to do that? He asked as he wiped the table with a cloth, then slipped over in the drips it made on the floor. I don't know yet. Boyd removed the cloth from Lennon's fingers, put a hand on his shoulder to make him sit, then went about cleaning up his mess. Boyd was learning that sometimes, with Lennon, it was easier to do it yourself. I tried not to smile. Just remember, said Lennon with a serious face, you have a business to run and a small town to win over, eh? Yada, yada, yada. I climbed the steps 2 at a time and left Lennon to see out Boyd and Griffin. I'm guessing Griffin would leave first and Boyd and Lennon would stand by the door for another hour, talking, not wanting to say goodbye, but not brave enough to admit it to each other. It was late. I was tired and my bed was calling. Sleep was the only relief I would get from the questions grinding away in my brain. It was well into the early hours of the morning when I woke up, unsure why. There was no light peeking through the blinds, and I stretched my eyes open to read 3:15 a.m. on the clock. I listened and heard what had woken me. Lennon was talking. Did Boyd stay over? I smiled to myself and strained my ears, but could only hear one voice. Was Lennon talking in his sleep? I sat up and put my feet silently on the floor. If he was asleep, I didn't want to wake him. I crept down the corridor to his room and stood at the door. His bedside light was on, and he sat on his bed, his back to me, flicking through notebooks, talking to himself. He didn't stop to read the pages as they flew by. I don't agree, Lucas, argued Lennon. What could it possibly have to do with you? He stopped as if hearing a response, then continued. I'm not sure she even knows. Lennon, I called out. He slammed the notebook shut, stood and let the notebook clatter to the ground. Pip! Who were you talking to? His eyes flicked madly back and forth. On my phone, talking to a friend, eh? Oh, I thought you were sleep-talking for a minute. Sorry. Awkward. He hadn't been on his phone, though. It was across the room on his tall boy, where it always charged at night. He saw me look over at it. Did I wake you? He asked. I didn't realise I was talking so loudly. My eyes fell to the floor where dozens of hardcover books were strewn about. Are they more of Uncle Geoffrey's journals? His eyes kept flicking left, forward, right, forward. Yes. Did I mention I found them yesterday? I meant to say something. These are from the last 10 years. Is that what you were doing, reading aloud? I could see him flinch as if he'd wished he'd thought of that earlier instead of the phone thing. I don't know. Maybe I was talking in my sleep. It's so late. I leaned over to get a better view of Great Uncle Geoffrey's journals. There were so many, and I still hadn't read the last lot. I'd forgotten about them, to be honest. It didn't bother me Lennon was reading them, but he seemed so terribly nervous about being caught. Did you find anything useful on running a business? No, I don't think so, he answered, distractedly putting the journals into a rough pile on the floor. Instinct told me he was hiding something, but I've been wrong before. It felt terrible, doubting Lennon. I counted on him. He accepted me as I was. I should just ask him what this was all about, but I was scared of the answer. Maybe I'd made him crazy. Whatever unsettled Lennon might be in these journals. Can I take them? Of course. He didn't move. I knelt down and collected them in my arms. He didn't help. Well, good night, Lennon. Get some sleep. You too, good night. I took my bounty, dropped them on my bedside table and climbed into bed. Opening the first journal, I began to read. A loud knock on the front door woke me. I'd spent the early hours of the morning reading the journals, but it had been difficult to stay awake. Great Uncle Geoffrey wrote long, laborious accounts of his final years. It was by no means a page-turner, just uneventful daily routines. His walk to Mrs. Colson's cafe and the quality of her carrot cake. His doctor's appointments and chats with Finch. Avoiding old Mrs. Oakridge, who'd retired from the florist shop and regularly hinted she'd like to be more than just friends. How he'd won a free bistro meal at the Bluey, even though he hadn't bought a raffle ticket. How the winters were colder than they used to be. How he walked to the newsagent every Friday to buy a paper for the death notices. I skim-read most of it, trying to find any mention of a Lucas. There was none. I did find an interesting entry about Cheryl. Working with the woman was like making a deal with the devil, he'd written. So why had he saddled me with her in his will? It didn't make sense. Now it was morning, I dragged on a gown and slippers and headed down the stairs to answer the door. Senior Constable Darrell Patterson stood there, in full uniform, a distinctly serious look on his face. "Oh, why don't you come in, Darrell?" I asked with the door half closed. "I'm afraid this is a formal visit, Miss Lesses." "You're afraid of formal visits?" He ignored me and continued on. "I had a call from Clonstone Precinct late last night." I swallowed hard. Shit. Why did the Victorian Police Force have to communicate with each other? I raised my chin as if I had nothing to hide. "Yes?" "Detective O'Connor tells me you have illegal blood samples from 2 deceased persons and has asked me to ensure they're destroyed." "Well, that's interesting, officer, because I have an embalmer on staff here at Mandrake Memorials, and I don't believe it's against the law to draw blood or any sample from a deceased person in the process of preparing them for burial or cremation. I think you'll find that's all we were doing." "Come on, Pip. We both know you think those people were murdered. There was no authorization. You've done it, and unless you dispose of the waste products, you'll be charged." "What for?" "Breaking and entering Mr. McKinley's house." "Oh, yeah, that." "I don't understand why you're so determined for me to be wrong." He stared at me long and hard. Not in a mean way, more like a frustrated older brother way. "You must desist with all investigations. You will hand over all substances extracted from the deceased persons immediately. Is that understood?" My eyes felt dry and I blinked to focus. "If not, you will be charged for trespassing on the estate of a deceased person, causing deliberate damage. It's not easy to keep a license for funeral care with a criminal record. There's no way You should also know my wife manages the nursing home here. She's the one who recommends undertakers to grieving families. Do you understand me? I sure did. 75% of all funeral home clients were elderly. Without the nursing home support, I might as well pack up and leave. That sounds like a threat, Senior Constable. You can interpret it any way you like. I took a tiny step closer, hands on hips, neck stretched, and glared. As a small person, I'd always found it hard to intimidate others. All I had was my wit and my cutting tongue. I narrowed my eyes for effect and hoped for the best. I scare you, don't I? I tilted my head, Al Pacino style. Why is that? His nostrils flared. I flared mine too. He stared long and hard. I didn't budge. Excuse me, he said finally, as he pushed past and marched directly to the morgue. I stood helpless as he opened the fridges one at a time and collected all the samples. It wasn't difficult. I'd labelled everything so carefully. I wished I'd thought to hide some of it away in the kitchen fridge, disguised as a juice carton or leftover curry. Of course, it would have been risky. An unsuspecting visitor, or me after a late-night drinking session, might reach into the fridge and take a long swig of a sample before, well, you couldn't come back from that. So no, I hadn't hidden backup samples in the kitchen fridge, and Darryl took the lot. He pulled several plastic bags from his pocket and very carefully arranged them in lines with the lids firmly facing upward. No one wanted to see this stuff spilled. No one. I'll be on my way then. He walked to the front door and I followed, but he stopped before leaving and set a smug expression. Remember, Pip, cease and desist. I mean it. As he walked to his car, I yelled out to him. Just be careful you keep that stuff somewhere safe, I said. The lids come loose if it gets too warm. His face went white. You're kidding me. I couldn't help a small smile as I walked away. But it wasn't long before the smile faded. Chapter 32. She hasn't moved from the couch in 3 days, not since we cremated Mr. McKinley on Monday. I could hear them talking behind me, but I didn't acknowledge them. They wanted me to hear them. She's watched an entire season of How to Get Away with Murder and the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and now she's watching Friends reruns. So what have you tried? James was there. I ignored them both. I took away her remote, said Lennon. And she wired up her phone to change the channels. One of them half coughed, half laughed. Did you try turning off the power? Asked James. She just turns it back on again and throws something large at me. Withhold food? The girl lives on nothing. She had a single stick of cabana and a packet of cheese slices. That's it. There was a beat of silence before James asked, Have you asked her when she thinks she'll rejoin us? When she can stop thinking about it, answered Lennon. What, the mystery killer? Yep. James lowered his voice and I had to strain to hear. I didn't realise it had got this serious. She's taking it pretty badly then. I think the television distracts her, shuts down her brain. I let out a huff and rearranged my legs on the couch. I didn't like being talked about as if I wasn't there, but didn't want to engage with them either. What can I do? Asked James. I'm not sure, but it's never gone on this long before. I know she missed her session with Matilda this week, and she's not working on the business. I need help, said Lennon, his voice clear enough now to be sure I heard every word. I turned up the volume to drown them out. I was losing my focus. Chandler had a punchline coming up that I didn't want to miss. I loved that line. I could quote this scene word for word. Friends never failed to distract. I didn't hear his approach, but all at once I was in the air, hanging over James's shoulder, his arm around my butt. I kicked and flung my arms around, but only ended up banging them against the wall, which hurt. I heard the shower before I felt it. He flung me into the bath, feet first, fully clothed. The cold water stung my face and took my breath away. I yelped out in shock, trying to climb out, but he stood his ground, not letting me pass. "You bastard, let me out!" "Clean yourself up, you stink." "I do not!" I found the cold water tap with my hands and turned the shower off. The silence was loud. I tried to climb out again, but he held the shower curtain across the length of the bath so I couldn't escape. I stared him down. He smiled at my scowl. I lifted up my wet t-shirt and pulled it over my head, flinging it at him. He kept his eyes on mine, not allowing himself to look down at my bareness. I reached behind my back to unhook my bra and he was gone. The bathroom door slammed shut. I smiled, turned on the hot water tap and showered. Lennon and James were drinking coffee when I materialised sometime later, clean, clothed and awake. It really had been a marathon television watching epic, and I was secretly glad to be away from it. Like quicksand, television, it can drain the life out of you. Starving, I headed straight to the fridge and pulled out some of Lennon's pasta from the freezer and heated it up. "Feeling better?" asked Lennon. "Don't ever do that again," I said to James. He wouldn't look at me. "James has news," said Lennon. "Tell James he can kiss my—" "Matilda got her maths competition results back," Lennon rushed. "She's in the top 1% of the state." I wanted to punish James a little longer, really I did, but I couldn't disguise my enthusiasm. "That's fantastic, James. She must be so happy." "She is," he said, finally meeting my eyes. "She wanted to come here and tell you herself, but Lennon warned me against it." "Why?" Your television coma, remember?" "Ha ha." I droned sarcastically. I began my coffee-making routine, purposely banging the spoon against the cup loudly as I stirred. They didn't understand. 2 days ago I had to shut down a part of myself I liked. The clever, inquisitive part. I had to give up on the puzzle. Daryl Patterson had shoved me into a corner. I didn't like corners. I'd spent my adult life avoiding corners, and somehow I'd let myself be worked into one now because of a stupid theory. Financially, I was committed to Mandrake Memorials, at least until I could turn it around. What had possessed me to do that? Commit to a workplace. Committed. The C word. This Mandrake version of myself was a complete stranger to me. Embroiled in friendships, immersed in a town, caring too much. How did I get here? And now Daryl had power over me, and I hated it. 2 days ago, after Daryl's ultimatum, I made a 3-step plan. I would put the gift killer out of my mind for good. I'd turn Mandrake Memorials around so I could sell it and never come back. And I'd stop wondering what it would be like to kiss a man who thought he was married to a fish. Trouble was, after deciding on the 3-step plan, I had absolutely no motivation to carry it out. Hence, the television marathon. "I feel like a walk," said James, standing. I sipped my coffee. "Good idea. Bye." "I think you should come with me." I sat at my desk and scrolled through emails. "Why would I do that?" "Exercise, clear the mind, get some air," said James. "There's enough air for me here. But you go ahead." Walking with James would violate number 3 of my 3-step plan. Lennon shut my laptop in front of me and took my coffee cup mid-sip. "Go!" "No, I don't want to." I snatched at my mug, but he snatched it back, spilling the contents down his shirt. "Now look what you've done." "What I've done? And that was the last of the coffee beans." "I'll buy you a coffee," said James. "Let's go." "A coffee from Colson's?" I asked, hopeful. It had been days since I'd had real coffee. "Yes. An extra large coffee with a triple shot?" "Fine," he said through a long outward breath. I'd annoyed him. Brilliant. How far could I push it? And a sausage roll? Yes. With sauce? Yes. And a lamington? He started walking to the door. I'll buy you all the baked goods you can eat, okay? Let's go. Turns out, walking wasn't so bad. We had coffee at Mrs. Colson's cafe, then walked the length of the main street, through the park with the beautiful tall oak trees and dry fountain, then around the perimeter where the footpaths ended. We walked on the road, only moving aside when a car came, which was rare. We talked about a lot of things, the easy stuff at first, the funeral business, how his girls were doing at school, the weather. When he asked about my family, I found myself blabbering on like a drunk parakeet. I explained how my mother had never understood my love for school, how she'd kicked me out of home to live with my aunt in high school because I couldn't leave school to take a full-time job, how I'd put myself through university and then moved from job to job, how I loved the chase of the next challenge, the next milestone, moving on before the work got stale, how I never expected to marry or have a family of my own, and would probably die alone like great Uncle Geoffrey. He looked shocked by the living alone bit. You'd live alone by choice? He asked. Maybe it's not my choice at all. Maybe it's just the way I'm made. So you think you have a genetic disposition for being alone? Something like that. He went quiet for a while. I left him to his thoughts and looked out over the fields as we wandered along the quiet road, the sun spreading its pink and orange patterns across the line of the horizon. I liked walking. Who'd have thought? He began telling me how he'd met his wife Sally, the human version, how beautiful she was, how everyone loved her, the golden-haired princess of Clonstone High. They'd married young. Matilda came along soon after that. He'd gone into the funeral business because of a bet he'd made with his mates. Work experience for the 3 Year 10 boys was to be in the spookiest place they could get access to. James had chosen undertaker. His mates Jonathan and Simon chose a psychiatric prison and a meat abattoir. James hadn't expected to get through the week, let alone find his life ambition. He left school and began working the job immediately, and when the owner died unexpectedly, he'd purchased the business from his widow, the same year Matilda was born. Whitechapel Funerals had been a small player in the industry back then, but with his passion for work and Sally running the accounts, they'd turned it into the biggest and most lucrative funeral business in Clonstone. Tell me about the accident, I asked quietly. He didn't answer at first, like he had to work his way up to it. We kept walking one foot in front of the other, only the sound of our steps on the black bitumen. Then he started to speak. It was a Sunday. She'd been complaining I never spent enough time with the girls, so I took them to the park. It was cold and there wasn't much to do, but we sat there, trying to give Sally some time on her own. When we came home, she was sitting in a chair with an ice pack, a lump the size of a golf ball on her head. She'd explained she'd fallen off the roof and laughed about how tough she was, not breaking any bones. While we talked about taking her to the hospital, just in case, she started convulsing on the floor. His voice was strained and I wished I hadn't asked. But he continued on. They had to transport her to Melbourne in a helicopter. The doctors operated and she survived, but her brain couldn't recover. I'm so sorry, James, I really am. I wanted to put my hand on his arm, but we were walking and it would have been awkward. The silence sat between us a while. Just before the stars came out, we realised we had a shadow. The first drive-by we barely noticed. I only felt a vague sense of annoyance at seeing Senior Constable Darryl Patterson again. He sat in his blue and white four-wheel drive and drove slowly past, a serious, "I'm watching you," expression on his face. James waved. I ignored him. The second drive-by had me curious. Darryl must think we were out canvassing clients or maybe out door knocking or something, even though he'd told me not to. On the third drive-by, we accepted we were being watched and James took action. He stood perfectly still, like a fully clothed marble statue, until Darryl was out of sight. I watched on, both confused and intrigued. The fourth drive-by, James took on the pose of a superhero, chest out, legs apart, fists on hips, ready to leap tall buildings. I started to laugh. 6, maybe 7 drive-bys later, I'd joined in, brainstorming ideas while we waited for Daryl to pass again. The tourist, the plank, the dab, the supermodel, the bus stop, the marathon runner, the sword fighter, all frozen into statue-like precision every time Daryl drove past. The more serious the look on Daryl's face, the funnier we found it. I laughed so hard I needed stitches for my stitches. Once it got too dark to see, we walked to the fuel station, purchased 2 flavoured milks and sat on a bench overlooking the park, sipping them through a straw. With not a breath of wind, the crickets chirped away happily, unchecked in the warm night. What was it about this gumnut of a town that made me laugh so often and so recklessly? I rubbed my stomach where it ached and tried to think of a time in my life when I'd laughed this much. The bone-rattling type of laugh that shook up your insides and loosened your joints. After 2 months of country living, my shoulders seemed to sit lower and my breathing seemed slower. James made me laugh. Lennon made me laugh. Everyone in this town made me laugh. And I liked it. I'd always lived such a serious life. Serious about education, serious about work, serious about my independence. If I had to socialise, I liked my conversations to be, you guessed it, serious. Physics, philosophy, art, the universe, all good topics to empty a room and avoid attachment. And yet feral cats, snoopy policemen, and dead bodies had made me feel more alive than I could ever remember. "Why do I laugh more here?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe you're happy." "Nah, that can't be it." "Are you sure? You seem pretty happy to me." "Really? I do? Wow." I thought about it for a minute. "How can I be happy when everyone in this town hates me?" "They don't hate you," he said. "Besides, I think you like it here." "What on earth makes you think that?" James shrugged and leaned back on the bench, his shoulder grazing mine. He didn't move it away, so I kept very still and tried not to think about the warmth spreading down my arm from his touch. I might not fit in here at Mandrake, but I sure did like sipping flavoured milk through a straw on a park bench beside James, with his arm grazing mine. I'd only ever been attracted to men who were distant, self-serving and aloof. Men who didn't want a family and found my lack of nurturing qualities endearing. Men with a strong social conscience, who'd take a stand on women's rights, veganism and the environment and then spend their Sunday afternoons at their mother's house, eating a roast dinner while she washed and dried their laundry. Relationships in the past had been convenient, with serious men who wouldn't ask much of me and expect much in return. Maybe that's why they never lasted long. Maybe a sense of humour was what I'd been missing. A sense of humour with a touch of crazy. I sat pondering this idea for a while as my sips of flavoured milk grew increasingly harder to swallow, and my lungs only managed tiny gasps of air. What was I, 16? His shoulder against mine tingled, and the silence unnerved me. "Do you think 2 people, like a couple, can be fundamentally bad for each other? Like, make each other worst versions of themselves and maybe not even know it?" I asked. James took a long sip until the sound of air cracked through his straw, then sat the carton down and put his hands firmly on his knees. When he eventually spoke, it was soft and low, as if he didn't want the crickets to hear. "Sure, but only if you believe the opposite is also true, that 2 people can be good for each other and better together." "Which one are we?" It was out before I could stop it, like a single piece of corn popped in a saucepan without a lid. What I mean is, I kinda ping, ping, ping. Words escaped everywhere without a lid inside. I couldn't stop. "This you and me, I like hanging out with you." He leaned forward in his seat, and I firmly clasped my hands together in my lap, feeling a cold rush where his shoulder had been. I missed his shoulder. Oh, this was going to shit. Why was I ruining everything? Still, I couldn't stop. So which one are we, James? We're neither, Pip. We're not a couple. And there it was. Pop, ping, slap, sting. Yeah, of course, I hurried back. I'm already a couple, Pip, with someone else. Sure, I know that. I just thought maybe now that she's a fish. Not maybe, Pip. I'm married. Shut down, over and out. I was as nuts as he was. Shit. We walked back silently, him no doubt thinking about his beautifully aquatic wife, me thinking about all the different ways I could rip out my tongue. I had to change the subject. What's Daryl's story? James smiled and his arms swung a little freer. He's not the smartest handset in the telco catalogue. The man's pretty well known around here. Go on, I said, glad to hear James's voice had returned to normal. Have you heard about the House of Terror incident? No, I smiled delightedly. Tell me more. I'd heard a lot of stories since I'd arrived in Mandrake, like when the staff at the Mandrake Press sent the new apprentice to the hardware store to pick up some elbow grease, or the day a local teenager was disappointed to find he couldn't purchase a slow-motion machine at the Mandrake Beta Electrical. But I'd not heard the House of Terror story. Well, let's just say, after the House of Terror incident, Daryl never policed the same way again. We'd arrived back at Mandrake Memorials and James stood by his car out the front. I didn't bother to invite him in. It was getting late and I knew he had to get back to his girls. To cut a long story short, Daryl got called to a place down near Tipley, 10 minutes south of here, for a domestic disturbance. As he approached the house, he could hear voices yelling and it became clear to Daryl a hostage situation was in progress. So he ran back to his car and began following procedures to the letter. He called it in at Clonstone, who then called in the Special Response Squad. There were choppers, firemen, ambulances. Every emergency vehicle from a 100-kilometre radius landed in the tiny town of Tipley. Blocks of houses were evacuated. The media converged. And Daryl was right there in the thick of it. This was his moment. Things had never been more exciting than a smashed window or the occasional shoplift in his precinct. So this was big. I could imagine Daryl standing tall first on the scene, taking interviews with national TV reporters, retelling his intel over and over until it took on a life of its own. So what happened? They barricaded the road, secured the area, then moved in towards the house. James waited, knowing I was a captive audience. Oh, come on, don't leave me hanging, I said and stepped towards him, folding my arms and rubbing my hands to keep warm. One of the sharpshooters recognised the shouting. The voices were from a video game, Halo or something. Turns out the guy had bought himself a new surround sound system and had hooked up his TV. Loud as thunder it was. As improbable as it sounded, I believed it. Daryl completely focused on his own idea of the truth, missing the big picture. How did he take it? The ridicule? Not so well. Buried himself in this town. I heard they use his example as a case study when they train young police cadets now. The story is legend, and Daryl's had to deal with it the best he can. So don't ask him to take a chance on a murder investigation. He'd rather hide in a wooden box than bring any attention to himself or this town ever again. I almost feel sorry for him. It explained everything. Daryl was evasive, but it wasn't because he didn't want to catch a serial killer. It was because he didn't want to be involved in anything that might make him look stupid again. I have to get going, said James. He looked sad at the idea, opening his door and not getting inside. Sure, I said, my teeth starting to chatter from the cold. I'll see you later. Pip, about before. Oh no, Please don't say it again. What? I said airily. I had to look unaffected. Super light voice. Check. Empty shrug of shoulders. Check. Hair toss. Nailed it. He took a step closer, bringing him toe to toe. He reached out and rubbed my arms. You're cold. His hands on my bare skin sent heat through me, and I couldn't imagine what cold could possibly feel like. I kept my arms crossed and lowered my head and hoped he couldn't hear my heart drumming. I'm sorry if I sounded harsh. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's fine. You didn't. I wished he'd stopped touching me. Being rejected and touched at the same time messed with my thinking processes. I want you to understand it's not you. If I were a single man, I would, well, you know. What was the average lifespan of a household goldfish? It couldn't be too long. I'd have to be patient, that's all. Sure, I understand, it's fine. He released his breath slowly and dropped his hands. I lifted my head and met his gaze. I could feel my pulse ticking out the seconds behind my ears. I thought he might kiss me. His lips parted, his body slightly leaned in, his eyes dropped to my lips. Would I let him kiss me? Could I see myself with a delusional man? Hell yeah! I knew it that very second. He put his hand on the side of my face and leaned in, quickly landing a peck on the corner of my mouth. My arms dropped as he got into his car and drove away, my body light. I thought the car might scoop me up in its backdraft. I floated upstairs and into my room, daydreaming of first kisses. Lennon told me later he'd had to knock 3 times before I heard him at my door. He had very bad news. Chapter 33. I can't do it. A bead of perspiration ran down my back. Lennon's hand on my shoulder didn't comfort me. She's waiting, Pip, in the appointment room. But what do I say? You'll know what to say. What if I get it wrong? I wrung my hands together until my knuckles hurt. Lennon stuck out his bottom lip, the way he always did when I fell short of his expectations. A little perspective here, Pip. It's her loss, not yours. She just needs you to do your job and be a friend, nothing more. Last time we spoke, it didn't end well, I moaned. I don't understand why she wants me to do it. Because we're her friends, Pip. She needs us. This is what friends do. It was the first day of summer and more than hot. But that wasn't the reason there were turrets of sweat running between my shoulders. I never dreamed it could be this hard. Burying someone you know. A relative of someone you cared about. How do I say the right things without hurting Henny more than she already is? Here's a list of questions. It's time. I breathed in. I breathed out. The air came out in short jolts. There's nothing smooth about my breathing, and nothing smooth about what I had to do. Henny sat at the long table, alone. No family had come to console her. Not her own parents. Not Oliver's family. Not Oliver's father. No one. Lennon was right. We were all she had. Us and this community. I placed the folders on the table and sat beside her. She had her hands in her lap and her head down. Should I hug her? Hold her hand? Why do I have to be so bad at this? Then it occurred to me. Henny probably doesn't know what to do either. It's not like she's ever buried a child before. All she knows is her own sorrow. I had to help her. Henny, I'm so terribly sorry. She nodded, but didn't look up. We picked up Oliver this morning from the coroner in Melbourne. Lennon's with him now. You'll be able to see him later tonight." She nodded again. Tears stung in my eyes. I forced them back. "We can hold the service any time from the day after tomorrow. If we decide on the details before 3 o'clock, they can get the announcement in the Mandrake Press." No nod this time, just a strange stillness. "Did you see a copy of the coroner's report?" I handed her my copy and she took it, staring without reading. I knew she had a copy of the report and understood the cause of death better than I did. Her voice was tiny, as it always was, but with every grain of joy removed. "Brain hemorrhage." "Yes." There was no arguing with a diagnosis like that, and no preparing for it either. Death came unexpectedly sometimes, quietly, swiftly, and devastatingly, with no goodbyes. We both sat a moment, allowing the quiet. We needed the headspace. Slowly, I began moving the folders out around her. One on coffin design, one on service venues, a list of florists, musicians, caterers. She didn't open them. She didn't move. I opened the casket folder and began flicking through the pages in the hope she would see one she liked. But then, how do you like a coffin? Is it possible to ever like one? Is it the kind of thing we should pick out before we die? Because asking our loved ones to do it is like choosing a mode of transport that will take you away forever, to never be seen again in anyone's lifetime. How do you pick that? "Henny, there's a charity online where you can apply for funding to help with funeral costs. Obviously, Lennon and I won't charge for our service, but you'll need to pick out a casket. It's the law." Henny blinked several times. Shit, I was doing this all wrong. She must hate me. I should go get Lennon, except he was preparing Oliver for the viewing. I was stuck. I had to make a connection. "What do you think Oliver would have wanted?" Her head turned towards me and I felt myself flinch. A face of pure defeat, all life removed, sunken eyes and cheeks, black with grief, stared at me, like I was a stranger. I felt like a stranger. I couldn't possibly understand what was in her head, her heart. "What casket would Oliver have wanted?" I repeated. She didn't sound mean, just matter of fact, like the concept made no sense at all. I guess it didn't. Oliver hated small spaces. And we were putting him in a wooden box. Great. I decided to leave it and move on. "Lennon's an excellent mortician, one of the best. If you want an open casket for the service, Lennon can make him look like he's just asleep." Another empty stare. Was I getting this wrong? Oliver hated small spaces. That's why I thought an open casket might be better. No casket. "But Henny." She stared me down. Didn't move. Didn't breathe from all I could see. Just faced me with those dead black eyes and waited until I agreed. "Okay. No casket." That settled. She resumed staring at the wall in front of her. "How do we hold a service without a casket? Where do we put him? We can't just lie Oliver on the floor or on a table." Think, Pip, think. I had to give her what she wanted. I couldn't let her down. This was the one thing I could do for her. I couldn't comfort her like Lennon, or listen to her cry like Griffin, or bring her meals and run errands like Boyd. I had nothing to offer. I knew nothing about being a good friend, confidant, or housekeeper. This was my one job, and I had to get it right. A thought flashed into my head of a website I'd seen while researching funerals in the late 19th century. Surely the idea would be too morbid. But if I could adapt the concept somehow... Henny, I might have an idea. Chapter 34. It had been hot for days, but today the skies shone a gentle blue with a lovely cool breeze to moderate the heat. 3 days of craziness had taken its toll. I was tired, my back cramped with muscle strain, and a constant pressure behind my eyes threatened to turn into a headache at any time. Looking around the park now, it was worth every hectic second. The 100-year-old oak trees were the perfect canopy for the 600 white chairs lined up in a wide semicircle around the 1950s brown Morris Minor. Hanging from the overhead branches were hundreds of silver stars reflecting the light. Around the outer circle, a ring of vintage cars. Pots of flowers lined the aisle, a mixture of colour and form, all dropped earlier by local townspeople wanting to do something to support the wretched girl from the pharmacy, but not knowing what exactly. I only had to ask once, and it had been done. The school had donated the use of the public address system so we could play music. Peter at the council had organised the cleaning and restoring of the water fountain that hadn't been used in years. He'd also watered and mowed so the lawn was pristine. Darryl agreed to detour traffic away from the main street to keep the area quiet during the service. Boyd's Bank donated the use of their office partitions for the day. There was a packet of tissues on every second seat. This was a funeral for a boy who died before his time, well before his time, and we all knew it. And we would be needing tissues today. Lots of tissues. I'd imagined scenarios dozens of times, planning in my head. It had to be perfect. These people deserved to mourn without stress. Henny deserved to mourn without stress. It was my job to worry about logistics. Just mine. This was something I could do. I knew how to dot the I's and cross the T's. Lennon had worked tirelessly preparing Oliver for today. The coroner had done what he needed to do, but the boy was barely recognisable when it arrived back in Mandrake. Not that we'd told Henny. She only viewed him once Lennon had finished, and Oliver truly did look like he was sleeping. Matilda and Molly had spent an entire day searching charity stores in Clonstein to find the exact jacket and tie to my specifications. Everything was falling into place. Lennon arrived to set up Oliver behind the petitions, and only when he'd completely finished did I dare to look. Oliver was in the driver's seat of the brown 1950s Morris Minor, window down, his elbow on the ledge, one hand on the wheel. His head rested against the back of the seat, his eyes closed, like he was dreaming of such a moment. He wore the grey jacket and red tie, just like the man on the front cover of his favourite picture book, My Cool Classic Cars. A perfect recreation. My heart fluttered a stupid pattern of measured panic. What if people thought it was morbid? I didn't have a great track record with understanding people's needs. What if I got it wrong? I threaded my fingers together and placed them on my head. Lennon noticed. What is it? What's wrong? It's perfect, Lennon. Just like the book. I think Oliver would have loved it. So what's the problem? Everyone else? He came and squeezed my arm. Nobody could have asked more of you. This is exactly what it needs to be. All that matters is Henny today. Of course, I know that. I've got to go move the van. Can you wait here? Keep him safe? I nodded. I watched from the front as people started to arrive. Only a few at first, and my heart returned to that uncertain flutter when I thought maybe I'd ordered too many chairs, and if they were half empty, Henny would feel no one cared. But the trickle turned into a rush, and then I began to panic there wouldn't be enough chairs. I reminded myself there was plenty of standing room under the big oak trees beside the cars. I'd anticipated a large crowd. Stores and schools had been closed for today. This town came together for one of their own, and Henny was well liked. She worked hard and asked for nothing. The people of Mandrake valued that kind of dedication. Henny arrived with Griffin, Boyd, and a lady I recognised from the cafe next door to the pharmacy. Henny wore a pretty orange day dress, like she was planning a picnic outing. Dark sunglasses and flat shoes, as we'd discussed. They escorted Henny down the aisle to the reserved seating at the front, and she sat, her tiny hand clasped around Griffin's arm like it was the only thing keeping her there. The pharmacist, Gavin Gleese, showed up looking mostly sober and sat behind her. Lennon headed over and gave Henny a kiss, shook Boyd and Griffin's hand, then returned to me. I wondered if there would ever be a time when I had the nerve to approach a grieving person and give comfort like Lennon, without feeling uncertain and awkward. It would be a great relief if I could. The celebrant, a lady from Clonstone whom James had recommended, appeared before the microphone and the voices settled to quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today to farewell Oliver Bryce Harris. He was young, too young to die and most certainly too young to put in a box. Henny has requested we remember him the way he was, view him in death the way he was. She held up the book so the congregation could see the cover. Oliver loved classic cars. It was his dream to own one, to own a whole fleet of them. He most certainly always wanted to drive one, but being a boy of 9, never had the opportunity. She put the book onto a stand and spoke in a low, serious voice. This will not be a traditional viewing, and if you are uncomfortable, you may like to move towards the back. I'll give you a moment to prepare any children for what they are about to see. A song began to play, Good Night, My Angel by Billy Joel, and I watched a few nervous heads whispering, Too late to change our minds now. Lennon and I moved the petitions away from around the Morris Minor to reveal Oliver. It was such a close likeness, the picture book cover to the real thing. The car was a little different, the colour not exact, but close enough for people to understand the sentiment. The reaction came in the form of gasps and tears, a rolling wave of shock, starting with those at the front who had the best view, to the back once they realised what they were looking at. I could hear the plastic wrap of the tissues being opened en masse. I waited for the walkout, the obscenities. They didn't come. The celebrant continued, inviting people to speak. Oliver's teacher, his best friend, his scout leader. Poems were read, music played. The breeze blew in gently, ruffling the stars in the trees. I felt it on my face, as soft as a child's touch. Oliver was there, his spirit swirling around us all. Henny's eyes stayed dry while Griffin walked her to the Morris Minor and placed her in the passenger seat beside her son. She stared straight ahead through the windscreen as the congregation filed past them to pay their respects. Poised and in control, she managed to show no emotion until a little girl, maybe only 4 years old, asked her mother out loud as they stood at the car, "Where's Oliver going, Mama?" The mother hushed the child and moved past, but I could tell Henny had heard. A build-up of tears sat in her eyes a moment, then began rolling down her cheeks, silently and steady. She kept her eyes straight ahead as the people walked quietly past, murmuring their condolences and saying their last goodbyes to the boy. I saw her move her hand once, placing it over Oliver's hand. I had to turn away. People told me later, a sense of peace drifted over them as they paid their respects, like this was a journey, the car just taking him to the next stage. He would be gone, but not lost, just somewhere new. We heard the Bluey stayed open a long way past its usual closing time for a Monday. People gathered there after the funeral and stayed for a meal with their friends and family, not wanting to go home. The cremation was private and Henny stayed on at Mandrake Memorials until it was over, Griffin not leaving her side. Cheryl arrived later armed with meals for us all, donated by the Bluey staff. Henny fell asleep on the sofa, and we all tiptoed away, except for Griffin, who slept the night beside her, in an armchair several sizes too small. Chapter 35. Word spread. The phone began ringing. Cheryl even answered some of them. Our first proper job came 3 days after Oliver's funeral. A pickup in Clonstone. James's territory. Brilliant. We pulled up outside the house, and Lennon's curse whistled through his lips. It wasn't a good sign. I'd been quite optimistic about this pickup. Not a victim of a serial killer, not a child, and I might actually get paid for this one. That, coupled with my newfound notoriety for providing novel and creative services, put me in a pretty good mood. So I didn't like to hear long, drawn-out, noisy exhalations from Lennon. "What is it now?" I asked. "It's a 2-story house." The weight of this statement didn't fully take effect until 10 minutes later, when we stood in the deceased's bedroom on the 2nd floor. The deceased man was supersized, but that wasn't the only problem. He'd died in an armchair, his arms outstretched, his knees bent. Rigor mortis had set in, and when his nephews and the doctor moved him to the bed, they were unable to massage out the stiffness, him being so large. So the deceased laid with his back on the bed, his feet flat, but his arms and knees straight up in the air. One of the nephews, I think his name was Tim or Tom, asked if we would need any help to get him down the stairs. I lifted my chin to prepare for a big yes nod, but Lennon jumped in before me. "No, but thank you. Please go and attend to your grandmother. We've got this covered." I gave Lennon a sideways look. He had on his consoling face. I couldn't see it, but I'm pretty sure I had on my "what the" face. The 3 nephews left us, and I whispered to Lennon so loudly it scratched my throat. "What are you doing? We can't lift this guy alone." "We're going to have to use force to get this rigor mortis out. We can't let them see that. I'll get to work. Why don't you call James and see if he can bring a couple of guys over? Whitechapel Funerals is only a block away." I hated to ask. I hated that he was the first person we thought of when we needed help. But we had little option. It was a weekday, and all our usual support people, Griffin, Boyd, Peter, Cheryl, would be at work. Well, maybe not Cheryl. I dialed, but the call diverted and answered on the 3rd ring. "Whitechapel Funerals, Maddie speaking." "Hi Maddie, it's Pip. I just tried James on his mobile. Is he available to speak to?" "Sorry, no, he's not available at all today. Can I take a message?" "Only unavailable if Pip calls?" No, that's okay, thanks." I hung up and quickly stared at the phone. We hadn't talked since the 3-hour walk. He'd kept his distance. Was he avoiding me? "What?" asked Lennon. "He's not there." "You should have asked for John or Rick or Karen. They would have helped. Call them back." "No, let's just take care of this on our own." Lennon gave me a long look. "I'm not sure we can, Pip. I can't move the rigor mortis in his arms and legs. We'll have to transport him this way." "Can't we get the nephews back here to help?" Lennon shook his head. "It's not good form, Pip. You know that." "So? We look unprofessional. What else can we do?" "What if he leaks? Or his eyes flap open or air escapes and makes a noise? It's not fair to them. We'll manage." There was a sheet already under the man, and the trolley would lower to the same height as the bed. It was possible. Lennon considered the options. "We could load him the usual way, then lower the trolley and slide him down the stairs. What do you think, eh?" "How hard can it be?" I said. "Bloody hard, it turns out. I had sweat in places I didn't know I could sweat. Which wasn't surprising given I don't exercise, but still. I had both legs horizontal to the floor, my feet pushing against the side of the mattress, pulling the sheet towards me. Lennon was beside me at the same angle. My fingernails kept tearing through the fabric and I had to continuously rework my grip to hold on. We'd have given up except it was sort of working. About a millimetre with every heave. We sounded like tennis players in the rhythm of a rally. Pull, prepare, pull, prepare. Halfway across, we had to be careful not to slide him clear across the slippery surface of the trolley and onto the floor. Every pull was terrifying. Would this be the one? There was a very real chance he would end up on the floor, me and Lennon underneath him. We're close now. I need to change positions. Get the other side so he doesn't slide between the gap. I can't pull him on my own. I'll push, you pull. I groaned and tugged, and Lennon got down on his knees and used his back to lift him over the edge. Pull now! Now! I did, and he slid easily, but too far towards me, and the trolley stood on two wheels at entirely the wrong angle. It hung there, teasing us. All I could do was watch, like slow motion. Lennon jumped onto the edge, and it crashed back down onto the floor, collapsing into the lowered position. Lennon was on the floor and I had visions of his legs trapped beneath the frame. Lennon, are you all right? I'm good. Oh my God, that was close. You did it. I know, right? I slid onto the floor beside Lennon and we caught our breath, relief flowing through us. What now? Well, we don't have to lower the trolley. That's been done. Stairs? Stairs. We heard footsteps coming and I rushed to cover the deceased with a sheet. Just from under the arms. No point trying to pretend his arms weren't still pointing to the ceiling like two tree trunks. Everything okay in here? The three nephews reappeared, looking all buff and capable of carrying heavy things. I sighed and used my best calm, soothing, professional voice. Of course, we're just finishing up. Do you need a hand? No, we have everything we need. How's your grandmother? She's lying down. The doctor gave her a sedative. She'll be out for hours. It's a difficult time, I said. Yes, it is. All three men hung their heads solemnly. Nobody moved, so I waited. Tim or Tom was the first to speak. We were just discussing ideas for the funeral. We heard about what you did for that family in Mandrake and, well, we want something special like that for our uncle. Certainly. If you call the office, we'll set up an appointment to discuss the service. I smiled. Serenely. At least, serene was what I was going for. That is, our uncle never married. He didn't have a family of his own and he didn't have a lot of interests. He worked hard, lived with his mother, took care of her well, supported all her crafts and hobbies, but had none of his own. He had more to say, but he wasn't saying it. I looked from one brother to the next. Eventually the shorter brother, Mike, or Matt, continued on from where Tim/Tom left off. The one thing he loved most in this world was... Mike or Matt, or was it Mitch? Shuffled his feet. His one true love was... Tim or Tom stared deliberately at his shorter brother, willing him to speak. He spent his life obsessed with... Oh, for Pete's sake, what was the big secret? The suspense might leave me needing Dead Guy's trolley. More shuffling feet, more meaningful stares. He was really only into one thing. I couldn't bear it any more. My low, professional, caring voice rose to a muted scream. What? In unison, all three brothers answered. Dirty dancing. Lennon sucked in a rush of air and disguised it with a cough. Fabulous. The movie? I asked. The movie, the soundtrack, the stage show, the actors, the dancers. Was it a secret, this obsession with dirty dancing? I asked. I had to be careful. No, everyone knew. We all laughed about it. When we'd come to visit Grandma, he'd always have the music playing, said Tom. Anyway, it might not be to everyone's liking, but we know Uncle Ron would love it, said Matt, Mitch, Mike. Do you think you can use it? Well, yes, of course, if that's what you want. The relief was clear. They patted each other on the back, moved over to the trolley and said another goodbye to their uncle, shaking his outstretched hand, then left down the stairs. I turned to Lennon, who smiled, a full smile. I returned it. There was nothing more to be said. We rolled the trolley out of the room and onto the landing. I checked the hallway downstairs to see if it was clear. We didn't need an audience for what we were about to do. We threaded 2 sheets through each corner of the trolley, got down on our butts and eased it over the ridge of the first steps. Once the momentum hit, we would need to hold tight to our makeshift ropes and release them slowly. You understand how important it is not to let go, right, Pip? Of course. Can you hurry up? My arms are killing me. We wedged down, sliding on the stairs with our butts, our knees up 1 step at a time. Oh, it was going well. 1/3 of the way down already. We really were badass. I watched Lennon reach for a better grip on the sheet and saw it all unfold as if in slow motion. I screamed, "Lennon, you've only got one end of the—" Too late. The sheet slid through the trolley and without it, we, meaning me and the dead guy, began to slide downwards fast, then very, very fast. I didn't let go. In hindsight, I should have, but there was no time to think. I just let the force of the downward momentum drag me along on my butt, carpet burn stinging me the entire way. The trolley landed with a thud on the floor, and I was flung through the air and landed on top, my chest resting on his enormous rigor mortis outstretched hands, my hips supported by his knees. I held my arms out in a flying position to balance myself as the wheels of the trolley rolled us down the tiled hallway until it stopped still by the front door, the deceased on his back, supporting my body on top. I couldn't move for a second. I could hear Lennon running towards me and another sound, a strange sound. It didn't make sense. Applause. It was people clapping. I realised my eyes were closed, and I opened them slowly, afraid of what I knew was true. In the role of baby, held up in that very famous dance move, was me, arms spread, suspended in the air by the rigor mortis limbs of the deceased. 3 brothers stood, smiling, shaking their heads in disbelief and clapping. "They said your service was special," said Tom. "We had no idea. Thank you. That was unexpected. Uncle Ron would have loved it." The 3rd brother was taking photos. "Can we use these in the service?" I couldn't move without crashing onto their uncle, so I waited, stuck in my dirty dancing pose, trying not to look horrified for the pictures. "You're welcome," I squeezed the words out. I felt the limbs beneath me begin to waver, the rigor mortis finally giving way. Lennon's feet appeared. He put his arms under my stomach and lifted me off. Once on my feet, I nearly fell over. My head ached. Mitch or Mike or Matt reached my side and propped me up, walked me outside and helped me into the van. They assisted Lennon with the body, and this time Lennon didn't protest. He understood the urgency to get me away before the shock wore off. The brothers stood beside my door and I lowered the window. "Thank you again." "We'll be in touch," I said, finger ready on the window closer. Uncle Ron went to a dirty dancing festival in Lake Lure Gazebo in the United States 5 years ago. He had to buy 2 seats on the plane so he could fit. Spent the weekend with all the other dirty dancing fanatics. Jennifer Gray made a surprise appearance and signed his T-shirt. He bought a safe when he got home to keep it locked up in case someone tried to steal it. "Wow," I said, "he really did love dirty dancing, didn't he?" "Love makes people crazy," said Mike. "Yes, it can," I agreed. "Thanks again. Bye now." He stood back from the van as we drove away. And then it hit me. Click, slide, a line. Like a Rubik's Cube. I'd been looking at the gift killer from the wrong angle. The murders weren't about revenge or euthanasia or some psychotic serial killer. These murders were about love. Mitch had said it all. Love makes people crazy. Love's an emotion I'm not on a first-name basis with, and that's why I'd missed it. But it's the most common motive of all. I had a suspect. And I also realised they probably couldn't stop, even if they wanted to. Senior Constable Darryl Patterson could boycott my business if he had to. I couldn't let this go. I had to do something. Chapter 36. I didn't share my epiphany with Lennon. I didn't want anyone else caught up in the mess I was about to make. We were still discussing the staircase incident in the van several hours later on the way to our second pickup at the local nursing home in Mandrake. "Promise you'll never mention this again," I said as we pulled up to the curb. "I can't do that," he said. "You look a bit like her, you know." "Who?" "Baby from Dirty Dancing." "Give me a break." Jennifer Grey's nose had a kink in it. Mine didn't. "No, really," Lennon ploughed on. "You're little, she's little. You've got curly hair, she's got curly hair. You've got a small pixie face, she's got a... Okay, I get it." It wasn't the first time I'd heard the comparison. "I just can't get the image out of my head. You flying through the air onto his arms." "I don't want to talk about it." I stared hard out my side window. "I wonder if I can get the nephew to send me the photos." "I hate you," I muttered. Dr. Finch met us at the entrance and led us to the collection room. He spoke as we walked. "Maureen Smithers, 97 years of age. I would expect her family will be requesting a church funeral service, burial at Square Pines, the usual time frame." "No problem at all, thank you, Doctor," said Lennon. Dr. Finch rubbed his eyes and missed Lennon's outstretched hand. Lennon dropped it and went to attend to Mrs. Smithers' family. A tall, stern lady approached us and I read her name badge. Manager of Mandrake Banksia Lodge Nursing Home, Kelly Patterson. This was Darryl's wife. I remembered to smile, held out my hand and introduced myself. "Hello, Kelly, nice to meet you. I'm Pip Lessis." She didn't return my smile. Her handshake was limp, but her voice was friendly. "Hello, Pip. It's good to meet you. You've come to collect our dear Mrs. Smithers. Well, she's been with us a long time." "I promise we'll take good care of her." "I'm sure you will." The doctor signed and handed me the paperwork as he reminisced. "Maureen Smithers taught me how to take blood pressure with just a stethoscope 50 years ago on my first day of work experience at the hospital." "Is that right?" said Kelly. "Yes, I'm a doctor because of that woman. I remember she sent Chelsea home from primary school in grade 6 for head lice. Chelsea never forgave her the embarrassment." "Chelsea's your daughter, right?" I asked Finch. Kelly nodded. "She's a doctor now too, isn't she, Bart?" "You must be so proud," I said, feeling it was expected. Finch neither confirmed nor denied. Kelly continued. "I went to school with Chelsea. She left 15 years ago and we'd hoped she'd come back here and practice, but we lost her to the city. Isn't that right, Bart?" "Yes, that's right," he said dismissively and turned and walked away. "Does she visit often?" I asked. "No, Bart says she's always too busy. He goes up to Melbourne quite regularly to see her, though," said Kelly. I gave my full attention to the woman in front of me. I had some research to do. "Is there much of a demand for nursing home spots here at Banksia Lodge?" "Oh, yes, of course," said Kelly. "We've got a waiting list about 30 people long. It's the only aged care facility in Mandrake and no one wants to go to Clonstone or Tipley." "So you have another bed now Mrs. Smithers has passed on? How do you go about your selection?" "We'll look at the list, see who's the most eligible." "Do you ever get a choice?" "No, we have to take whoever is the most in need, no matter how cantankerous or unruly." "Does that happen often, dealing with difficult residents who don't want to be here?" She hesitated before her reply. "We manage." "How?" She pretended she didn't hear my question. "I best be off. Nice to meet you." She walked towards her office and disappeared inside without a backward glance. I found Lennon playing canasta with two adoring grey-haired ladies who weren't happy to have him dragged away. "2 paying clients in one day," said Lennon as he lifted Mrs. Smithers into the van. "Yep, things sure are looking up," I said. I couldn't bear to spoil his enthusiasm by telling him my plans. This was going to be fun. And when I say fun, I mean not fun. Chapter 37. How to catch a killer in 5 easy steps. Number 1. Let slip you have secret evidence hidden, even though you don't. Number 2. Prepare audio recorder and secretly record confession. Number 3. Organise backup. Number 4. Organise backup. Number 5. What? Are you crazy? Organise backup! But I'm getting ahead of myself. The Dirty Dancing funeral went well. We held it at the cinema in Clonstone. The deceased sat front row centre, excerpts of the movie intertwined with photographs from his life played on the screen. The only worrying moment was when we wheeled Uncle Ron in his coffin out through the foyer of the cinema without pre-warning the cinema patrons. A line had formed, spreading outside and up the street to see the new Quentin Tarantino movie, Death in Unusual Places. A genuine funeral procession was the last thing the movie patrons expected, some thinking it was a stunt for the movie. They watched suspiciously as we paraded past, and I saw mischief brewing. I had visions of them jumping on the casket, opening the lid for a selfie, riding it like a children's train carriage. But the seriousness of the family members held them in their place, and the event went ahead without incident. There was a story written in the Clonstone newspaper about our innovative approach, and the phone barely stopped ringing. We'd unexpectedly tapped into a niche market, and our reputation soared. Mrs. Smithers' funeral was more the conservative kind, but we found a twist to give it that MM touch. Maureen Smithers had been a nurse in Mandrake for 50 years. There was barely a local over the age of 20 who hadn't heard of or been treated by Nurse Smithers. She had visited the school weekly, checked for nits, conducted the contraceptives and STD talks, the beware of strangers talks, the dental hygiene talks. She had been the force behind the maternity support network group, the toy library, the volunteer taxi service to Clonstone for medical appointments, the town community choir, the annual art workshop and exhibition for youth at risk, and obtaining funding to upgrade Mandrake's only nursing home. The list was endless. In another time she might have been a doctor, but opportunities for women in school were limited back when she was a girl. The town owed Mrs. Smithers a debt. It was people like her that got the job done with minimum fuss, maximum outcome. Her presence was all over the town. A plaque in the medical clinic, a building dedicated to her at the high school, an avenue named in her honour. What kind of funeral service does justice to a woman such as her? How do you inspire others to follow her philanthropic example? As people arrived at the service, I handed them a pen, some paper, and a small silver star sparkling and hollow. I asked the mourners to write a single quality they would remember her for, a quality they could see themselves living by. They folded it and placed it inside the star. These were pegged to a number of painted sticks in the shape of trees. They sparkled in the light, adorning the 4 corners of the room. As people left the service, we asked them to take a star home with them, not the one they hung, but another, and asked them to try and live by that quality now for Nurse Smithers. There wasn't a single star left when the church emptied. Years later, I would still see these ornaments in people's houses, on their fridge, their keyring, on a hook, a little reminder of a woman who made a huge difference to the lives of the people of a town. Everyone came to the Bluey for drinks later on. There were no spare seats, barely enough standing room. A couple of people helped Keith behind the bar, and I wondered what quality they had found in their stars. As the evening wore on, the crowd thinned out. The family of Mrs. Smithers said their goodbyes to Lennon and I personally. They couldn't have been more satisfied with the result. Their mother and grandmother had been a special lady, and they felt we had done her proud today. It was a relief and a joy to have made them so happy. It was one of my proudest moments so far, I think. By midnight, Keith was calling last drinks, and I knew it was now or never. Lennon, Boyd, James, Griffin and Henny, Peter, Cheryl and a few other counsellors from Peter's work sat one end of the long table, and Daryl's wife, Kelly Patterson, some nursing staff, the pharmacist, Dr. Finch and a few others I didn't know, sat the other end. We'd pulled some tables together, the segregation of the dance competition not part of the evening's agenda. We sat as one tonight. Daryl wasn't there. He'd driven a few people home and would be back soon. I had to make this fast. Casual, but fast. There were a few conversations going at once, and impossible to wait for them all to finish at the same time. So I stood, making it clear I wanted to make a toast. "Excuse me, everyone. I'd just like to say a few words." Lennon looked up abruptly with a "should you be doing this?" face. I ignored him. "I just want to thank you all for your support over the last 3 months. It's been a difficult time, as you know. We've had our ups and downs, and it's a tricky industry. I've had a lot to learn, and I thank you all for not judging too quickly." There were a few nods, a few murmurs of the positive kind. Mandrake Memorials was golden after today's service. Maybe I'd get away with this. I also wanted to thank Lennon, especially. Without him, I wouldn't still be here. He's been the heart and soul of Mandrake Memorials. As you know, he's only here on loan for 3 months, and he'll be heading back to his own family business in a few days. More murmurs of the disappointed kind. Almost everyone knew Lennon's position with me was temporary, but the end had snuck up quickly on all of us, especially me. And it's not just his personal qualities we'll miss. He's an excellent embalmer, an artist, as you know, and if tomorrow I'm charged over the Mrs. Nicholson incident and thrown in jail, I want you all to know that it had nothing to do with Lennon. He is faultless. There was some nervous laughter, and Lennon sent me his best "shut up" eyes. I returned his "shut up" eyes with my own "you shut up" eyes. He returned a silent eye roll and covered his forehead with his hand. What's this about Mrs. Nicholson?" asked Dr. Finch. "Didn't she get sent to Melbourne weeks ago?" The room was completely silent now. Not a glass clink, not a foot shuffle, nothing. I made a mistake." "Excuse me?" Daryl Patterson's wife, Kelly, raised her hand. "Yeah, we sent Mr. McKinley to Ivanhoe by mistake, and we still have Mrs. Nicholson in the mortuary. I just called the coroner and confessed. They're coming to collect her tomorrow at 10. There'll be an autopsy, of course, I expect. I'll be reprimanded, maybe even charged." The expressions of the faces around the table were mixed. Confusion, disgust, disinterest, suspicion. "Hang on. We saw you cremate Mr. McKinley. Daryl, Keith and I were there," said Dr. Finch. "You saw a coffin cremated. There was no one in it." "I don't understand." "Oh, and I just remembered," I added. "Don't tell Daryl. He'll be furious I didn't report directly to him." "Don't tell Daryl what?" Everyone turned as Daryl entered through the corner door, and then en masse turned back to look at me. No one spoke. No one betrayed me. How unexpected. A lump formed in my throat and I couldn't swallow it away. These people were on my side. It felt like cold water on a hot day. "Don't tell Daryl what?" Daryl repeated. I improvised. "It's so late, Daryl, I thought I might have to jaywalk home tonight. It'd be so much quicker." He smiled and gave me a wink. "Don't think I won't write you a ticket, Miss Lessis. I've done it before." "Oh, I don't doubt it," I smiled back. Daryl stood behind his wife and rested his hands on her shoulders. Kelly Patterson gave him an uncomfortable half-smile and turned back to give me an awkward glare. I continued. "So, anyway, I'd just like to make a toast to Lennon and all my new friends here in Mandrake." We clinked glasses and I scanned the faces. No one looked especially worried. I wondered how long it would take for Kelly to tell her husband what I'd done. "Speaking of Pip and Lennon," said Darryl, his voice large, "has anyone else noticed your names? Pip Lesses, Lennon more, Lesses and more. Get it? Lesses more or less, Lesses more." He looked around the table for support. Nobody laughed. "Just an idea," he said, as he sat behind his wife, deflated. "I like it, Paddo," said Lennon. A buzz of conversation returned to the table, and I leaned into Lennon beside me. He knew I hadn't really mixed up the bodies. He knew the mortuary fridges were empty and the coroner wasn't coming tomorrow at 10. He knew Darryl had stood beside us as we'd confirm Mr. McKinley's identity and closed the lid and rolled him into the crematorium. Lennon mentioned none of that now. "Should I be worried?" he asked quietly. "I'm going to miss you," I replied. His forehead creased and concern flooded his eyes. "Pip?" "You don't want to know." He turned closer towards me. "Pip, don't spoil everything." "I won't, I promise." That was a lie. I probably would. Chapter 39. My plan was simple. Wait for the killer, force a confession, call the police, make small talk until police arrive. Okay, so it may seem naive in hindsight, but I was pretty confident the killer wasn't a violent person. Quite the opposite, in fact. I set up the phone to record and hid it behind the couch on the key stand, and then waited in the downstairs kitchen in the dark. It was creepy in this place at night. 1,000 spirits whispered. Wooden floorboards creaked and wind whistled through cracks in the windows and doors. All normal sounds of a century-old building on a windy night. Still, it creeped me out. After 2 hours of waiting, I fought to sleep. I dozed on and off, each time scaring myself awake with a jolt, listening intently. Satisfied there was no one there, I'd let my eyelids get heavy again. It would have helped to move around, but I had to stay very still, or else scare away my prospective intruder. There was no traffic noise outside. The main street of Mandrake rarely saw a car in the early hours of the morning. I waited. I dozed. I waited. I dozed. I waited. I snored. I woke myself up with my snore. I couldn't see much in the dark, so I listened. Bugs cheering, my breath, the rattle of tin on the roof. I dozed again, but woke to the sound of my upstairs toilet flushing. Lennon. I hadn't told him my plan. He couldn't sleep through the night without peeing. The top floor creaked. A door closed. Then nothing. I waited. I did math in my head, my times tables with unusual numbers like 23 and 79. I created sentences, the number of letters in each word corresponding with a successive digit of PI. When my mind accidentally drifted to thoughts of James, which it was prone to do on a regular basis, I made myself recite the periodic table. Me and James. What would it be like to kiss him on the lips? It was nice to see him today. Periodic table. I had to cancel my last session with Matilda to do Mrs. Smitter's funeral. Had he been disappointed I hadn't made it to our usual dinner? The evening meal, the four of us together, had become a highlight of the week for me. Periodic table. Clank. What was that? Nothing. Matilda and Molly never ever forced me to eat vegetables. They'd just served me meat and potatoes without even asking. Not even James mentioned it anymore. Periodic table. Clink, clack. Definitely a footstep. Someone had arrived. I panicked. Did I press record? I know I did. I'd pressed it. I'd checked it twice. What if it had stopped? What if the battery had run out? What if the memory ran out? I'd checked all those things. I couldn't check again now. I had to stay still. I had to wait it out. The front door handle was metal and complained as it turned. The door creaked open and closed again. The latch clicked back into place. I waited for footsteps, but there were none. I sensed, rather than saw, the dark shadow of a person moving slowly through the room, the sound of a guiding hand on the wall. They knew the layout well, knew where they were going. The dark figure moved through to the crematorium. A phone light shone briefly over the furnace and I could see a face outlined in the light. A sad face. A resolved face. I heard the mortuary fridge open, one after the other. I counted them until all 12 had been opened and closed. Mrs. Nicholson's body wasn't there, of course. She'd gone to Ivanhoe funeral services a month ago, as instructed. I stood and waited by the light switch, ready for the shadow to decide their next move. Once they reached the lounge, I flicked on the lights. Dr. Bartholomew Finch didn't react. It was as if he'd half expected a trap. His eyes were weepy, his shoulders slumped, resigned. "Pip, I'm sorry to intrude." Even though I'd expected to see Dr. Finch standing there tonight in my mortuary, I still couldn't quite believe it. "What are you doing, Doc?" I already knew the answer. "Something you said at the Bluey tonight made me wonder if I'd missed something with Mrs. Nicholson's death. I thought I'd have a quick look before the coroner got here." He didn't even try to sound like he meant it. A dull lie, spoken in a defeated voice. "That's not much of a story, Doc." He shrugged. I resisted the urge to give him a comforting hug. His sadness unnerved me. I willed myself against it. "How could you do it?" He raised his head to speak but stopped, and then repeated the action 3 times. "You signed all the death certificates," I went on. "You knew no one would question it." He didn't answer, just stared at his toes, a bald spot on the top of his head showing through his thin grey hair. He looked so much older. "I couldn't understand why," I said. "I noticed you were quick to sign the deaths off as natural causes, but I couldn't see a motive. Statistically, a man who dedicates his life to saving people rarely kills them. At least not on purpose." His shoulders sagged some more, his eyes fixed on the floor. "And then you confused me when you encouraged me to call the coroner. But that was just a trick, right? To make me think you were on my side, make me think you weren't involved, but it was you. You killed those people." He turned his head abruptly to the side, like he didn't want the words to reach his ears. "Why'd you do it?" He twisted his watch on his wrist. "They have my daughter." "Uh-huh. God, how I love to be right. Chelsea left Mandrake 15 years ago to do medicine, and it took me less than 10 minutes on Google to find out she'd never completed her degree. After her 4th year, her online presence disappeared. She went from prominent medical student to zero in a matter of months. But that was more than 10 years ago. Who has your daughter, Dr. Finch?" His solemn eyes met mine, and he shook his head urgently. "I can't say." "Why didn't you go to the police?" I asked. "It's not that simple." "Why not?" His eyes bore warnings into mine. "Please, no more questions." "How did you kill those people?" I took a step closer. I really wanted to know. He stood his ground. "I can't tell you." "Because—" I leaned into his face, willing him to speak. Finch gestured with hands, but the sudden movement made me flinch. "Don't you see? I have to protect you now, too." "From who?" When he eventually answered, his mouth emphasized every word, as though I listened with my eyes. "You need to do what I say, or they'll hurt you." "Who'll hurt me?" I tried to sound casual, but my voice squeaked a bit. "It's better you don't know," he said. "You'll need to do exactly what I say." Chapter 40. "I'm not doing it." "You have to." "No," I spoke firmly. "You have to go to the police." "You don't understand. They'll kill us all, just to keep it quiet." It crossed my mind Finch was making it all up, diverting the blame. I felt a flutter of concern in my chest. "If I say nothing, will the killing stop?" "Yes. Nicholson was the last one, they promised me." Even if that's true, it doesn't make it okay for the 3 people who are already dead. There's nothing we can do for them now. All you need to do is stay quiet. Pretend you were confused and it was all a misunderstanding. That way I can protect you. This wasn't an option I could live with, but I didn't tell him that. I wanted more answers. Tell me how you did it. No. Tell me about the gifts. No. You can't know. Please, I begged. So what if someone wanted me dead? Not knowing the truth was killing me anyway. I won't tell you. He checked his watch again. I turned away and casually walked around the room, rubbing my chin with what I hoped was my best thinking face. I strolled towards my hidden phone and gave it a casual glance. The screen was dark, which didn't help. There was no way to check if it was still recording without giving away its location, so I continued on my chin-rubbing room circuit. Tell me about Chelsea. Finch took a seat at the table and folded his hands in his lap. Sometimes we do bad things for the right reasons. I sat at the table beside him and swapped my thinking face to a sympathetic face. I understand. Did I, though? Was there ever a good reason to kill a person? The doctor looked me straight in the eye, his bottom lip wavering. She's all I have. Tell me. Finch moved his hands from his lap to the table and back again. He twisted slightly in his chair and then the words slowly tumbled out. Chelsea couldn't wait to move to the city. Her mother died when she was just 10 and this town was too full of memories for her. Chelsea moved 2 days after her last high school exam, even though I begged her to stay for the summer. Her medicine degree didn't start for another 3 months, but she found a room in a rundown student house in Brunswick and moved away. She got a part-time job and studied long hours, using it as an excuse to never come back to Mandrake. Ever. Not even at Christmas. A small-town girl who hated her small town. Who could blame her? She never finished her degree, I said. So what happened? The pressure, anxiety, it all got too much. She didn't like me to visit, didn't want me to see her. Except when I bought medication, she'd let me in if I bought medication. At first it was modafinil to keep her awake, help her stay focused. Then Prozac to calm her. Valium to help her sleep. I knew it was hurting her, and I should have stopped long before I did, but it was the only way she'd let me see her, and I had to see her. I nodded my understanding. When I cut her off, she was furious. She moved house and I didn't see her again for a year. That must have been hard. I had my sincere voice on. I surprised myself how easily I found it. When she finally reached out to me again, I couldn't believe how much she'd aged. There were track marks all over her arms and some terrible rash on her face. What did you do? I asked. The lines around Finch's mouth grew deeper. I tried to get her into rehab, but she disappeared again. I frowned gently and nodded, my head tilted slightly. I'm so sorry. Finch wanted to get it off his chest. I just needed to make the right noises. Who'd have thought my funeral director experience would be so helpful for eliciting confessions? He continued on now without prompting. For 9 years I searched, not knowing if she were even alive. I hired an investigator, left photos at all the drug treatment centres. Nothing. Then 6 months ago she calls me, sounding all panicked and frightened. He looked up to see he had my full, unbiased attention. She owes a lot of money and they were going to kill her. She wanted help. She wanted to get better. She wanted to meet and she gave me an address. He had my full attention all right. Not sure it was unbiased. Did you go? Of course. But she never arrived. I got a phone call while I waited from a man who told me he had Chelsea and wouldn't release her unless I helped him with a project. What can turn a good doctor bad? Blackmail. Finch twisted his watch some more and I went to the sink and filled 2 glasses of water. We both drank them in silence. In the middle of the night, sitting in the quiet of my downstairs kitchen in a small town no one really cared about, it was hard to believe I could be in any danger. Yet Finch seemed totally convinced of it. What was the project? He looked at me from under his eyebrows. Pip. Look, you want me to agree to something. I need to know what the project is. That's exactly the point, he said. The more you know, the more danger you're in. I drew circle patterns on my knee with my finger, averting my eyes. So you want me to say and do nothing? That way I get to live, Chelsea gets to live. Correct, he answered, like he was relieved I understood. But if I go to the police, Chelsea gets killed, and I get killed. Exactly, he nodded. I stopped the finger patterns and stared him in the eye. But no one else dies? He hesitated 1 second too long. Well, yes, that's right. You don't sound convinced. That's what they said. The project was over. So Chelsea and I live, but others may continue to die. No, yes, well, I don't know. I needed a plan. Work the ideas and statistics so I could make an informed decision. Let me think about it. It's too late for that. They're coming. If I don't call them to say this is resolved, they'll come take you away, and I'll be forced to give them what they want to keep you alive. Hang on, did you just say they're coming? Like right now? To Mandrake? Yes. When? Finch checked his watch. An hour? Maybe 2? Okay. I willed my heart to stop pounding in my ears. Finch I could handle. Finch's behaviour so far had been highly predictable, but an unknown stranger with a tendency for kidnapping and a mystery project, that was something else entirely. As much as I wanted this to be over, I wasn't ready to confront the bad guys on my own. I needed help, and I needed more time. Call them now. Tell them it's fine. Tell them you stole away all the evidence and I didn't know what I was doing. Make something up. A millisecond later, I heard the door handle rattle, and the back door was flung open, smashing the wall with a loud crack. Someone screamed, but that might have been me. Chapter 41. I stood riveted and watched as a stocky man dressed in a tight blue suit dragged a woman into the room, followed by 2 other men, one tall in a similar suit to the first man and another dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans. They were both much taller than the first man with scowl expressions and big hands. I took a slight step behind Finch. The stocky man released the woman, who ran straight to Finch. He grabbed and held her in a tight embrace a moment, patting her head. The woman was taller than the doctor, in her mid-30s, brown straight hair, long down her back. She wore a dirty white t-shirt and loose jeans, and cried quietly into his shoulder. The doctor eventually pushed her behind him, making himself the barrier between us and the 3 men. I took 3rd place behind the woman. I didn't need a statistics chart to know I'd found trouble and my options were limited. I swallowed hard, the taste of bile bitter in my mouth. I scoured the men in suits, trying to decide who was in charge. They were both alert, thick as roadblock, with mean eyes and nicely styled hair. The short suit man was quite attractive, really. I might have flipped my hair back and smiled more if it wasn't for the whole killing blackmail thing. The guy in black was ordered by small suit to stand guard at the front door. When the big suit spoke, his voice was cartoon-like. It unnerved me. I heard we had some cleaning up to do. He looked straight at me as he said it. I blinked hard and willed myself not to look at my phone. There's no hidden evidence, said the doctor. A misunderstanding. She doesn't know anything. We should all leave and head back to my... So what made you think she was hiding evidence? He wasn't looking for an answer, just an excuse to give me a long, greasy stare. "Leave her alone!" cried Chelsea, finding her voice for the first time. "She's got nothing to do with this." Dr. Finch turned to his daughter. "Are you all right? Did they hurt you?" She whispered, but I was close enough to hear. "Not really, but they plan to if you don't change your mind." "You have a decision to make, Finch," said Smallsuit. "I'm sure we don't have to spell it out for you." "I don't think it would hurt to know his options," I said, poking my head out the side, trying to lighten the mood. No one laughed. I moved a little closer in behind Chelsea. She hurled her arm protectively to shield me, and her hair flung a little into my face. It smelt nice, like sandalwood. "You can continue to help us find test subjects and your daughter gets to live, or you can refuse and you both get to die, including Inspector Gidget here." Now I hate him. Big Suit spoke something into Small Suit's ear, who agreed with a nod. "We're going to give you some time to think it over. I need the keys to your clinic, Doctor." Dr. Finch defied him for only a moment. When the Small Suit grabbed Chelsea by the hair and pulled, the doctor gave up the keys and alarm fob without protest. Small Suit called out to the thug at the front door, who came and cable-tied our hands together behind our backs, corralled us into the mortuary, cable-tied our feet, then tied us to the metal bracket of the body pulley system. The doctor and his daughter on one side, me several metres further away. "We're going to visit the good doctor's office," said Big Suit. "We won't be long, just tying up some loose ends. In the meantime, you can focus your attention on your decision-making." He took out a small opaque bottle and shook something into his hand. "We're perfecting this drug all the time," he said as he lined up 3 small white pules onto the side of the stainless steel workbench. 3 white dots. "You never know. Maybe this time it will actually work and you won't all die." The Big Suit chuckled as if he'd been funny. How was that funny? Was that how McKinley, Nicholson and Johnson died? Were they test subjects in a human trial? I felt a wave of dread spread through me. If Big Suit was confessing an illegal drug trial, I doubted he planned to let me live to tell the story. I wanted to pretend I didn't hear. I wanted to keep my mouth shut. I wanted to live to see my next birthday. But more than all those things, I wanted to know how. "What are the pills for?" I asked. Big Suit looked at Small Suit, and the sneers turned to smiles. "You really don't know?" "Just tell me." "Let's just say, if they kill you, it's not a bad way to go." I heard the upstairs floor creak. Both suits looked up at the ceiling, their hands moving to their belts. The creaking stopped. I tried to distract them from the sound. "That makes no sense. What do you mean?" They laughed and shook their heads. "Didn't Finch tell you? Ask him." Telepathically, I tried to will Lennon to be silent and go back to bed, to ignore the voices. But I knew him too well. If he'd heard us and thought there was a social gathering in his absence, he wouldn't be able to stay away. The suits shushed me when I tried to distract them again. Lennon's footsteps padded down the stairs in the quiet, and I held my breath, hoping he'd change his mind and return to his room. He appeared wearing baby blue boxer shorts, white socks, and a cotton dressing gown, open. So was his mouth. He didn't try to run, to call for help, to save himself. He just let himself be led over to me, back-to-back cable-tied and gagged, a defenceless lamb to the slaughter. I shook my head at him. He just shrugged. The Big Suit gagged the rest of us, placed a 4th white pule in the line on the stainless steel bench, and turned to face Lennon. "Today's as good a day as any to die, right, Blue?" Lennon's face went white, a colour it rarely went. Red, yes. Orange, oh yes. But white, not so much. Both suits headed towards the door. "You've got 30 minutes, Doc. Choose wisely." Chapter 42. It took all of 10 seconds to get the tape off my mouth. What the hell, Lennon? You walked in here like you wanted to get caught. Do you realise what you've done? I was mad. How could he be so stupid? He didn't have his tape off yet. I leaned over, lining up his mouth with mine. His eyes widened in fear at my approach. I found the edge of his tape with my teeth and ripped it off, enjoying the high-pitched squeal I got for my trouble. What? Did you think I was going to kiss you? I don't know. This whole situation is a little alarming for 5 o'clock in the morning, cried Lennon. Maybe I thought you were desperate? Thanks a lot. What's going on here? Tell me you called the police before you came down the stairs, I asked desperately. I called the police before I came down the stairs, he answered. Oh, thank God! The Clonstone police? Lennon struggled against his bindings. I didn't call the police, he half whispered, half spat. How was I to know you'd been tied up by scary, crazy, tough guys? But you didn't try to run. You didn't even resist them. I was still half asleep. Part of me thought I was dreaming. You idiot. Name-calling is never helpful. Yes, but it makes me feel better. Who's that with Finch? Lennon pointed with his head. That's Chelsea, Dr. Finch's daughter. Chelsea acknowledged Lennon, then went back to working off her own tape from her face with her shoulder. I spoke low into Lennon's ear. She's the reason we're all here. Lennon mouthed an O shape and went quiet. I tested the cable ties on my wrists and ankles again. They bit into my skin. I wouldn't be squeezing out of them any time soon. So, can you fill me in? Lennon asked. Better you don't know, I said. They might not kill you then. I've seen them now. I can identify them. I expect I'm as dead as you are, said Lennon, with only the slightest tremor in his voice. I didn't like hearing Lennon distressed. It unnerved me. Well, can I give you the brief version? Because I'm busy trying to plan an escape here. Sure, okay, he squeaked. I considered making up a story, but decided on the truth. Lennon was right. He was as dead as I was anyway. See that pill up there on the bench? My guess is it's some new drug they've been testing on old people. Some kind of cure? I don't know. It's not supposed to kill the patient, but it does. Lennon took his time to absorb the information. So why is Finch here? He asked. I lowered my voice. He's been supplying the names of people to test it on. Really? Lennon turned his neck to try and face me, but the cable ties dug deeper into our wrists, and he quickly turned back. They've been blackmailing him. Oh, no. Poor Dr. Finch. Lennon's superhero skill would be the ability to see a perspective from every side quicker than anyone else on the planet. I guess so. So what's this big decision Finch has to make? He asked. Whether we'll keep offering up test subjects or not, I answered. Lennon pondered this a moment. If he helps them, do we get to live? He asked hopefully. No, I think we die either way, I answered matter-of-factly. But Chelsea gets to live. Right. Lennon's squeak was now a low, unrecognisable drawl. Got it? I asked too brightly. Pretty much. We sat in silence a moment. I couldn't think of a single reassuring thing to say, so I began running escape scenarios through my head again. How long have you known it was Finch? Lennon asked eventually. A day or two, I replied. And you kept it to yourself? I knew now I'd been wrong not to discuss my plan with Lennon first, but still I was defensive. I thought I could get him to turn himself in without getting anyone else involved. How'd that work out for you? Asked Lennon. Well, I thought it would end a little differently, obviously. Across the room, Chelsea had her tape off and began pleading with her father. I strained to hear them. I'm so sorry, Dad. I just need more time. It's over, Chelsea, What more can we do? She lowered her voice. I stopped breathing to try and catch it. They'll let us go if you just help them a bit longer. And let them kill these two? He frowned at his daughter and she hid her face against his back, sobbing. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I'm so sorry. Lennon rested his head on my shoulder for some time, our backs leaning together for support. After a while, he spoke softly so only I could hear. I'm so sorry, Pip. If I'd been braver or stronger, I might have saved you from these guys. As horrified as I was to have put Lennon in this terrible position, having him here with me right now cleared my head, gave me focus, and made me want to fight harder. I couldn't bear for him to think any of this was his fault. Lennon, you're one of the strongest people I know. Don't be ridiculous. I make a lousy hero. How could I make him understand? Lennon, your bravery is on the inside, protected by some kind of alien strength, resilient coating that filters out every negative thought known to man. Your ability to be kind is more powerful than the strength of 10 men. I felt his back straighten a little against mine, but he didn't speak. I was talking about my feelings, out loud, without being forced to. He must have been surprised, or worried. We really must be in danger. Don't ever think you aren't good enough, I continued. You're the person I most want to be like. I can't even imagine not having you around. He found my hands between us and squeezed them a moment. Oh, Pip, I know that must have been hard to say. It means a lot. I was silently grateful James wasn't here, or I'd be blabbering on about how much I wanted to fall asleep in his arms. Seeing as we're confessing, said Lennon, I have to tell you something. What? About why I'm really here in Mandrake. I didn't like his tone. What do you mean? Why are you really here in Mandrake? I've been lying to you. Oh boy, did Lennon not realise I had an escape plan to think up and confessions to record? I really didn't have time for secrets. Okay, tell me everything. Chapter 43. Lennon let out a long sigh and released his hands between us. Chelsea quietly sobbed across the room, Finch consoling her. I gave my full attention to Lennon. I'd known something wasn't quite right, what with the journals and the late-night chats to mid-air. I had a brother, a twin, an identical twin. Was his name Lucas, the imaginary friend you speak with late at night? Well, yes, only he's not imaginary. He was real. I was the goofy, uncoordinated one, and he was the strong and gallant one, the superhero. It was like all the good genes went to him and I got all the leftovers. Nobody noticed me when he was in the room, but I was okay with that because I loved him so much. He was my brother and my best friend. What happened to him? He died in an accident with my mother when I was 7. I'm so sorry, Lennon. He didn't answer right away, and I understood I should wait an appropriate amount of time before asking the question that burned inside me. I tried to count to 10, but only made it to 6. So why did you come to Mandrake? I think your great uncle might have known something about it. I came looking for answers. There were still so many questions, but now wasn't the time. I don't know, Lennon. I think we should probably focus on getting out of this first, then we can talk about your brother. Lennon lowered his voice further. I think I can hear him sometimes, in my head. Oh God, does everyone I care about have to be a lunatic? What does your brother say when he talks to you? I asked Lennon. He helps me make decisions, mostly. Okay, does it help? I didn't have time for this. He spoke to me just now. Dear God. I rattled my hand bindings some more, and the sharp plastic cut into my wrists. He wanted to remind me I had a set of toenail clippers in my dressing gown pocket. I blinked, not sure I heard right. What? I hear him in my head, like he's... No, I mean, you've got clippers in your pocket? Yeah. Do you think I'm crazy, Pip? Lennon was crazy, but that was a conversation for another day. Please focus, Lennon. You're saying you have nail clippers. Can you reach them? He leaned to one side. They're in my pocket. You're in a better position to get... What? I said too loudly. Chelsea's head popped up from Finch's back. I adjusted to a whisper. No way. Not doing it. But I can't reach from here. Not gonna happen. Really? Asked Lennon. You're gonna do that pocket thing now? When we're about to be forced to take a pill that will kill us? You want to do the pocket phobia thing? I felt beads of sweat run down my temples as I realised I didn't have much of a choice. Okay, I'll do it. Lift your... Push it. Lean closer. My wrist stretched against the bindings, but I caught a small piece of fabric in my fingers and slowly eased the front panel of the dressing gown towards me, inch by inch. Don't move, or I'll drop it. Why are you whispering? I don't want Chelsea and Finch to hear. I'm not sure they're entirely on our side. Why? I ignored him. I wasn't ready to share. I'm at the pocket. I'm going in. I closed my eyes to help with my concentration, working behind my back. This was why I hated pockets, and I was going in blind. Totally disgusting. Tissues, Lennon. I feel tissues. Oh, jeez. Are you all right, Pip? Asked Dr. Finch from across the room. Yep, fine. Just a bit scared, feeling a bit sick, I called back. Underneath the tissues, Pip, whispered Lennon. Come on, we don't have long. I dug further, knowing they were used tissues. I gagged. I can't do it, I said. The tissues, they're clean, I promise. Really? Yeah, I always carry a few spares, said Lennon. Keep going. I pushed my way past the tissues and felt the cold, narrow steel of the clippers. I eased them out, relieved to be free of the pocket. I have them. Good. Don't let go. I won't. Those tissues, said Lennon. Yeah. They weren't clean. I hate you. With my hands fastened behind my back, I had to work backwards. I kept my eyes closed, fully absorbed, as I twisted the top handle around, felt for the plastic cable ties, and slowly lowered the tongs gently in case I caught skin. Confident I had the position right, I clamped down hard. Snap! It broke. I tried to pull my hands apart, but they wouldn't budge. I must have clipped the wrong end. I tried again. Snap! It broke. Hands still stuck together. Shit. Will you hurry up? Said Lennon. What are you guys whispering about? Asked Chelsea, whose tears seemed to have vanished. Dying wishes? That kind of thing? I felt for another part of the tie, scared to move too far in case I lost grip of the clippers and dropped them. Snap. It broke, and my hands came loose. I didn't reveal to the others I was free, quietly talking to Lennon while I felt his cable ties with my hand and cut them carefully. He kept very still while I worked, but even with my hands free, it was slow. What's the plan? He whispered. We split up. You take the van and get help. I'll grab my phone and call the police. If the guy at the front door hears us, he won't be able to catch us both. What about these two? You going to free them first? I watched Chelsea speaking quietly to her father, her thick brown glossy hair falling apart over her face so that I couldn't read her lips. Her bare arms, smooth, sculpted and evenly tanned, entwined around Finch's arm, and I wondered how she managed to keep in such good shape, considering her significant drug habit. Finch listened to her words in silence, interrupted only by the occasional sniff. No, I whispered to Lennon. Let's leave them. I get the feeling we're on our own. We can't do that. They can look after themselves, I assured him. Trust me. Are you sure? Yes. Are you ready? Say when. I took a deep breath and heard Lennon do the same. When? Chapter 44. We stood in one swift movement and ran to the door. Where are you going? Screamed Chelsea. Shh, we're getting help. I'll be back, I replied over my shoulder. Don't leave us here. Come back, she yelled again, much louder than necessary. It had the effect I'm almost certain she was hoping for. I heard the front door slam and running footsteps approaching. Lennon disappeared up the stairs. Where are you going? I screamed up at him. Lennon was supposed to escape outside to the van. To find the keys! Oh, shit. Where'd we leave the keys? I ran for my phone and headed to the back door. The screen lit up, still recording. I tried to dial as I went, but couldn't finish before the black t-shirt guy grabbed my arm and wrestled the phone from my hands. He slapped me hard in the face and I fell down, a black haze threatening. I shook it off as he lifted me up under one arm and dragged me back to the mortuary. Once he'd bound me with fresh cable ties, he went in search of Lennon. I could hear him taking the stairs 2 at a time. There was only one way out and Lennon was trapped. We were back where we started. You see, Dad, said Chelsea in a voice designed for me to hear. It's just you and me. They left us behind, didn't even try to save us. Hey, Chelsea, I interrupted. How long have you been in charge of all of this? Her shoulders stayed slumped, but her eyes, clear and hard, focused in on me. What do you mean? All these men, they work for you, right? Dr. Finch frowned and leaned sideways protectively. Are you insane? He said. My daughter is an addict. She's the victim here. Chelsea hung her head a moment, then turned her body towards Finch, her stare narrow and cold. I don't know what upsets me more, Father, she drawled bitterly. That you think I'm so fragile I need the support of narcotics, or that I'm so stupid I need you to save me. Dr. Finch didn't react or move a millimetre at first, but I saw the realisation cross his face. A slow trickle, then a tsunami. He fought it. There was conflict in his eyes. He didn't want it to be true. The addict label was far preferable to the experimental drug lord title. Chelsea pulled away from her father as best she could, but the restraints prevented much movement. She was stuck, watching the damage she'd inflicted. What gave me away? She snarled at me. Your shoes, your clean fingernails, the whites of your eyes, your shiny hair. You might be wearing dirty, ill-fitting clothes, but everything else about you says you're in pristine health. It just didn't align with the picture of the desperate addict that your father described. Black t-shirt appeared with Lennon, his arm bent up behind his back. I wondered if the clippers were still in his pocket. Lennon slipped and fell against the stainless steel bench, causing the peels to drop on the concrete floor. Pick him up, said the black t-shirt guy, and shoved Lennon in the back. He did as he was told, crawling along the floor, finding each peel and replacing it from where they'd fallen. He was then dragged next to me, back to back again, bound and gagged. I found his hand and squeezed it. John, cut me loose, now, demanded Chelsea. All pretense was gone. This was the real Chelsea Finch. Black t-shirt John used Lennon's nail clippers to release Chelsea from her father. She stepped away and wiped herself down, like the very contact with him disgusted her. Give me my phone. She dialed a number and spoke briskly. 4 direct words. Come back. It's done. Within seconds I heard the back door open. The blue suits must have been standing outside, waiting. They hadn't gone to the clinic at all. We wouldn't have escaped, even if the van keys had been by the door where they were supposed to be. They were guarding the door. Did you manage to call the police before you were caught? I whispered to Lennon. The tape on his face prevented him from speaking, but he shook his head. Me either, I said, meeting Lennon's worried eyes with my own. And now he has my phone with the recording on it. It's time for some case studies. Father, I'll leave you until last, just in case you change your mind." "This isn't you, Chelsea," said Dr. Finch, tears running down his face. "Stop, please. What would your mother think?" "You overestimate me, Father, like usual. You think I care about what my dead mother thinks. You think I care about spending a lifetime in servitude like you. For what? To die old, unappreciated, neglecting everything but the work? I'm going to be a rich woman, Father. This drug is going to revolutionize everything. The way people take their drugs, when and how. When we iron out the side effects, people will turn to this drug by the millions." She glanced down at the pills on the stainless steel bench without really seeing. "Medical school was fascinating, I'll give you that. But after 4 years, I knew exactly what I wanted to be, and it wasn't a doctor. Notoriety, power, money, that's true success." "You're wrong, Chelsea," said Finch. "You're so wrong. There are 2 types of medical students, Father. Those who want to serve and those who want a certain kind of lifestyle. I think you know which category I found myself in." Big Suit handed Chelsea a glass of water, and she placed it beside the pills. Finch sobbed, loud, stabbing gasps of humiliation as he pleaded with her. "Don't, Chelsea! You don't know what you're doing!" His despair was hard to listen to. Chelsea rubbed her temples with her manicured fingers a moment. Then, her eyes fixed on her father, held her hand towards Short Suit. "Give me your gun, Bruce," she demanded. Short Suit obliged quickly. Chelsea crossed the room in 2 long strides and smacked her father across the face with it. Finch didn't cry out in pain, even though blood streamed from his nose. He fell silent, staring vacantly at Chelsea as she stood over him, poised to hit again. I tried to distract her. "Chelsea, what is this drug supposed to cure?" She handed the gun back to its owner and turned to me with a slow, knowing smile. Something about the line of that smile scared me. Not the blue suits, not John, not the doctor. None of them sent prickles of foreboding down my spine like that single smile. "It's not supposed to cure anything," she said. "I don't understand." "You will in a minute." Chelsea reached out for the glass of water. My mind raced through the possibilities. Not supposed to kill, but does. Victims die happy, contented, doesn't cure anything. "It's a recreational drug," I said, half a statement, half a question. "Not just any recreational drug," boasted Chelsea. "A hangover-free, addiction-free drug that turns you into the most relaxed, most confident, happiest person you've ever been in your life. It's the recreational drug of the future." "Sounds too good to be true." "It is. It kills you," said Finch in a small voice. "We've learnt so much from the last round of testing. This new batch is better," said Chelsea. "So we won't die?" "It's hard to say." "This is crazy," I said. "No one is going to believe we all died of natural causes. How do you plan to explain our death to the police?" "If you don't survive the trial, and I hope you do, but if you don't," Chelsea looked around the room, improvising. "It's an old wooden building. Electrical problems happen all the time. It's a shame the 3 of you couldn't get out alive. No smoke alarms either, I see. And if we survive the drug?" She shrugged, complete with the creepy smile. I read the shrug as, "Same deal." "I'm not taking the pill," I said. "You'll have to shoot me. Then there'll be an investigation." "Fine. John?" John took out an attachment, screwed it onto his gun and pressed it against Lennon's head. "So, I'm going to give you 3 seconds. Take the pill or we shoot red here," said Chelsea. I'd always prided myself on my ability to make rational choices in the past. Decisions had always been easy to make when it was just me. It was a simple matter of listing the pros and cons, and the side that advantaged me the most would be the clear choice. On those rare occasions when the number of pros equaled the number of cons, then it was safe to say either choice would be an equally good one, and the decision would be made, easy, smart, practical. But weighing my life against Lennon's? That was an impossible list to write. If only I'd left the questions alone, if only I'd done what everyone had told me to do, Lennon would be safe and asleep in his bed right now. Lennon was going to die because of me. 1, I closed my eyes. Could I do this? 2, I had to find a way to save him. 3, wait! They waited. You need me to take the drug voluntarily to get a proper reading, right? What if I agree to describe my reaction to you in full? Would you let Lennon go? No. Then you might as well shoot us all. I had to appeal to the scientist in Chelsea. She wouldn't be able to walk away from the chance to gather data. Even if you force it down our throats, our reactions won't be true because our body's rejecting the effect. You need us to be willing participants to get a proper read, and you know it. That's why you had to bribe Nicholson, Johnson and McKinley with expensive gifts. They had to want to take the drug. They needed an incentive to give you the feedback you needed. Only they died before they could write it down. Now I'm offering you the perfect opportunity to see the reaction firsthand, and I promise to take it willingly if I know Lennon goes free. I know science, and I know the thrill of reading the results of an experiment, especially those that you've thrown your life's work into. Chelsea raised a single eyebrow, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Deal, she said. I knew she'd see the sense in it, but could I trust her to let Lennon go? I didn't have much of a choice. Lennon probably wouldn't agree, though. He wouldn't want me to sacrifice myself in this way. I'd convinced Chelsea, now to convince Lennon. This would be tough. You have to let me do this, Lennon, I pleaded. It's my fault you're here, my life for yours. It's the only way. I put my head on his shoulder, desperate for him to agree. Yeah, he said without hesitation. That sounds fair. Really? I blinked a few times, replaying his reaction in my head. I'd expected some opposition at least. He seemed totally okay with my bargain. Why wouldn't he? He got to live. Okay, great, I said. But I want a statue in my honour at the roundabout in front of the Bluey. Sure, it's done, said Lennon too enthusiastically. Thanks. You're welcome. Well, that was easier than I thought. You think you know a guy. One thing left to do was take the hallucinogenic drug. I had to admit it. It wouldn't be the worst way to go. Goodbye, Lennon. I wouldn't change a thing. I feel like I'd never really lived before I met you and the friends I made here at Mandrake. Please tell everyone goodbye, and please tell James. I paused as the realisation set in. Tell James he was the only man who'd made me want to, just for a second, do the whole family thing. I would have tried for him. Will you tell him that, Lennon? Lennon's eyes glistened. Finally, some emotion. I'll tell him, Pip. Was that a twitch of a smile? Surely not. Take care of yourself, Lennon. Safe journey, Pip, said Lennon. Where was the sympathy? Where were his final parting words? My eyes stung with grief. Bruce unclipped my hands and feet and led me to the stainless steel bench. I picked up one of the pills and the glass of water, put it to my mouth and drank. I opened up again. Chelsea lifted my tongue to check I'd swallowed, nodded her approval, and then began filming me on her phone. Okay, now let him go, I said. Bruce unclipped Lennon's feet and led him to the door. Wait, he doesn't leave until it's over, said Chelsea. Hang on, that's not part of the deal, I said. Let him go now or I won't talk. Chelsea shook her head again. I mean it, I said. You want a clean reaction, no interference, then let him go. We can't release him fully until we're safely away. But you have my word. I had no argument left. I sat on the floor and waited to die. Chapter 45. I closed my eyes for maybe 5 minutes. No reaction. Then another 5 minutes. Still no reaction. "What's happening?" Chelsea's voice. "Tell me." I didn't open my eyes and concentrated on my body. Feet, normal. Hands, normal. Heart rate, normal. Well, sort of. "Nothing yet?" "Well, that's absurd. It's been too long," said Chelsea. "You should be feeling the effect." Was I? Maybe. I did feel a bit weird. "Let me say goodbye to Lennon properly, and I'll tell you." "Is this part of the reaction?" "I think so. I'm not sure." "Okay, release him." Bruce unclipped Lennon's hands and he crossed the room to me, drawing me into a close hug that smelled of apples. He kissed me on the cheek and whispered a word so quiet and breathy I could barely make it out. "Exaggerate." Then loudly, so everyone in the room could hear, he said, "Be strong, Pip." Exaggerate? Exaggerate what? My death? Of all the last words he could have used, he chooses exaggerate. Why not, I don't know, something like, "Thanks for sacrificing your life for mine," or "I'll miss you forever." Was he kidding me? "You're going to die now, Pip." This was it. The end of the line. A wooden box and a quick goodbye. At least there'd be a few more people at my funeral than if you'd died this time last year. That's nice. I began to feel a change, a dizzy black fog of sadness. My heart started palpitating. I couldn't find any air. I closed my eyes and the blackness turned to light everywhere. I'm scared of the light. I don't want to follow the light. I don't want to die. I could hear voices. A choir? A horrible choir. Or was that the sound of my crying? "Lennon, please help me," I sobbed. "It's horrible. I'm dying. I can feel it killing me. I'm dying. I'm dying." "Just think of it like an allergic reaction," he said, patting my arm patronizingly. Did he not believe me? Where was the support? When it came to the crunch, Lennon Moore was not the emphatic prince I'd imagined him to be. I'm living my last few moments on Earth, and his only consolation was a gentle pat on the arm and an allergy comparison. Great! Thanks a lot. I've never had an allergic reaction in my life, so how would I know what it feels like? Lennon's the one with all the allergies. Cats, dogs, ryegrass, blossom, wattle, you name it, he's allergic. The cabinet in the upstairs bathroom is full of medication for his stupid allergies. Exaggerate my allergies? Great deathbed advice, Lennon. Nice one. "Pip," he said, his voice serious and intense. "Trust me." Lennon didn't sound sad. He was conspiring. What was he trying to tell me? Was allergy code for something else? Or was I allergic to Chelsea's hallucinogenic pill? Did I have some kind of immunity? But how would he know that? "There are still so many questions," I said, hoping for another clue. "You know all you need to know, Pip. Just let go now." I know all I need to know. Really? Immune to the drug, allergies, 4 pills. Unless. I remembered the sound of 4 tiny pings when Lennon knocked Chelsea's pills from the stainless steel bench to the floor. John had just dragged him down from the upstairs bathroom after the failed Van Keys escape attempt. The bloody genius! Lennon must have swapped Chelsea's pills for antihistamine. My reaction had been purely in my head. I wasn't going to die. I would live, and I would have perfectly clear nasal passages for the next 4 hours. Lennon said to exaggerate. I had to give Chelsea a reaction. I threw an enormous smile and tried to imagine how I'd behave under the influence of mood-altering barbiturates. I had absolutely zero experience in recreational drug taking and even less experience as an actress. But I'd been drunk before. It would probably be something like that, only more dead at the end. I love you, I sang. I really did at that moment. The bumbling genius. Who do you love, Pip? Asked Lennon, relief in his voice. He knew I knew. I love everyone. What? Even the guys with the guns? Yep, and you and Chelsea and Finch. I don't think you do, Pip, said Lennon. I do, I really do, I said. Describe the feeling, said Chelsea. Oh, shit, I'm dizzy. Dizzy? Chelsea looked confused. I mean, lightheaded, like a roller coaster ride. Woo! What else? I quickly improvised a new escape plan and grabbed my stomach with one hand, the other over my mouth. I think I'm going to be sick. I need to go to the bathroom. I made a move towards the door, but she stood in my way. Just be sick on the floor. It's not my house. Bugger. I fake dry reached a few times and sat back down. It's passing. Good, said Chelsea. What else can you tell me? I can see a light, a white light. Don't go towards the light, Pip. Stay here with us, cried Lennon, his commitment impressive. It's so nice there. I have to go. Oh, God, please no, don't go, Pip. Lennon's voice cracked in agony. I squeezed my eyes shut, barely trusting myself not to laugh. It's beautiful. I'm going. I'm going. I let out a horrendous cry, spun a dainty half circle and collapsed, face down onto the floor. Everyone stood silent a moment, and I took tiny breaths as still as humanly possible. Not the reaction you expected, boss? Asked Bruce eventually. Not exactly, no, came Chelsea's disappointed voice. Is she dead? Go and check. I heard the shuffle of feet and prepared myself for the inspection. Give me the pill, Lennon demanded loudly. The steps stopped. What? You want to take the pill? Chelsea's voice. Yes. I'm not an idiot. I know you won't release me, like you told Pip you would. True, but we were going to shoot you and say she did it. I'll take the pill. Shooting would be quicker, but harder to believe. I'll take 2. Here. I heard Lennon's feet approach the bench and lifted the glass. There, reaction time will be quicker. Yes, but so will the intensity, said Chelsea, her tone excited at the prospect. Bring it on, said Lennon. You're right, Chelsea agreed. Let's really see what this thing will do. Give him a few more. What? Lennon asked. Oh no. I had to stop myself from lifting my head in shock. Give him 2 more, demanded Chelsea. There's one more here, said Lennon quickly. I'll just take this one. Surely that's enough. Give him another one, Bruce. We need to hurry this along. I heard the rattle of the opaque bottle I'd seen earlier, the bottle containing the real drug. I think 3's more than enough, continued Lennon, panicked. 3 antihistamine. Anyone could live through, but even just one of Chelsea's pills would likely kill him. What would you know, she said. Give him another, Bruce. I heard the bottle rattle again and imagined Lennon's shaking hands as he held the pills and swallowed them, one at a time. Let me see. I heard footsteps. Good. I could hear Lennon taking small, nervous breaths and wanted to comfort him more than anything. Want us to get the fire started now? Asked one of the men. We can make it look like faulty wiring. Actually, no, said Chelsea. Make it look deliberate. Deliberate? Yes. Okay, you're the boss.
"Give me your gun, John," said Chelsea. "Once you boys have got the fire started, return to Melbourne. Be careful not to be seen leaving. It's important. You understand me?" The man's voice sounded uncertain. "Are you sure you can manage here on your own, boss?" "Yes. I'll send instructions later." "Righto." "One more thing," said Chelsea. "Pass me the dead girl's phone." "What? The midget's phone?" "Yes." Footsteps crossed the floor twice, then left the room. I could hear the suits tipping over furniture, scrunching up paper, and lighting matches. A short moment passed before I heard the crackle of fire. A drift of smoke made Lennon and Finch clear their throat. The back door closed and a car started and drove away. It was 1 against 3 now. She had the gun, but I had the element of surprise. My thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched, frantic voice. Chelsea rushed her words, sounding desperate and scared. "Hello! Emergency! I need an ambulance and fire department to Mandrake Memorials. The woman here, she went crazy and shot my dad. Please, come quickly. She set the place alight. I got out, but they're all still in here. Please hurry." The voice on the other end of the phone was cut off mid-sentence. Why would Chelsea say I killed her father when I heard the muffled thump, thump of 2 shots fired from a silencer gun and couldn't stop my dead body from jolting at the sound? I opened my eyes a slit to see Dr. Finch in the doorway, the fire crackling away behind him, and a slow spread of blood appear in the middle of his shirt. Chapter 46. Dr. Finch shuddered, but stayed sitting upright a while, his face unlined and calm. I watched the life leave his eyes. His body slumped over slowly, his head dangling lifeless from his neck. "You just killed your father," said Lennon. Chelsea crossed the floor towards me, and I slammed my eyes shut, my skin prickling in fear. This woman was capable of anything. She put something cold and hard in my hand, moving it around and pushing my fingertips into it. "So you see, Lennon," said Chelsea, "it's perfect, really. Pip was out of her mind, thinking there was some kind of conspiracy here in Mandrake. My father and I met with her in the early hours of the morning after she called requesting help. When we arrived, she went crazy, bound and shot my father, and then set fire to the place to cover it up. You, Lennon, got caught in the building and was burnt alive." "Good one." There was a mixture of admiration and pleasure in Lennon's voice. His positivity had no bounds. Chelsea stopped with the hand pressure a moment. "Well, how about that?" she said. "This drug is working properly. Explain what's happening to you, Lennon." While Chelsea focused on her Frankensteinian creation, I counted best-case scenarios. I had surprise on my side and a gun in my hand. How could I lose? "It's time to save the day, Pip. Make a move. Grab the gun. Now." My hand stayed frozen. Now. 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 Nothing moved. I'd been playing dead so long I couldn't bring myself to blow a perfectly good cover. Chelsea squeezed my fingers around the gun a final time and then used my hand to give it a solid shove. I heard it scrape along the floor for a second, then the sound of metal against metal as it came to an abrupt stop, probably against the leg of the trolley, well beyond my reach. "You're too late, Pip. You're a dud." Look, I'm not a physical person. I'm the person who'll sit and wait an hour for a convenient park rather than walk more than 50 metres to the entrance. Even if I leapt up, found the gun and grabbed it first, there'd be little chance I'd hold on to it against Chelsea's athletic strength. My body's just not made for extreme physical exertion. Or even just plain, ordinary, regular type physical exertion. If I got out of this alive, I should probably join a gym, build my upper body strength, maybe learn a martial art. Who was I kidding? I wasn't getting out of this alive or joining a gym. Science says that during times of extreme fear, the body can produce enough adrenaline to make you 5 times more powerful than usual. That's a scientific fact. Surely this was your classic everyday life-threatening experience right here, right now. I should trust that. In the moment, if I needed it, my body would make the necessary chemical formulations to physically overcome Chelsea. The only problem with this scenario was that she would also have increased adrenaline, which would equal us out. Through the doorway I heard something crack and the heat of the fire increased. I slightly reopened my eyes again to see through into the next room. The flames had climbed the side of the lounge wall, almost as high as the ceiling. I heard the faint sound of a siren, still too far away. The fire was in the roof, and the heat made my shirt stick to my back. My beautiful funeral business, all gone because I couldn't stop asking questions about a bunch of old dead people. I wondered what my great-uncle would have thought of me now. Losing it all so easily. "Describe how you feel," demanded Chelsea of Lennon. She'd probably heard the sirens as well. I sneaked a look in her direction, moving my head just a centimetre. Chelsea's hair was messy. Her eyes darted up and down over Lennon's body with a delighted, possessed expression. He stood still, his eyebrows creased together in concentration while he lowered his hands to his sides. He wanted to please her, answer all her questions correctly. A relaxed, wide-gummed smile spread across his face. "It's nice," he said, straightening his shoulders, his head cocked to one side like he was listening for something only he could hear. There was a part of me that had hoped he hadn't swallowed, or he'd somehow managed to swap the pills again, but his reaction wasn't a performance. I could see it in his body. Lennon never moved that way. Smooth, in control, graceful. "It's very nice," he said again. Even his voice was deeper. "What else?" demanded Chelsea. He didn't reply, concentrating again. The fire was making its way up the hall. If we didn't move soon, we wouldn't get out. I could see the conflict on Chelsea's face as she began to ferry looks between Lennon and the fire, wanting to fully assess Lennon's reaction, but not wanting to be trapped. Another loud crack sounded, and a ceiling panel fell in the hallway, sending a shower of sparks and fanning the flames higher. Lennon turned and started walking towards the heat. "Why don't you play with the fire, Lennon?" said Chelsea. "I made it for you." "Of course," said Lennon. "It's a very nice fire. Thank you." There was no time for analysis. I had to do something now, or my kind-hearted, people-pleasing best friend would voluntarily walk into a burning fire just because someone asked him to. I took a quick, short breath and in one fluid movement stood, rallied, screamed and slammed into Chelsea's stomach like an honour student hitting a time-sensitive math exam. She was taller than me, stronger, fitter, but I was mad as hell, and I had Lennon to save, which I hoped gave me the adrenaline advantage. I kicked her knee and she went down, twisting onto her back as she fell, and I quickly sat on top of her and pinned her arms and shoulders down. She thrashed around, wrestling for her freedom, but I held her. "Lennon!" I called out. "Come here!" "It's a nice fire," he said, closer still. "Thank you." "Stop, Lennon! Please, stop!" "Pip?" He turned and searched me out with his cool, calm eyes. No insecurities now. "Can you help me, Lennon?" "Lennon! Come and help me! Come help me, Lennon!" "Of course." He stared back at the flames a moment longer, silhouetted against the flickering redness, then turned and walked back to me. A mixture of relief and smoke stung my eyes. The sirens were louder now and I could hear shouting from outside. Water appeared from somewhere, a whoosh of spray as it hit the walls and showered down over us. Chelsea yelled over the noise. "It's still my word against yours, Piphead!" Piphead? She was right, though. I needed proof. I needed my phone. Where did Chelsea put it? "Lennon," I shouted, "I need my phone. Can you find it?" The smoke made it impossible to see. It was a risk sending him from me again, but I couldn't let go of Chelsea. Of course. Can you see it? Of course. Do you have it, Lennon? Of course, he said. He returned, holding the phone up proudly. Take the phone outside, Lennon, and get help. Go! He accidentally swiped the phone, which hit the stop function, and the recording began to replay. It's talking, Pip. Don't worry, I'll stop it. Delete, 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 he said randomly, hitting the screen to stop the voices. No, Lennon, don't delete. No, stop. Give me the phone. Of course. Lennon looked up and threw it at me, and I lifted my hands off Chelsea to catch it. She used the shift in pressure to pull herself off the floor, me still attached to her back. She spun me around until I let go. We stared each other down a second, neither sure what the other might do. Is anyone in here? Came an authoritative voice to our left, a torch light shining through the smoke. Without hesitation, Chelsea shoved me aside and ran towards the voice, screaming, Help me, please! I grabbed Lennon with one hand, the phone with the other, and followed her out. Someone threw a blanket over me and led us outside into the cool, clear mandrake air. Chelsea pretended to cry hysterically, her face embedded in Daryl Patterson's chest. An oxygen mask was placed over my face, but I brushed it aside. Please, you have to save Lennon. He needs his stomach pumped. He's swallowed dangerous toxins. Please, listen to me. A paramedic took Lennon's pulse, who, in turn, began to swing his arm and sing the first verse of Michael Jackson's The Way You Make Me Feel, moving his hips in time and coughing between phrases. Lennon, let them help you. You've got to get your stomach pumped. Look, miss, said a round-stomached man in a creased uniform. His face drooped in a way that suggested everything was too much trouble. We need you to sit down. He used my shoulder to push me into a stretcher, and I sat, watching helplessly as Lennon continued to sing, reaching the chorus at full belt, his arms outward as he crab-danced from one side of the car park to the other. He seemed fine, happy, healthy. Hard to believe he would be dead soon. Or maybe Chelsea was right. Maybe she really had fixed the drug. A police officer I didn't recognise stood close beside me as the paramedic checked my vital signs and then placed the oxygen mask over my face. Chelsea laid back on her stretcher, repeating between her tears to anyone close enough to listen that her father was dead and I'd killed him. Lennon refused the stretcher, his hips swivelling sexily as he segued into Beyoncé's Crazy in Love. My attention swapped between Lennon's performance and the burning building behind him. The hiss of water meeting fire and the crack of roof timbers caving was almost as tragic as Lennon's sense of pitch. I laid back on the stretcher, numb and spent. Chelsea's stretcher was rolled beside mine, ready to be loaded onto the ambulance, and together we watched the paramedics join forces with the police officers to try and contain Lennon as he moved onto a spirited and somewhat dangerous arm-jabbing version of the Macarena. With everyone distracted, Chelsea leaned towards me and whispered, It works, Pip. He should be dead by now. You were dead, but now you're not. I fixed it. She smiled the smile of the deranged. I didn't take your pill, Chelsea. Lennon swapped it for antihistamine. Her eyes drilled me, searching my face for a lie. I see, she said, turning back to watch Lennon. But he did. Yes. And he's still alive. Yes. So I fixed it. It works. Lennon had climbed onto the roof of the van, the uniforms watching helplessly from below. His hips gyrated along with another chorus or so before he eventually slowed, his arms dropping by his side. He stood still a moment or two before wilting like a delicate flower, droopy in the hot sun, collapsing onto the roof and then falling to the ground. As the paramedics approached him, his body began to violently convulse. Lennon! I screamed. Oh, crap, said Chelsea. Chapter 47. Oh my God, it's so unfair, said Griffin, shaking his head, his hand firmly around Henny's. She never took news like this well. Why did it have to happen to Lennon, eh? Lennon, of all people. Boyd crossed his arms, deep frown lines around his mouth. He didn't deserve this. No one did, I said. But it's happened, and we're going to deal with it. Together. That's what he would want, agreed Henny. The room stayed muted as we waited. Someone sniffed. A baby cried. Glasses clinked together in silent toasts. Shh! Here he comes. Who's going to tell him? Lennon stepped out of the bluey bathroom, and Cheryl made the announcement over the microphone for the second time. And here he is, the winner of the Worst Darts Player Award Trophy, with the lowest score in the history of the darts competition ever, Mr. Lennon Moore. Lennon stopped mid-step as the whole room turned to face him. He was still doing up his fly. When the applause hit, he threw his arms out in a grand gesture, drew them together to his lips to kiss them, then threw them out again, an exaggerated show of surprise and delight on his face. He collected his trophy from Cheryl, a tiny gold statue of a thumb on a wooden stand in a dislike position, and lifted it above his head like it was the grandest award of all time. The crowd cheered him as he found his way back to us. I, for one, am very grateful you were the winner, I said. Because if it wasn't me, it would have been you, right? Lennon asked. Correct. That's me, second bottom. I looked around the table. It was late. The darts finals were over, and we'd come last on the ladder. No one was surprised or cared. I took in the faces of my friends, Griffin, Henny, Boyd, Lennon. Even Cheryl, whose voice was droning on over the microphone, thanking the people who needed to be thanked, including herself on the list, felt warmly familiar. These were my people. My people. Just a quiet support network of friends who didn't quite fit anywhere else. I would miss them. Me, the girl who moved from place to place, who didn't miss anyone, would miss them. When Cheryl finally hung up the microphone, Boyd tapped the table to get our attention. So, Pip, you were saying? I leaned in again to tell them what I knew. So, as I was saying, Chelsea's accomplices haven't been caught yet. And those guys have the formula to the new drug? I shrugged. Probably. Chelsea's chemical lab had been cleaned out before the police arrived. If that phone recording hadn't worked, it might have been me in prison. The group nodded silently as I wiped the condensation from my glass. A burst of laughter rang out from a nearby table. Griffin leaned in to ask, Do you think they know the drug nearly worked? Well, a recipe for a non-addictive hallucinogenic drug with no side effects would be worth a shitload to the drug underworld, wouldn't it? Asked Boyd. Why, you planning a heist? Lennon asked. Boyd rolled his eyes as if to say he could if he wanted to. What time did you say the funeral for Dr. Finch was tomorrow? Griffin asked. 11, at the community centre. What are your plans for the service? Any special presentations for the doctor? Lennon wanted to hand out oxycodone at the door to remember him by. Nobody laughed. Such a shameful way to be remembered after spending your life serving people. Do you think the town will ever forgive him? Asked Henny. I guess we'll know tomorrow. Boyd slugged back his beer and slammed the glass on the table. So tell us again, Pip, this drug, he asked, mischief in his eyes. What did it make Lennon do? You can stop asking, Boyd, I said. I will never tell. Boyd and Lennon looked set to drink each other under the table tonight, and I couldn't bear to watch the sexual tension. Have you decided what you're going to do with the insurance money? Asked Griffin. Not yet, I said, and got busy tearing at the label of my beer. We think you should stay, he said. Somehow I already knew, but it was nice to hear him say it. It took me a while to answer. It doesn't make any sense to stay. It makes sense to us, said Griffin. Henny and Boyd nodded their agreement. Truth was, the decision was much harder than I thought it would be. Look, I'm beat. I'm going to go home. Are you sure? Quizzed Lennon. Look who's just turned up. James arrived through the corner entrance and scanned the room. He stopped searching when he saw me. It was a tiny slice of wonderful, knowing I was the one he'd been looking for. I stood and met him across the room. He waved to the others as he walked me outside. Sorry, James. I need to go home. It's been a big few days. Can I walk you back? Sure, why not? Last week James arrived the minute he'd heard about the fire, waited for me at the police station while I gave my statement, and drove me back to Mandrake Memorial so I could see the damage. He'd returned the following day with both his girls to help clean up, moved my things into the temporary unit 3 doors down, and held my hand while I cried for an entire day after the shock wore off. Here, I wanted to show you something. He stood straight and stretched out his arms, turning in a circle. Notice anything different? He was wearing the same suit I'd seen on the first day we'd met, the one with the ankle-freezing pants, only now they were the correct length. You've put on weight? I pretended to guess. No. You've shrunk? No. You've been bitten by a radioactive spider? Come on, guess properly, he implored. You're wearing women's underwear? For Pete's sake, no. You've changed your name to Pete? Seriously? You're not going to say it, are you? Okay. The suit legs on your pants have miraculously grown to the correct length. I know you know that because you helped Molly buy another pair and check the measurements before she re-hemmed. They told me. Traitors! I'll kill 'em. We began walking again. My girls love you, he said. They talk about you all the time. I didn't know how to answer, so I just shrugged. James fidgeted as he walked, pulling at his fingers, adjusting his shirt, rubbing his neck. My chest felt heavy. I wanted to let you know, he said, that while you rebuild, you're welcome to use any of my facilities in Clonstone, the fridges, the morgue, whatever you need, until you get back on your feet again. Thanks, but I haven't made up my mind yet if I'll stay. He stopped walking. What's there to think about? A lot, actually. I turned to him. It's not an easy decision. He met my eyes briefly, then turned away and walked on in silence. We didn't speak again until we arrived at my temporary new home. I didn't invite him in because I couldn't bear the thought of being rejected twice by this man. So we stood at the door, awkwardly not looking at each other. I never told you about what happened with Sally. Something happened? He thrust his hands deep into his pockets, but withdrew them quickly when he saw my silent groan. He let them hang loose at his sides. Sally died. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. My head was ordering my mouth to deliver condolences that my heart didn't mean. I leaned against the building, unsure my legs would hold, subtly holding the wall for support, and waited for him to go on. The girls and I held a private service at home. That must have been hard, I said. He was hurting. I could see it in his eyes. Do you think she'll reappear again? What do you mean? I answered seriously. Will she come back again, like as a butterfly or something else aquatic? James crossed his arms over his chest and gave me a long, hard stare. Satisfied I wasn't being flippant, he continued. Before she went, I told her about you. How did that go? There was a warmth in my voice I didn't even need to fake. He scraped the asphalt with the toe of his shoe. Better than expected. Did you mention how much better my funeral services were to yours? No. James took a step closer. But I told her... A phone rang, but I barely noticed it until James groaned and pulled it from the inside pocket of his jacket. I'm sorry, it's work, he said to me. I'm on call tonight. I have to take this. He turned away slightly and answered. My heart hammered loudly inside. What did he tell his dead wife about me? I heard his frustrated mumble on the phone, trying to sound professional, but not quite succeeding. He hung up and turned back to me. Pip, I've got to call out. I have to go. He looked uncertainly from his watch back to me, then let out a long sigh and said, What are you doing tomorrow? Can I pick you up for breakfast? Say 8? It was already close to midnight. I'd probably spend half the night trying to decide whether to stay or leave Mandrake, and the other half wondering what James had been about to say. I'd be in no condition for an early breakfast appointment. I'll see you at 8. Newsflash. I couldn't sleep. I would probably never sleep again. My eyes wouldn't close and I laid awake for hours. Why is it so difficult to decide? I held a get-out-free insurance card in my hand. A perfect exit strategy. No financial loss, no loss of credibility. I'd met the challenges and excelled. Nothing left to prove. Cue the curtain music. Time to move on. My list of pros and cons clearly indicated a preference for moving on. So why did I feel so connected to this place? Why did I feel I'd be missing out if I left Mandrake for good? Usually the anticipation of a move to a new city, a new job, a new house, a new challenge would have me flush with expectation. I felt none of that now. If I chose to stay, I'd have to commit to the rebuild, start over. I'd be stuck. And it wouldn't even be a challenge. I already knew I could do it, so where was the excitement in that? Lennon arrived home around 2 a.m. I called out and he sauntered into my room, flopped on my bed, his face aglow. He kissed me. What? Who? Boyd? Yeah, well, sort of, on the cheek. But his hands were all over me. Was he drunk? Blasted. Did you tell him how you feel? No, don't be ridiculous. I laughed. Loser. How did you go with Mount Everest? Asked Lennon. I kind of thought he'd be having a sleepover. No. He sensed my melancholy and snuggled into my shoulder without asking for details. What should I do, Lennon? About which part? Take the insurance money and run, or stay and rebuild? I don't want to do it all again without you. He tapped me on the hand. Well, I don't know if this helps, but I spoke with my dad today. Oh yeah? How's your dad? Is he looking forward to you coming home? Lennon rolled onto his side to face me. Well, I told him about the fire. Yeah. He assumed it was my fault, of course. Of course. I kicked him playfully under the quilt and readjusted my pillow. I asked if I could stay on a bit longer, help you rebuild. What did he say? I held my breath. He said, no. Oh, I said, and burrowed deeper under the covers. Not surprising. So I mentioned how living here in Mandrake had been, really good for me. I told him I didn't feel quite as gay. No. And he believed you? He's going to give me another 3 months. On full pay? Lennon. I punched his leg. He's going to kill you when he finds out the truth. Too bad. So does that help make up your mind? Will you stay? Was it enough? How could I leave Lennon behind? I don't know, Lennon, I moaned, pulling the covers over my head. The floorboards creaked as Lennon left the room. He returned a few moments later and dumped something heavy on my legs. What? I pulled my head out, and Lennon placed a journal in my hands. Some final words from Uncle Geoffrey. I let my eyes readjust to the light and read the passage Lennon had highlighted. Is this the right decision? Will she find the qualities she needs to succeed before they run her out of town? People are quick to judge. Will they give her a second chance when she messes up? Barbara did a miserable job raising Pip, unable to see her true worth and constantly intimidated by her intelligence. Pip has such fire, such brilliance, and her mother wears away at her until all the shine is gone. Such a waste. I hope Pip has the strength some day to discover her own true potential. I see a lot of me in Pip. Could do for her what it did for me. I learnt how to wait, how to be quietly indispensable, how to bring comfort to others, and in the process, how to find a way to belong. The question is, will her inquisitive nature allow her to be happy here? Or will it keep getting her into trouble? I reread it several times. Uncle Geoffrey had noticed me. It was a strange feeling to know someone had been watching, caring, making plans. He wanted me to find myself, my purpose, my home. Had I found that yet? "I'm so glad we didn't lose these journals in the fire," I said. "Me too," replied Lennon as he sat on the end of my bed. "What do you think?" I think," I said, flicking through the pages, "I think Uncle Geoffrey wouldn't have been terribly surprised I managed to burn down his funeral home because of my, what does he call it, inquisitive nature." "You're probably right." "I wish I'd known him better." "I wish I'd met him," said Lennon, a little too sadly. "So let me guess, you've been reading Uncle Geoffrey's journals to find out something about your brother?" "Yes. Don't be mad." "What makes you think Uncle Geoffrey was involved?" "I'm not sure he was. It was something my dad said once." "I hope you can find some answers, Lennon." He climbed under the covers beside me. "Will you stay, Pip, and help me find some answers?" It occurred to me, somewhere along the way, I'd already decided. Great Uncle Geoffrey had been right. This town had taught me the things I needed to know, and it felt like I'd only just begun. For now, this was where I needed to be. I turned to Lennon and nodded. "Now, tell me everything you remember about your brother." Lennon and I were still talking at 3:15 a.m. when we heard the knock on the door. "Who would that be here in the middle of the night?" I asked. "Only one way to find out." I watched Lennon check his hair and teeth in my dressing table mirror before leaving the room. Easy to guess who Lennon thought it might be. 2 sets of footsteps approached down the hall, and I heard Lennon whisper out loud to me, "Good night, Pip." I turned off my light and rolled over as I heard my door discreetly close. I needed to fall asleep quickly before things got too loud between the boys in the room across the hall. "Pip, I'm sorry it's so late. Lennon said you were still awake," said a voice I recognised. My eyes flew open. "Boyd was in my room? Huh? Pip, you're asleep. I'll leave you." That wasn't Boyd's voice. "James?" I sat up and turned on my light. "It's James. Lennon said it was okay to come in. I didn't realise you were... I'll go." "I'm awake. It's okay. I thought you were someone else." "You were expecting someone else in your bedroom at 3 a.m? And you're here because..." "I couldn't wait until tomorrow." "It's 3 a.m, James. It is tomorrow." He stood and stared at me a moment, like an actor who'd walked onto a stage and suddenly forgotten his lines. "I'll come back later," he said as he reached for the door handle. "James, stop!" I called after him louder than necessary. I wanted him to stay. I really wanted him to stay. "Sit down. I'm awake. Tell me, what couldn't wait till morning?" James sat on the end of my bed, his body facing the door like he needed to be sure of its location in case he had to leave in a hurry. "Lennon told me you decided to stay and rebuild," he said. He turned his head towards me and met my eyes. "I had this whole speech prepared, hoping to convince you to stay," he shrugged. "I don't need it now." "Yeah, well, I like it here." I stared at the wall, determined not to let him think it had anything to do with him. "Any other reason?" "Well, Lennon's here," I replied too quickly. Good. That it?" What was with all the questions? "Are you wanting any particular answer?" No. It's just, like I said before. Yes? He gave up trying to finish the sentence and started a new one. Can I get you anything? Tea? Warm Milo? He stood and looked at me hopefully, his hands slung on his hips. I shook my head, and his face creased inward as he turned to the door and back again. Of course it's late. You're tired. I don't know why I thought this was such a good idea. James, I said quietly, say what you came to say. He hesitated a moment, then sat back on the bed, closer this time, his neck bent downwards. The thing is, I was wrong. About a lot of things, actually. Really? Which bits? I needed specifics. He took a long breath and let it out slowly, his body still. I thought you were too honest, Pip, too stubborn. I thought you'd need to change everything about yourself to survive in this industry. I thought you needed to be more like me. He smiled to himself as if the idea now seemed ridiculous. But, Pip, you won't take no for an answer or let anyone's opinions stand in the way of doing the right thing, even when the right thing isn't obvious. You're not afraid to show yourself to the world, and you make me feel like I can do the same, even the fish part. James stood abruptly, froze, turned and sat back down, closer this time, but his eyes still low. Your grit, your creativity, your curiosity, your authenticity. I ignored all those things about you. I wanted to distract myself from feeling the way I did. You've breathed new life into an entire funeral industry, Pip. He stopped, took another deep breath and turned his head towards me. I waited, no air in my lungs, everything shaky from the shoulders down. His eyes rose slowly, crept along my neck, across the line of my chin, to my lips, my cheeks, and then to my eyes where they locked on. I can't stay away from you, he said finally. I could see the dark shadow of stubble around his chin as he moved closer, felt the heat of his breath on my face. His eyes shifted to my lips. A pulse pounded in my ears. James. I reached out and touched his face, willing the words to come. All thoughts vanished as he kissed me, warm, gentle sparks filling my belly. I pulled him closer and allowed myself to hover in zero gravity for a while. Eventually he leaned back and tucked a curl behind my ear. I'm glad you decided to stay. I wanted him to kiss me again, to put his lips on my mouth and stop them from saying something that might ruin it all. But he just sat there, not kissing me, a dreamy look on his dumb face, and out it came. I have to tell you something. Tell me anything, he smiled. You think my straightforward, honest approach is endearing, right? Yes, I do, he agreed, and proceeded to kiss my neck and face again. It still didn't stop me. Don't say it. There's a dog in the backyard. I wanted to staple my tongue to my cheek to get it to stop speaking, but he continued with the kisses and tiny threads of pleasure slid along my spine, leaving me no will to resist, and no filter. Lennon thinks Sally may have come back as the dog, I gushed madly. If James was going to leave me for the dog, better to know it now than later. James didn't even flinch at this new piece of information. Instead, he looked seriously into my eyes and whispered, Well, Lennon's always been a little bit weird. I smiled my relief, turned out the light, and folded myself into his arms.
The end. If you enjoyed this title, check out other books by PJ Vai on Amazon.